Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 41. Pan Ziyi and Lei Ziyi had been showing Li Zhanyuan, saying that some stars could still imagine the other person in their minds even if they were wearing clothes. Now, Li Zhanyuan looks at Ding Dalin and secretary of the vividly in front of him. In his minds, he looks like they are bouncing after being peeled. In summer, early morning, the sun was shining, but suddenly he wanted to snoring. Ding Dalin bent down his waist, with a kind smiley smile, doubting, "What's wrong, don't you recognize me?" Li Sanjiang laughed, "Oh, this just talked to me just now, say you." Li Zhanyuan immediately scared the spine. But at this time, Li Sanjiang's words were already on his mouth, and it was impossible to stop at all. "I said you gave him such a big red envelope last time, and boasted that your grandpa was weird." "Oh, yes, ha 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 ha." Ding Dalin made a hearty laugh. Li Zhanyuan was a little dazzling, and the feeling of the rest of his life after the robbery was straight into the heavenly lid. Li Sanjiang touched Li Zhanyuan's head. "I'm so good, who is good to him, he remembers, unlike other crickets, no matter how good them, you can forget, who can recognize who you are ah." Ding Dalin nodded, "This is on this person." "That's not, a little bit, it is a natural white-eyed wolf, raising it. Sanjiang ho." Ding Dalin straightened up, his eyes moved away from the boy, and looked at Li Sanjiang. "How are you so embarrassed? If you are sorry, there are a lot of dishes left yesterday, don't dislike it, help me eat together. After the seat, there will always be some leftovers. It is easy to break for a long time. If you have a small population too much, you will open 2 tables on the next day after the seat, and only ask close relatives to eat. There is nothing to be sophisticated in this kind of seat. The cold dishes are piled up. The cooked vegetables are hot, and the appearance is not good looking, but it is also good wine and good dishes. Li Sanjiang, eat meals, don't go so early." At this moment, Li Zhanyuan finally did his expression management, and confirmed that he would not tremble when he spoke next. However, he was just ready to ask his grandfather to find a reason to push off the invitation, and looked up to the eyes of Secretary Jin. She looked at herself, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, but in her eyes, she turned out a kind of empty and cold. It is difficult to see that ordinary people have observed and imitated others. After reading the Constitution of Yin and Yang Shui, Li Zhanyuan had more delicate and in-depth observation of people's micro-expressions. The heart defense fortress just now collapsed. She didn't speak, it might be her brain supplement, but he really seemed to see a silent warning. Is it targeting yourself? Or is it targeted at Tai Yet? Or, for everyone who may see their skin? That's it. I want to contract a responsibility field. I pay the rent at one time, but I have to hang your name. How big is the contract? 12 acres of land. How long is the contract? 30 years. Go. Ding Dalin laughed and scolded, "Okay, you are a Sanjiang Hao, so you can't live for so long, right? 30 years, maybe it may live for so long. If you live for 30 years, this skin must be broken. Oh, we are all very old, and we are not young people who want an image. If the skin is broken, it will be broken." Li Zhanyuan was in his heart. He is really afraid that the grandfather suddenly speaks his mouth, and really stimulates his skin. Although he knew that his grandfather had a blessing, Grandma Lu also said that this blessing depends on the place, seeing what he encounters, and when he really encounters a stubble, this blessing is nothing to use. What happened last night, the appalling degree has surpassed Li Zhanyuan's imagination. Now what I experienced, pushed the things last night to a more weird and horrible level. In the face of this situation, Li Zhanyuan felt that the lucky luck of the grandfather, he couldn't hold it. "Okay, go." Li Sanjiang rubbed his chin with his palm and looked down at Li Zhanyuan, who was standing on the side of his body. "Yo, Sanjiang ho, you are a child without a child and no daughter, who are you going to give it to? I have no children and no daughter, but I have a great-grandson. After I leave, what I leave, of course, is for our family. Ding Dalin bent down again. Li Zhonyuan's action against him was extremely exclusive and resistant, but he still squeezed a shy smile. For a child, this expression is really highly practical, whether it is right, to the ghost. Xiao Yuanho, look, you are so rare that you are so rare. You have grown up, but you have to treat you. Well, I will. Ding Dalin raised his waist and moved a meal. Secretary Jin reached out to support it. Li Zhonyuan noticed that Secretary Jin's right hand was on Ding Dalin's neck, and her left hand was on the side of Ding Dalin's lower waist. She was not handling, but grabbed, and the 5 fingers were stretched. It's as if you are cracking back. Well, Lin Ho. This old waist, no. Roll less at night. Sanjiang Hao, you are old, let's go with me. Speaking, Ding Dalin stretched his hand to Li Sanjiang. Li Sanjiang took the initiative to catch him, replaced him. The 2 elderly people leaned forward while talking and leaning forward. Let's go, little brother. Secretary Jin put his hand on the boy's shoulder. My summer vacation is not yet. You are going to give you a will, so you have to go today. I haven't bought rubber yet. I didn't know where the previous rubber had gone. Go, buy it for you. No, I have money. From here, I went to the beard house, and just passed the small sales department of Zhongyan. When I approached, Secretary Jin stopped. Li Zhonyuan walked to the counter, and was preparing to open a rubber difference. He jumped out of the shed from the small sales department. It was Tan Wenbin. This guy's shortcut, did not go to the village road, came from Tianyan. Yo, Xiao Yuan, what do you buy? Come, I paid you together. Eraser. And, take a piece of rubber, and then take the bottle wind oil essence. Zhang Yan handed the things over, Tan Wenbin gave money, and after handing the rubber to Li Chao Yuan, he couldn't turn around the bottle, and began to apply it on his neck and arm. Last night, I was so itchy, so I felt a little itchy today. I suspected that Runsheng was transmitted to me. Brother Binbin, go back, tell Run Sheng and Grandma Lu, and I went to Grandpa Ding's house for dinner. What, you have to go to the water, oh. Li Zhonyuan grabbed Tan Wenbin's hand, his fingertips grabbed his palm meat, and twisted hard. At this time, Secretary Jin, who was standing in the distance, also came over. Tan Wenbin came out from behind the small sales department before. She really didn't notice that she was nearby, and she was scared to continue to call. Oh. Secretary Kim continued to approach. I want to buy it for you, I buy it for you, aunt, and 2 bottles of Jian Lai Bao. Then, Tan Wenbin also deliberately looked at Secretary Jin who came over. Sister, do you want a bottle? Secretary Jin shook his head. Hey! Tan Wenbin paid again, and then handed a bottle of Jian Lai Bao to Li Zhonyuan. Thank you Bin, then you go back. Remember to tell the family that the grandfather and I don't have to come back to eat, don't do it for us. Good. At this time, Secretary Jin suddenly said, let's eat together. Tan Wenbin froze. Secretary Kim, I saw the dishes on your seat yesterday, and I was very happy to eat. There was still noon. Let's eat together. That's not good. Go together, they are going to go far. Secretary Jin stretched out his hand and put it on one big and 2 boys, and urged them to move forward. This is a kind of attitude that cannot be rejected. Li Zhonyuan didn't expect that the food on Tan Wenbin's seat yesterday was impressed by people. He may have nothing to do now yesterday. However, at present, Tan Wenbin should only know the first version of the water monkey. That was before I went to the beard house with Runsheng last night and told him. After returning last night, he wanted to know what happened, but he didn't want to recall and tell again at that time, so he asked him to ask Runshung. Runshung should also be the same as himself. He doesn't want to mention that horrible scene again for the time being, and he has not had time to tell him. Otherwise, if he knew, when he saw Secretary Kim, he was afraid that he would jump up as if he was stuck in the crotch. Walking and walking, Secretary Jin said, "Is there anyone at home? Let them come and eat together at noon, don't cook." Li Zhanyuan rejected, "No need, there will be people who work for the grandfather at home, not a relative." Oh well. On the next way, Tan Wenbin gradually let go, and even took the initiative to find the topic to talk. Li Zhanyuan felt that Binbin should be proud of it. He probably consciously was the son of the police. He had a hereditary anti-reconnaissance consciousness and could talk to the monkey and laugh in front of the monkey. In fact, this is also very good, and it will not be timid to act. Just walked all the way to the door of the beard's house. As soon as he went up the dam, Li Zhanyuan's eyes were stagnant. The fish pond is in front of the dam. At this time, the pond water is abundant, which is exactly the same as yesterday. The fish pond that should have been pumped from dried water was restored. A group of people who should have been peeled and dead were alive again. The picture in my memory is increasingly moving closer to hallucinations. When the world is displayed in front of you in a very reasonable way, people usually start their doubts first. However, Li Zhanyuan was convinced that that was definitely not a dream. The scene last night was really happened. The fish pond should be filled and returned to the water last night. The dead person was dead. As for what they were still alive, he didn't understand. The village chief and several villagers in the village arrived. Everyone sat on the bench on the dam, surrounded by a circle, and talked about the sky. Secretary Jin brought a small coffee table with melon seeds and candy. Li Sanjiang grabbed two, one handed to Li Zhanyuan, and the other hand to Tan Wenbin. Ding Dalan said to them, "Go upstairs to watch TV, there is in the room, and when you wait for dinner, call you down." Li Zhanyuan shook his head, "There is a TV in the family, I bought it." Li Sanjiang raised his chest and said proudly, "That's right. I bought a TV for my son, but he loves to study and doesn't watch it much on weekdays, so the mule at home has to watch TV every day." In fact, Li Zuyuan didn't want to leave the crowd. Although entering here means danger, and tying up these old people on the dam together doesn't have much practical effect, it can at least provide some psychological comfort. Emotionally, he fell into fear since he saw them, but rationally told him that the situation could still be saved. After all, he and his people, as well as the village chief, were not skinned as soon as they arrived at the dam. If they just wanted to lure people to kill, they could have done it just now. Being able to sit here and chat, and actually talking about the details of land contracting, proves that they have their own goals and plans. So, as long as they don't violate their rules, he, his grandfather, and Binbin may be able to go back safely. The village chief said with some embarrassment, "But, contracting for 30 years at a time, isn't it too long?" "It's not easy for the village to explain." Ding Dalan said, "The contract fee can be increased every year. Just give me a specific number in the end." Li Sanjiang was very positive about this matter. He thought that Ding Dalan would not live that long, and he would not live that long either. Then, after the land is contracted, won't it still belong to Xiao Wenho? I said, if they want 30 years, then it's 30 years. At most, the specific contract will be made public in the village, and everyone will know it, and no one will gossip about it in the future. Secretary Jin had returned to the house at this time, probably to prepare lunch. There were only her and Ding Dalan at home, so she was the only one who could do the work. And Ding Dalan shifted his attention away from himself, and Li Zuyuan felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't dare to leave here without permission. Any extraordinary behavior seemed particularly dangerous at this time. If they were really pushed to the limit, at most everyone on the scene would just have to change their skin. Since they could bring the opera troupe back to life, it should be easy to bring the village chief back to life, and it wouldn't delay the land contract. While making sure that he was still in their sight, Li Zuiyuan walked down the dam and began to circle in the open space in front of the fish pond. He knew that he couldn't keep turning this circle, otherwise he would look stupid. At this time, the most suitable thing to do would be to play some games, but the problem was that he never put children's toys in his pocket. But fortunately, he didn't have any, but someone else did. Tan Wenbin should have understood what Xiao Yuan meant. He reached into his pocket and took out a handful of colorful marbles. Xiao Yuan, let's play this. Okay. Li Zuiyuan discovered for the first time that childishness could also turn into an angel. A boy who was about to be in the third year of high school actually had marbles in his pocket. No wonder your dad bought you jelly. The two bent down and started playing marbles. Li Zuiyuan originally just wanted to take the opportunity to observe the fish pond from a close distance. He believed that no matter how perfect the restoration was, it would only take half a day, and there would definitely be traces left. But as he played, Tan Wenbin gradually got into the state. He hit the target every time and applauded happily every time. This movement attracted the attention of a group of old people on the dam from time to time. They pointed and talked, with smiles on their lips. Most children have similar experiences, that is, when they play with their friends, there are often adults standing beside them and watching them for a long time. What they are actually watching is their own childhood. But Li Zuiyuan did not want to create such a warm atmosphere. Finally, he couldn't help but flick a marble onto Binbin's nose. Binbin felt pain at first and covered his nose, then his eyes showed relief, and then he was ashamed. He was too deep into the play. Li Zuiyuan began to deliberately hit the marble in the direction of the fish pond, and Tan Wenbin also cooperated to hit it in that direction. The two chased the marble and came to the edge of the fish pond. Seizing the moment, he quickly scanned the area. He discovered that the edge of the fish pond was filled with new mud. This fish pond was indeed backfilled. Not daring to stay in this sensitive position for too long, Li Zuiyuan immediately played another marble and moved away from the fish pond. Haha, brother Binbin, I won this time. Xiao Yuan, you are really awesome. Binbin smiled like an older brother. While Li Zuiyuan was jumping for joy, he glanced at the dam and saw Ding Dalin moving his head back. Was it because of his previous move to get close to the fish pond that made him sensitive? Next, Li Zuiyuan and Tan Binbin got closer and closer to the dam as they played. Brother Binbin, I'm tired, let's take a break. Okay. Li Zuiyuan sat down without caring about the dirt and stones on the ground. It happened that the sole of his shoe rubbed against the stones, turning over a few stones, and red appeared under the stones, which was blood. Li Zuiyuan quickly retracted his foot and turned the stones back with the sole of his shoe. He quickly recalled the details of last night. Wasn't the place where he was now exactly where Ding Dalin was pecked by the rooster? I remember that Ding Dalin's palm was pecked through by the rooster. Little Yuan Ho. Hey, Grandpa. No mistake, one sentence, one content, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar. Li Zuiyuan ran up the dam and came to Li Sanjiang. The previous land contract had been discussed almost, and now they were discussing the will. The village chief was writing with paper and pen. An old man next to him asked, Sanjiang, how will it be unsuitable to give your child directly? You must always give you a pension. I arranged for the care of the elderly. Is it reliable? Relief. They are all people who are superior, and do not need to avoid taboos. Li Sanjiang is absolutely trustworthy for Li Vihan's character, but Li Vihan has many sons and many grandsons. If he gives Li Vihan for his inheritance, it will be probably divided by those white-eyed wolves. This is what he is unwilling to see it. The village chief wrote and said, just right, the witnesses are here, and press the handprint directly. Is there a mud at home? Ding Dalin said, in the bedside drawer on the second floor, I'll get it. Let's go, Xiao Yuanho, go down. Li Zhanyuan wanted to refuse, but the just who had just sat down again. At this time, he rejected himself, which was a little unreasonable. Okay, Grandpa. Li Zhanyuan ran into the stairs. Tan Wenbin wanted to follow along, but was called by Li Sanjiang. Zhuang Zhuang. Uncle Li, my name is Binbin. You go to the kitchen to help the bowl. The small secretary can't be busy alone. Tan Wenbin did not want to get along with the water monkey alone, but he faced the same difficulties as Li Chaoyuan before, and could only nod with a smile and walk towards the kitchen. Li Zhanyuan came to the second floor and found that it had been cleaned here, and the balcony aisle was clean. He didn't rush to the advanced room, but came to the small manhole cover, and there was a ladder on the side of his body. The flag of his own and the set of corpses, which should be on the roof at this moment. But the problem is that even if you move the ladder over the roof and get those things, you can't take it away because it is too heavy. Even if it is lost after losing the house, the movement is too great, it is easy to be detected. In the end, Li Zhanyuan turned around, pushed the door, and walked into the bedroom. The furnishings in the bedroom are very rich. Ding Dalin should buy it with furniture in order not to delay time when he bought a house. Go to the bedside table and open the drawer. There is indeed a box of printed mud, and there is something that Li Zhanyuan didn't expect, compass. The purple compass, with 5 small sub-circles on the periphery of the main circle. Li Zhanyuan took the compass in his hand and turned gently, and he quickly understood the meaning of the 5 deputy circles. In fact, the magic records of the mansion also records similar styles of compass. However, because the production process is extremely complicated and many special materials are required, the previously pressed is not within the consideration of Li Zhanyuan. Holding it now, Li Zhanyuan really likes it. With it, when looking at the feng shui pattern, it is equivalent to testing mathematics. You can bring a calculator into the test room. He is now increasingly discovered that he cannot be calculated by forced brain power as much as in the past, so that his body will not be able to eat. With this thing, and with the Liu's wanting Qiju, when looking at the feng shui of the fish pond last time, it will not be overwhelmed. The real Ding Dalin is dead, then it is the masterless thing, and it is not a stealing it. But, it is still too risky. The other things of the water monkeys were packaged and cleaned away, but this thing was left, and the proof still valued. It should know who entered the room range, and if something was lost, it would definitely lock itself. Forget it, don't get it. Although things are good, they are still important. When Li Zhanyuan is going to put the compass back into the drawer. Did you find it? At the door of the bedroom, the voice of Secretary Jin came. Li Zhanyuan was startled again, but his pressure resistance also got up. He continued to hold the printed box with his right hand while holding the compass. Find it? I thought you couldn't find it, so I came up to see it. What is this, Aunt Jin? Li Zhanyuan asked. It looks good. A toy, if you like it, give you it. The first reaction of Li Zhanyuan was not a surprise, but, is this a test? Everything is held, let's come down. After saying that Secretary Jin finished speaking, he turned and left. Li Zhanyuan hesitated, still holding both the compass and the printed mud, and went downstairs. After handing the printed mud to the village chief, the village chief showed the Italian family to press the handprint. Li Sanjiang saw the compass and asked, Xiao Yuanho, what is this? Ding Dalin said, a small object in the family, the child likes it, just send the child as a toy. Li Sanjiang took it over first, and stunned up and down, doubting, why are there so many circles and what break the gadgets? After the derogation, Li Sanjiang threw the compass to Li Zhanyuan at will. Li Zhanyuan wants to remind Tei that this is professional, and the compass you usually use is just a compass. Xiao Yuanho, thank you Grandpa Ding. Thank you Grandpa Ding. Oh, A good boy. Ding Dalin reached out and touched Li Zhanyuan's head. Li Zhanyuan only felt that he had raised his hair, but he had to suffer, and he did not dare to avoid it. The wool was finished, with 2 types, one village chief took into the village office, and the other was carefully folded by Li Sanjiang, so solemnly put it in the shirt pocket, and touched it. Lunch is ready, everyone will take a seat. The vegetables were rich, and in front of Li Zhanyuan, there was a large plate of white shredded shrimp. Seeing this shrimp, Li Zhanyuan was a little nauseous. Everyone, please eat. Please bear with us. There is nothing special. Ding Dalin raised his chopsticks and called everyone. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Come on, Zhuang Zhuang, eat shrimp. This is what you loved the most yesterday. Li Sanjiang used chopsticks to directly push 1/3 of the shrimp on the plate to Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin, and then stretched out his hand to turn the table. Tan Wenbin was not polite either. He picked up the shrimp, first pulled off the shrimp head, peeled it, dipped it in vinegar, sucked on the shrimp head, and then peeled the shrimp body skillfully, revealing the complete shrimp meat. After removing the shrimp thread, Tan Wenbin dipped it in vinegar and put it in Li Zuiyuan's bowl. Li Zuiyuan picked up the chopsticks and picked up the shrimp meat. The meat was red and tender. When he put the shrimp meat into his mouth and chewed it, the scene he saw last night kept appearing in his mind. This was the first time that Li Zuiyuan had eaten such delicious and difficult to swallow food. In the end, he still forced himself to swallow it, and felt that it was more painful than eating the dish at the birthday banquet of the cat-faced old lady. Seeing that Tan Wenbin still wanted to continue peeling for him, Li Zuiyuan hurriedly said, "Brother Binbin, eat it yourself, I don't like shrimp very much." "Really?" Tan Wenbin was a little surprised, "Then I'll eat it myself." "Yet." Secretary Jin brought a large bowl with a stewed chicken in it. Ding Dalin poked it with chopsticks twice and asked, "Isn't it an old hen?" "There are no old hens left." "Alas, how can this be done?" Ding Dalin shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Li Sanjiang tried to smooth things over and said, "Lin Ho, look at how spoiled you are. Why do you have to distinguish between male and female when eating chicken? It was not easy to eat meat before liberation." As he said, Li Sanjiang personally took action, peeled off a fat chicken leg, and put it in Li Zuiyuan's bowl. Li Zuiyuan stared at it with his head down, but didn't rush to use his chopsticks. It was not because he was hypocritical, but because this chicken seemed familiar. The reason is, even if it is a rooster stew, how can there be no chicken skin? "Why, don't you like it?" Ding Dalin asked. "I like it." Li Zuiyuan picked up the chicken leg and took a big bite. It was a little dry. "How does it taste?" "Delicious." Ding Dalin nodded with satisfaction. When he stood up to pick up the food, Li Zuiyuan noticed that there was a black gauze tied around the base of his right hand. The meal was very warm and peaceful, so normal that Li Zuiyuan felt as if he was the most abnormal person at the table. But no matter what, this time Li Zuiyuan rarely had children. He left the table first after eating and sat very politely until the end of the meal. After the meal, everyone started smoking and chatting, making the final preparations before leaving. The village chief stood up first, patted his pants lightly, and said, "That's it for today. Your contract needs to be discussed again in the village. Don't worry, we will give you a reply soon." "Okay, thank you for your hard work and trouble." Ding Dalin stood up and shook hands with the village chief. Everyone left the table together, walked out of the hall and came to the dam. They each shared a cigarette and said a few more words. The village chief and several village elders walked down to the dam. Li Zuiyuan was very anxious because Li Sanjiang had not left. He was still standing next to Ding Dalin, and both of them had cigarettes in their mouths. The village chief was embarrassed to ask me just now. "You contracted this land and don't grow crops. You actually plan to plant peach trees?" "Well, planting peach trees can produce peaches. The peaches can't be sold, right? Who will buy them? In the past, there were canneries that could buy them when you planted them. Now I heard that those canneries are not doing well themselves. Even if you can't sell them, it's good to see the peach blossoms. I say, Lin Ho, what's wrong with you? Li Sanjiang reached out and touched Ding Dalin's forehead. Why do I feel like you are a different person today? Li Zuiyuan's heart was tightened again. Tan Wenbin began to add drama to himself, and took the initiative to say, Uncle Li, you don't understand this. Our Uncle Ding is pursuing a beautiful artistic conception. Yes, when I think about the peach trees planted here in the future, how beautiful it will be when the peach blossoms are in full bloom. What about the fish pond? Li Sanjiang asked. Fill it up and plant some trees. I say, Lord Lin, how much money did you make abroad that you could waste it like this? Isn't making money just to waste it? I don't understand you, forget it, do as you like. Oh, by the way, the opera troupe said that a set of speakers was broken and asked me to pay for the repairs. I was too lazy to pull it, so I just spent money to buy it as a second-hand one. Are you stupid? Where did you find the opera troupe? How can you have the nerve to ask the owner to pay for your own equipment when it is broken? It's quite cheap. I tinkered with that thing last night. It's not broken, but the plug has some poor contact. Now it's fixed. I have no use for this thing. Aren't you doing this business? You can rent it out and make money in the future. Come with me to take a look. If it's good, you can drag it away. Okay, let's go and take a look. Li Sanjiang followed Ding Dalin to the shady inner room on the first floor. Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin looked at each other, wondering whether to follow. Little boy, you forgot to take this. Secretary Jin's voice appeared behind him, and the purple compass was brought to the boy. He had deliberately placed it on the chair beside the dining table before, not wanting to show his eagerness. Li Zuiyuan reached out to take it, and said in surprise, Are you really giving it to me? Can you play with this thing? Of course I can. Li Zuiyuan took the compass and kept turning it in circles, looking at the rotating needle inside with a silly smile. Secretary Jin, come over here and adjust it again. Uncle Ding's voice came from inside. Secretary Jin put his hands on Li Zuiyuan's shoulders and said, Go, let's take a look. When a woman fell on her shoulders, Li Zuiyuan stunned. He didn't rush to leave, but slowly raised his head. Secretary Jin also lowered his head at this time, and the two looked at each other. For a long time, Ding Dalin urged by Ding Dalin again, Why don't you come, wait for you. Let's go. Li Zuiyuan walked in front, Secretary Jin grabbed Li Zuiyuan's shoulders with both hands, walking behind. This road is obviously short, but Li Zuiyuan feels a bit long. In the end, the two approached the room one after the other. Secretary Jin released his hand, tuned the sound, and then picked up the microphone. Hey! 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 A bit broken, but the overall effect is very good. Ding Dalin glanced at Li Sanjiang, and then said to Secretary Jin, Come, sing a song. Secretary Jin nodded and asked, What song does it sing? Casually, Sanjiang Ho, what song do you want to listen to? My secretary will sing more songs, you can click on it. Oh, I am not as thick as you, sing with a big girl. Xiao Yuan Ho, what song do you want to listen to? You come to. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, I can all. Secretary Jin looked at Li Zuiyuan, children, you order one. I didn't particularly want to hear, Auntie, you sing one you want to sing. Secretary Jin nodded, picked up the microphone, and did not accompaniment, sing directly. Looking back, once belonged to each other's evening. Red and red is still you, giving my heart in my heart. Singing styles, Cantonese is not allowed, but it is extremely beautiful. It is thousands of songs. Chapter 42. When Secretary Jin sang this song on the stage yesterday, the Cantonese standard and singing professional, the boy did not like it very much. Although Secretary Jin is not standard in Cantonese, the feeling of singing out, it seems like it flows into the canal after the river is opened, and it is natural. The singing thing is really amazing, not only can you hear it with face, but you can change it. When Secretary Kim had his hands on his shoulders, the familiar feeling told Li Zhanyuan, who she is now. In the same way, if there is no accident, the real manufacturer of the horrible bloody scene last night should be the existence of Ding Dalan. It is the true main guide here. This means that the crisis here has not been lifted, because the little yellow warbler is just a secondary position by it. The group of water monkeys dug out, it should be it. Suddenly, Li Zhanyuan discovered that he, the little yellow warbler, and the water monkeys in the original plan became supporting actors. No, the supporting role is not as good as the background. Whether he and grandfather can retain the skin on the body now depend on its heart. Therefore, the current songs and the previous actions are all hints for themselves. For a while, the alert heart that had been relaxed slightly due to the appearance of the little yellow warbler was raised fiercely. Li Zhanyuan suddenly realized one thing. Last night's it, since he could control the Secretary of the Gold, cheating the 6 water monkeys who observed the whistle outside the outside, how could it not be aware of it on the roof yourself and runs hung? Is it really because he and Run Sheng can run home all over the tail all because of running fast? In addition to Ding Dalan, the water monkeys are all foreigners, and Ding Dalan is the only one who knows and has been on the line in this village, and it is Li Sanjiang. It wants to fill the fish pond and plant peach trees on this contract, and needs to pass Li Sanjiang. It turned out that it was still his own grandfather who had been supporting the situation, that he had not collapsed. Secretary Jin sang. Li Zhanyuan took the lead in applauding, and Tan Wenbin also applauded, and he praised several times good. Li Sanjiang reached out and touched the sound, saying, "Okay, it's good. When I let the mules come to get the tables, chairs, tableware, pull this thing back." "Oh, just be satisfied with you." Li Zhanyuan asked simply, "Uncle Ding, how much is this?" Li Sanjiang frowned slightly. This was originally a cheap thing. He took it back and took it back. "How much money did you ask?" "This child, is it stupid?" But immediately, Li Sanjiang's brow was a shoo, "It's good. This child is honest and kind, which is indeed different from those white-eyed wolves." Li Zhanyuan asked intentionally. After so many things, he vaguely touched the law of cause and effect, especially when dealing with another shadow surface. Its things were not so easy to get. Let's listen to each other's requirements first. "Yes, Lin Ho, how much money did you buy from the theater team? Come, I will give you, I can use this thing, and I will return to the book for half a year. Between you and me, talk about these, you will hurt your feelings." Li Sanjiang held Ding Dalan's arm and shook it hard. "Okay, when you first came back, I saw it. You Lin Ho, it is indeed a kind person, I won't be as good as you." When he met for the first time, Li Sanjiang felt that Ding Dalan deliberately supported the shelf. But who gave the house to the ground and sent a sound again? This view is difficult to not change, after all, it is given too much. "Actually, Sanjiang Ho, I also have something to ask you to help." Seeing people climbing along the stick, Li Sanjiang subconsciously pulled up his ears with his little thumb. "It's easy to say, you can find me in the future." Li Zhanyuan asked, "Uncle Ding, what can you say now you can say directly?" However, he couldn't follow his grandfather's tone. After he was dragged, because he couldn't handle his request, his grandson was probably no later. Li Sanjiang made a mouthful, and he couldn't be angry with Xiao Yuanho. He could only follow the child's words and attached a sentence, "Yes, Lin Ho, you say." "Sanjiang Ho, this is the case. I was originally intended to stay here, but there was news over there. It was something, and I had to go back to deal with it. So this house has to ask you to take care of me." Are you going? How long will you go? It's hard to say. If things are handled smoothly, it may be able to come back in half a year. If it is not smooth, I may go at any time when I am old. Then you have to come back live earlier. Why, can't bear me? It's not reluctant. You have set up so many things in my name. If you can't go back, I will be embarrassed to pick it up. I want to come back, I really want to settle here in my old age. I really want to give you the end. If I am leaving first, I will do Xiao Yuanho to do it for you, otherwise you will be unhappy. Sanjiang Hao, wait for the contract in the village to get the contract, I pay the contract fee first, and then leave a sum of money. You can help me organize the person first, and the peach tree is planted. Delay things. Li Sanjiang rubbed his forehead and planted a tree, but he was tired. This is not a matter of simple money and no money. As the master, you also need to work hard. Okay, Grandpa Ding, rest assured, you can enjoy the peach blossoms when you go to work. Li Sanjiang nodded, rest assured, Lin Ho, I took it. It is not forced to be coerced by great-grandson. With his hands short, Li Sanjiang knows that since he is open, he cannot refuse himself. Li Zhanyuan was relieved in his heart, and he was afraid that it would not be required. If it is just a tree, it is nothing. Besides, people are rented, and money will be left. That's good, thank you, Sanjiang Ho. Look at you, thank you, all should be, so, strong. Why? You ran back and shouted Run Cheng Hao, told him to push the car, and put everything back. Tan Wenbin looked at Li Zhanyuan and Li Sanjiang a little unreasonably. He didn't want to leave. Although he was not as able to fight as his dad, wasn't he more personnel in the face of water monkeys? Brother Binbin, go home and call Brother Runs Hung to come and move things. Last night's nearly 20 water monkeys ended that end. At this moment, one more person is just peeled with one more shrimp. Hey, okay. Binbin is gone. Xiao Yuanho, I found it, even if the mules at home listen to you, how can you listen to you? Ah, yes. Li Zhanyuan was blank. Hey, it's okay. Li Sanjiang patted the boy's head, this shows that my family is a little Yuan, and he is born to be the leader of the leader. The will has been established, and the sense of the grandfather's view of the great-grandson has changed from very eccentricity to his heart. Ding Dalen said, this means that the child has organizational power and is indeed suitable for being an official. Li Sanjiang mentioned his pants rope, Lin Ho, do you have paper there in the porcelain tank? There are in the basket. Then I'll go to the porcelain tank. Li Zhanyuan wanted to follow, but after 2 steps, he was shouted by Ding Dalen, Xiao Yuan. He hesitated, did not dare to pretend to hear the confusion, or stopped. Ah! Li Zhanyuan faced Ding Dalen, what's wrong, Grandpa Ding? You don't look away, you are indeed a warm and good boy. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head, showing a shy smile. The reason why he did not show his best look at him because of the skin of Ding Dalen's eyebrows and opened the line. It looks like the clothes have been broken and it is not completely broken, but the color has a fault. This scene is about to end, and you have to avoid performing accidents. Ding Dalen reached out and touched his eyebrows. Secretary Jin came over and wanted to help handle, but he ordered, take the pot water, I wash my face. Good. Secretary Jin hid a basin of hot water, and a towel hanging on the side of the pot. Ding Dalen walked to the basin, bent over, put his face down, his fingers kept lighter back and forth on his face. This scene is like a woman in the city holding a makeup box to make up the mirror. Li Zhanyuan wanted to leave the room, but the position of Secretary Jin's station just blocked the door. Therefore, in order to avoid what he should not see, Li Zhanyuan turned to the sound and reached out and touched the lid. Xiao Yuan, do you just learn the local words? Well, yes, it's not good to say. Li Zhanyuan picked up the microphone to play. Where did you live before? In Jingli. Li Zhanyuan faced the microphone. Wu. Hey. Jiankong. The boy took the microphone's hand and shook it. Jiankong? Li Zhanyuan knew that Jiankong was the ancient name of Nanjing, the capital of the 6 dynasties. East Jin, Lu Song, Nankai, Nanliang, Nanchen. So, what period is it? Oh, it's Jingli. Hey, I just didn't respond, I heard it. Ding Dalin made a laugh, as if he had exposed his outspoken just now. Li Zhanyuan's heart was very complicated, even if it was a person in the Nanchen period, it was almost 1,500 years ago. Does that mean that the tomb in the fish pond has so many years of history? I don't know if the group of water monkeys are lucky or unfortunate, and actually found such a superb water burial tomb. However, it seems that it is even more unfortunate. I just picked up the book and read it. It was in the practice stage while studying. In the martial arts novels and martial arts films that are popular at the moment, the protagonists all closed their doors and practice. When I got to myself, I haven't learned to go down the mountain yet, I just gently pushed my house door to expose the sun. Hey, the door is the East Factory. Xiao Yuan, you promised Grandpa, you have to help Grandpa plant peach trees well. Well, I will. Back, Grandpa's ears. Don't worry, Grandpa. Turn around, say to Grandpa. Li Zhanyuan turned around. It is a face that is faceless. After the surprise and thinking, Li Zhanyuan raised his hand and opened his mouth, and when he was about to scream, the face suddenly posted in front of him. Xiao Yuan, you're a step slower. Li Zhanyuan's expression was stagnant, his hand was halfway, and his mouth opened, but he didn't dare to scream. Xiao Yuan, are you just thinking, should you be scared out? Li Zhanyuan didn't know how to answer. You child, how do you not recognize me? Similarly, when he accompanied Tai Ye to see Ding Dalin this morning, Ding Dalin said. It really saw himself and Run Sheng brother on the roof last night. I will, help you grow trees. He he he. Its hand, touching the boy's face, patted it gently. You play so well, it makes me a little bit unclear. Who is the one in the human skin? Nympho. Daiwo. The sound of the current awakened Li Zhanyuan, he lowered his head and looked at the microphone in his hand. Xiao Yuan, turn off the microphone, Grandpa's ears hurt. Li Zhanyuan closed the microphone, the current sound disappeared, he turned around and looked at Ding Dalin. Ding Dalin raised his head, applied a hot towel on his face, and completely covered his entire face. His voice came from the towel. Xiao Yuan, do you just learn the local words? The same question. Li Zhanyuan was puzzled. Is it his own illusion just now? Well, just learned. Where did you live before? Use who? He he he. Ding Dalin made a laugh, revealed the towel on his face, and revealed a slightly rosy face after a normal person's hot compresses. It's a smart child. Ding Dalin walked in front of Li Zhanyuan, his hand touched the boy's face again. Grandpa, I like you very much. I also like the red envelopes and gifts that Grandpa gives me. Ding Dalin's hand moved, grabbed the boy's right hand, and spread it out. There was a burn trace of burn and 5 blood scabies at the palm of the hand. Ding Dalin ignored the 5 blood scabies, and used his fingertips to the traces of the burns, which was surprised. Look, have your skin almost burned? I'm playing, I accidentally made it. Be careful, the skin is broken, it is not easy to make up, even if you find a new one, there is no original good. Are you right? Well, Grandpa is right. Ding Dalin showed a smile, raised his left hand, and slowly fists. At the beginning, Li could see that this burns were caused by Li Zhanyuan's self-harm, not to mention it. But Li Zhanyuan was completely unclear at all. It stands to reason that he has persuaded Tai to promise to help it grow trees. This matter should come to an end. But it seems to want to continue to intersection with yourself. Li Zhanyuan began to envy Tan Wenbin. Sometimes it was too meaningful to understand too much. Suddenly, the severe pain came. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head and watched the scarred scar that had healed in the palm of his palm actually cracked again, and the palm flesh bloomed. Heartbeat began to accelerate. This feeling of watching the flesh was too thrilling. As if the next moment, it spread out, the whole skin was peeled, and it walked out of his blood. Li Zhanyuan looked at Secretary Jin at the corner of her eyes. She still stood there with a wash basin, motionless, and didn't look at it. Ding Dalan stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. In his eyes, he struggled. Immediately, his neck began to fall towards the left, and his expression on his face continued to change, from kindness to calm to gloomy to greed. At last, he raised his head suddenly. Beast, I was cheated by you. Nympho. Well. The microphone fell on the ground. Li Zhanyuan swallowed his mouth, and he turned around and saw Ding Dalan, who was washing his face. I saw that he took his hands and patted his face, rubbed his face, and finally wiped with a towel. The third time. But this time, Ding Dalan didn't ask his accent question anymore, he didn't speak. The door was pushed away and hit the back of Secretary Jin. The door was bounced back, and the Secretary Jin remained motionless. Why? Outside the door, Li Sanjiang's voice came. Li Zhanyuan knew that it was not an illusion just a few times, because the speed of the grandfather's large number could not be so fast. For a while, it was really misappropriated. Secretary Jin moved his body, the door was opened, and Li Sanjiang said to Ding Dalan, "My sister-in-law is coming, I will pretend to be things first." Good. Li Sanjiang turned around and went out again, and did not call Li Chaoyuan out. He was not willing to work. This makes Li Zhanyuan stay in the room again. But... bang! The door was opened again. This time, it was very hard. Runzheng stood at the door with a tight face, holding a shovel in his hand. It can be seen that he was very scared that his tight face was his protection. But he was still here, and he was going to save people. How are you? Li Sanjiang came, moving tables and chairs first, and the sound finally move. Runzheng looked at Li Zhanyuan. He was waiting for a look. As long as his eyes were in place, he would not hesitate to pick up the shovel to the two in front of him. In short, either they are flesh or their own skin. Ding Dalan stretched out his hand to Li Chuan, "Come, follow me on the second floor, some snacks brought back from abroad in my room, let's take it away." In fact, there is no room for choice at all. Li Zhanyuan grabbed Ding Dalan's hand. Downstairs, Runzheng was photographed by Li Sanjiang and cursed, "What do? Xiao Yuanho goes to get his things, you should do your business, move things." Runzheng was very conflicted, but since it was Xiaowen's choice, he put down the shovel and started to move the tables and chairs. However, the courage he had mustered before could not last forever. The scene of last night began to replay in his mind. As he moved, his body began to tremble. Li Sanjiang saw this and hurried over and asked, "Are you still not feeling well?" "Ah! Forget it, you sit there and rest, I'll move it." When he came to the second floor, Ding Dalan was still holding his hand. Li Zhuiyuan felt that his hand was sticky. He was afraid that when he let go of his hand later, he would tear off a piece of his skin. In fact, it was indeed so. When he walked into the room, Ding Dalan took the initiative to let go of his hand. His skin just stuck to the boy's hand, and gradually stretched with the pulling, and finally... snap! The sound was so loud that Li Zhuiyuan was shocked and lost his mind. When he recovered, he found that the room was dark and it was dark. The furnishings in the room were all there, except Ding Dalan. Li Zhuiyuan closed his eyes and tried to find the feeling of floating up. He found it and felt himself floating up. He immediately opened his eyes and interrupted his awakening. Yes, he had gone to the underworld, but it was not his own initiative. He was pulled in by Ding Dalin. In this case, it would be a bit embarrassing for him to wake up now. Walking out of the room and onto the balcony, Li Zuiyuan wanted to find Ding Dalin. Since he pulled him in, he must have his purpose. In the dark night sky, there was a moon. The moon was a little big, and you could even see the potholes on it. Li Zuiyuan looked down and landed on the ground in front of him, and then blinked hard. The fish pond that was originally restored in reality has now returned to the appearance after the water monkeys were busy last night. The water was drained and a deep pit was dug. He roughly knew where he should go to find Ding Dalin. Going downstairs, the downstairs was still the scene after the banquet last night. The tables were still there and had not been cleaned up. When he walked out of the hall, Li Zuiyuan stopped first, then took 2 steps back and raised his head. He saw the little yellow warbler hanging on the ceiling of the hall. Because of her long hair, you can only see her face through her long hair when you walk to that specific narrow area. She closed her eyes and had an indifferent expression. Li Zuiyuan didn't know whether she had been hiding here last night or she was here now. The little yellow warbler didn't open her eyes and didn't give any response. Li Zuiyuan didn't stop, walked out of the hall, went down the dam, jumped into the fish pond, and came to the edge of the pit. Only when you look at it from a close distance can you deeply feel how deep this pit is. Li Zuiyuan turned his head and looked at the roof of the big bearded man's house behind him, which was where he hid and observed last night. He bent down and slid down the slope of the pit carefully. He slid for a long distance before reaching the bottom. In front of him was a dug spire. The dark hole was open like this. Li Zuiyuan held the wall and walked slowly inside. As he moved forward, lights were lit one by one. Because the tower was tilted, the lights inside also looked tilted. There were no murals on the walls around, which looked very monotonous. It seemed that the owner of the tomb did not intend to continue to cultivate his sentiments in the underground world after his death. Or, this tomb was built when the owner was alive, because if it was built by someone else, some text and pictures would inevitably be left to record his life. Fortunately, the tower was tilted, so there was a place to walk. If you come in vertically from the top, it would probably be no different from jumping into a well. The further you go in, the colder the color of the lights becomes, gradually changing from the bright yellow of the outermost section to green. Finally, Li Zuiyuan came to the bottom. He saw a huge sarcophagus, which was fixed to the bottom of the tower. Now it looks like it is attached to the wall. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. There are some furniture around the sarcophagus, all fixed like the coffin, so they are not scattered. Not only are they inlaid with gold and silver, but there are also jade and jewels. They are all good things. No wonder the 2 water monkeys who went down last night were so excited when they came up. I also understand why they came up empty-handed and said they couldn't move it. However, after going to the bottom, there was still no sign of Ding Dalin. Li Zuiyuan's eyes fell on the sarcophagus again. Could he still be in the coffin? The sarcophagus was tied with chains, and runes were painted around the coffin, which was in line with the characteristics of temples and tombs, and suppressed evil spirits. Hwala la! Hwala la! Hwala la! The chains began to tremble, and the things inside seemed to want to come out. Li Zuiyuan stood still. Although he didn't know whether opening the coffin when walking in the underworld would have some chain reactions in reality, he would not take the risk. It's not that he was worried about his own safety, but this was Siyuan village after all. God knows what consequences would be caused after the things in this coffin were released. I came here step by step because of the threat to my life, but even if I was threatened, I would not open the coffin. However, I didn't have to worry about it soon. Because with a crisp sound, the chains on the sarcophagus all fell off. Then there was a dull friction sound, and the sarcophagus lid slowly slid out. There was no need for me to help at all, it could come out by itself. Li Zuiyuan held his breath and concentrated, waiting for the person in the coffin to sit up. But after waiting for a long time, it didn't do so. The scene was caught in some weird tranquility. Gradually, the wind was in the tower, and it was very weak at first, but it swayed the lights. Then, the wind was getting bigger and larger, and it was formed in the tower. The sound of humming slowly became delicate again. In the end, it formed a human voice. It was hoarse, like an old-fashioned and lack of maintenance. Are you curious? Li Zhanyuan replied, I'm curious. Then why dare not approach? I'm scared. Are you afraid? Yes, fear is an instinct, the same as the pain. Let's open the human skin and speak brightly. What does this mean? Take off your skin, I don't want to talk to a child. No, I am me, now it's me. Oh, some people's skin is on the body, and some people's skin is in the heart. Li Zhanyuan knew that the other party was ridiculed himself, but he didn't matter that all his efforts were to protect this skin, both for himself and for Ali. Even if you don't want to peel off your skin, don't use your child's tone to talk to me. I am a child, okay, I try as much as possible. Do you know, where is this? 1. Temple tomb. Yes, the tomb of the temple. Then do you know, who suppressed me here? It's yourself. The wind sounded for a while. But soon, they called again to form a discourse. Guess it. I don't know who you are, and I don't know the era when you were born. Since you ask me this question, the answer should be within my choice, and only you are left. You really look like a person. When he was a child, he was like you. He was so clever. Can you say your name? Li Zhanyuan tentatively, so, I can check him when I plant trees in the future. You can't find his name. Oh. He is a beast. It's him, I lied to you. It's me, I believe him so much. Although he and I are almost the same age, I have always taken him as an example. I am to him, just like the two people around you to you. Li Zhanyuan knew that the two people it said should be Runsheng and Tan Wenbin, because it only has these limited options. The deceived person is really angry. He not only deceived me, but to deceive us, we who follow him. He is really abominable. He is like you, he can disguise. Li Zhanyuan worked hard to calm his emotions. The biggest harm to mental patients was to remind him of this disease over and over again. The conversation with the sarcophagus now makes the boy seem to return to the scene when he called Li Lan that night. Pretending is your instinct, you seem to be born. Do you have to explain? Li Zhanyuan interrupted this topic and continued to talk about this. He was worried that his cold mood would be seduced out. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Fill the fish pond, plant the peach trees. Don't worry, we will do it. Actually, I should have gone long ago. Where to go? Guess, you have to ask, and you have to ask again. Sure enough, like him, hypocrisy is your instinct. Don't describe him anymore, or don't describe me with him together. I am afraid of death, so I will come here along you. Then what? But some things, I would rather die would not give up. He also said one. The sound of wind stopped again. For a long time, the wind resurrected. Good. Thanks. Don't thanks, I originally planned to shout you and bury it with me. Thank you for your original. Seeing that the other party didn't speak anymore, the wind was still there. Li Zhanyuan looked at the original face and took the initiative to hand. How did he lie to you? He taught me a method that can control the death. For a shock in his heart, in the book he had read, he recorded the method of dealing with the death of death. However, he had not mentioned it, and the death could be controlled. I am very happy and excited. I am so convinced and respect him, so I learned it. Then you, have you learned? The wind continued to scrape it, and at this time, there was movement in the sarcophagus. A man sat up from the coffin. Because the coffin was hung on the base, the man at this time was facing Li Chaoyuan. He kept long hair, his face was cold, and his temperament was flowing. However, he closed his eyes, and the next sound was still through the wind instead of his own opening. I have learned, and I can control the death. Then where did he lie to you? Where did I lie to me? The man turned his head on his side, and the wind blew his horns. Inside, he showed a pair of eyes, one nose and one mouth, with a human face. The man's sideways increased, revealing his back, long hair, and the entire back of the head was the face of another woman. Very infiltrated pictures, so many men who have so many faces have grown. No, Li Zhanyuan realized that he was walking down, so what he saw was not necessarily real. Then these substantial faces may refer to men's hearts. Ho ho ho! The wind got louder, and the man's robe was blown up. Wherever his skin was exposed, his arms and chest were covered with densely packed faces. Li Zuiyuan subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing this scene, he already felt itchy. He looked down at his arms unconsciously, fearing that strange faces would grow on them at this time. He didn't tell me that while I can control them, they can also control me. Li Zuiyuan looked away, and when the wind died down, he looked back. The man returned to his original posture, and his clothes and hair fell down. He said that he wanted to eliminate all the evil spirits in the world and bring peace to the world. I believed him and followed him, but the result was that the more dead bodies I solved, the more I became like a dead body. When I realized this, there was no turning back. So, I built this tower and sealed myself. I plan to use time to grind them to death and myself to death. The ones you just saw had their eyes closed. In fact, they should have opened their eyes, crying, screaming, roaring, and wailing every day. Now, they are gone, and I succeeded. Originally, in a few years, I should have been able to grind myself to death. But who knew that a group of monkeys came? So, you have to fill this place and plant peach trees. Do you want to continue to suppress yourself? Hurry up, because I am no longer the same person I was before. In order not to harm the people, I suppressed the monkeys myself. Now, I long to keep you and bury you with me. The real me is dead, or I can no longer tell which face is the real me. I know, I will arrange it immediately, while you are still awake. You are wrong, I am not awake, I don't go out, because I have entered an irreversible terminal stage, and I will die soon if I go out. I want to keep a decent face for myself. In fact, I was very happy when I skinned the group of water monkeys. There is nothing more interesting than teasing monkeys. If there were more of them, I would have tasted more of this happiness, and I would have really come out. If there were 2 more last night, just 2. I would not talk to you here in this way now. Li Zuiyuan said in his heart that it was a close call, because 2 water monkeys were now in the hospital. Their accomplices had planned to take them out of the hospital. According to their style of doing things, even injured companions would be brought here, even if they were just holding flashlights to keep watch. Fortunately, I called the police in time. By chance, he saved his life. And the reason why I changed my mind about burying you with me was not because I felt sorry for you, but because I found another, more fun way. What way? The sound of the wind became more delicate at this time, as if someone was whispering in your ear. Can I tell you the method he taught me? Li Zuiyuan shook his head. You learned that and it's like this. How can I learn it with a ready-made counterexample in front of me? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Li Zuiyuan added. You said you were going to disappear. I filled the fish pond and planted peach trees on it. You don't know whether I learned it or not, and you can't come up to me again, right? Haha, you will learn it, and you can't help using it after you learn it. When I saw you lying on the roof and peeking, I was sure of this. Li Zuiyuan was silent. The things are in the first drawer of the dressing table. It's up to you whether you take it or not. After that, the man lay back in the sarcophagus. A method to control the death. Li Zuiyuan walked to the dressing table and put his hand on the handle of the first drawer. The wind sounded again. Now, do you want to say anything? Li Zuiyuan pursed his lips and said, I'm really good at judging people. He. So, it's not fun to pull you here to be buried together with me, but to make you become like me in the future. You should have just planted trees well. You can blame him if you want. You really look like him. But, I can't take revenge on him. I can only transfer this hatred to you. Squeak. Li Zuiyuan opened the drawer, and it was empty. Immediately, a huge sense of loss came over me. Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten where this is? This place has been restored. Do you need to dig it up again to get something? I have already put it in a place where you will definitely see it. Li Zuiyuan pushed the drawer back, nodded, and said, Thank you. You're welcome, because in the future, you will hate me, just like I hate him now. After learning this, those dead bodies that you have controlled will enter your heart, distorting and polluting all your emotions. One day, when you look in the mirror, you will find that the person in the mirror is so strange. Li Zuiyuan. The sound of the wind disappeared completely. The iron chain on the sarcophagus was retracted again, locking the coffin again. The lights around were also gradually extinguished. Before Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes, a wave of feeling had already hit him. He did not resist, feeling the feeling of floating upwards. Suddenly, the sky was bright again. Li Zhanyuan found that he was standing in the room, and the sun shining in the afternoon brought a little warmth. He saw Ding Dalin again, but Ding Dalin at this time was very thin. He was like a shirt, neatly placed on the ground. Li Zhanyuan bent down and picked up the shirt. No way, you can't put him like this? In addition, although he had not weighed a weight of an adult skin before, he still felt that it was too heavy. I pressed my hand and pressed it on top, and felt some hard blocks. Find it over again, and did not find the crack. In the end, I could only take a deep breath, stretched my hand from Ding Dalin's mouth, and pulled all the way down, grabbing a hard and cold thing. Looking out and looking at it, Huang Chankin was a big golden ingot. This should be the money of rent and the money of planting trees. You are so weird. On the Dzi downstairs, the shout came. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. Li Zhanyuan walked to the balcony holding Ding Dalin and looked down. Runzheng stood on the dam, waved a human skin in his hand, and the human skin spread away. With his waving, Secretary Jin swayed in the air. I scared me, Xiao Yuan, fortunately you are okay, I really worry that you will become like this. What about Grandpa? The uncle has gone back. What is going on? It's okay, brother Runzheng, come on. Oh, okay. Runzheng ran up quickly, and he didn't have time to put away Secretary Jin. It is estimated that the corner of it was pulled. In short, when Runzheng appeared on the balcony, the Secretary Jin in his hand had been cracked. Xiao Yuan, you also have a set here. How to deal with these two sets of leather clothes? Get it away first, you throw away the workroom in the furnace and burn it. Good. Brother Runzheng, move ladder. What? Go to the roof. Yes, I almost forgot, our things are still on the top. Runzheng moved the ladder and climbed up first. When Li Zhanyuan climbed up, he reached out and pulled a hand. The flags and appliances wrapped in the two sacks are still there, and there are also exclusive Runzheng Takayong River shovel lying on the ground. Xiao Yuan, I move them down. Brother Runzheng, don't move first. Oh, okay. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of the sacks containing the appliance, squatted down, opened the mouth of the sack, and saw an ancient book that was placed in it. This is what it leaves to itself, Method. Take out the book, there is no book title on the cover. It has not mentioned the word book, just to say that this book should be similar to the learning notes of handwriting. Don't hesitate, turn the page directly. Then, Li Zhanyuan was stunned, which is so familiar that it is no longer familiar. He immediately turned several pages in a row, and finally confirmed a fact. Hold the book, stand up, look at the fish pond below. So, the person who lies you, is his name called Wei Zhendao. Chapter 43. Li Zuiyuan held up the black book and waved it in the direction of the fish pond. Although he didn't know if it could see him, he had to do his best. Now, there were many things and miscellaneous matters at hand, and he had to deal with them one by one. Brother Runzheng, come and get the things. Okay. Runzheng came over, carried all the things on his back, weighed them, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Forget the battle flag, but this set of corpse retrieving equipment is his most beloved treasure. When he woke up today, he didn't dare to think about it. He felt heartbroken when he thought about it. Xiao Yuan, where are they? Go home. Then where are we now? Go home too. After returning home, Li Zuiyuan went straight up to the second floor and walked into his room. There were many books neatly stacked on the desk. Li Zuiyuan took out one book each from the 6 sets of books, Records of Strange Things in Jianghu, Records of the Right Way to Subdue Demons, Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy, Theory of Deduction of Fate, Liu's Qi Viewing Secret, and Qin's Method of Observing Jiao. Then he looked for the blank part of the page, picked up the carving knife, and cut off a thumb-wide strip, a total of 6 strips. After hesitating for a while, he opened the black book he had just received and cut off another strip. He found a piece of white paper, wrapped the 7 strips in order, and found a black plastic bag to put the gold ingot in it. Carrying these things, he went downstairs and came to the east room. Lu Yumei had just finished taking a bath and sat by the coffee table, with moisture on her silver-white hair. Seeing the boy coming, she pointed to the closed room and said, "Ali is taking a bath. Grandma Lu, I'm here to see you." "Oh? Then make tea." Li Zuiyuan put the things away and started making tea. "Xiao Yuan, Grandma, I like watching you make tea. It's my honor." After the two of them took a sip of tea, Li Zuiyuan put down the cup and took out the paper bag. "Grandma Lu, I know you are an expert in paper and cloth. I have some paper slips here. Can you help me take a look?" Lu Yumei's biggest hobby is to design clothes for Ali. She is often seen drawing with a brush. Although she is only drawing clothes, she can taste a unique charm in the details, which is not inferior to the retired art academy masters in the family compound. If nothing unexpected happens, Aunt Liu's painting skills should be learned from her. Moreover, Ali's painting foundation is also very deep. This kind of painting master is often very knowledgeable about paper materials. "Okay, let me show you." Li Zuiyuan first took out 2 paper slips and placed them in front of Lu Yumei. They were from the Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy and Theory of Deduction of Fate. Lu Yumei reached out and touched the 2 pieces of paper, and asked, "Do you want to know what material or method it was made of or what era it was made of?" "Age. I see you know something about antiques, so why can't you tell the age of ancient books?" "Grandma, you're joking. I just read a lot before, but I don't really understand." "That's right. Ancient books are a relatively small branch in the antique business." Li Zuiyuan waited quietly for the answer. "These 2 pieces are from the Republic of China." "Republic of China? If I'm not mistaken, the words written on them should be neat and small, suitable for recording and filling. You have a sharp eye." Li Zuiyuan took out the pieces of paper of Qin's Method of Watching Floods and Liu's Secret of Watching Qi and put them on the table. There were no words on them, so there was no need to worry that Lu Yumei could tell what book it was. Of course, even if the words were cut together, she probably wouldn't be able to read it. In these two books, the characters become more freehand and uglier as they are written. In the beginning, Li Zuiyuan could guess what the characters were by referring to the context, but in the end, it was as if he was familiar with the special symbols created by the writer and began to understand them. Of course, these ugly characters have deep meanings. It can even be said that it is precisely because of these ugly characters that the value of this pirated version is far better than the original. Lu Yumei picked up the two pieces of paper, rubbed them lightly, put them in front of her nose and smelled them, then put them down and said, "It's from the Ming and Qing dynasties." "I see. If you bring the part with the characters, I can tell the age more specifically." "Then I'll go get the book now." Lu Yumei shook her head, "No need." Li Zuiyuan smiled, as if he had known the answer long ago. Next, he put the three pieces of paper, records of strange things in the Jianghu, records of demons subduing the righteous way and the black-covered book on the table. In fact, the three books he wanted Lu Yumei to look at were the ones he wanted to see. Li Zuiyuan was modest before. He could tell the approximate age of the four books. But he could not figure out the age of Wei Zhendao's books. He could only assume that they were from the Ming and Qing dynasties based on the quality and preservation of the books. But now the problem came. The one in the fish pond was from the 6 dynasties, almost 1,500 years ago. The handwriting in the black book he gave himself was exactly the same as Wei Zhendao's. Li Zuiyuan could tell whether the handwriting in the book was written by himself or deliberately imitated by later generations when copying. Because whether it was Jianghu's Higuai Lu or Zhendao Fumo Lu, there was a kind of self-satisfaction between the lines. This point was also in the black book. This means that the three sets of Wei Zhendao's books in his hands were not handwritten copies by later generations, but original copies. But if the time span is suddenly extended to 1,500 years ago, the preservation of the original books would be too amazing. At first, Lu Yumei just glanced at these three notes at will, and then she stagnated, and immediately stretched out her hand to hold the three notes and raised them, and asked, "What kind of book is this?" Li Zhanyuan asked, "Do you really want me to answer?" "Forget it, don't answer." Lu Yumei opened his hand, and the three notes slowly fell. She picked up the teapot again. Regardless of the hot tea, she washed her hands with hot tea. Li Zhanyuan asked curiously, "Grandma, what age is these three sheets?" "Oh, this is not a paper. It's human skin." Li Zhanyuan blinked. "Human skin? Human leather paper, have you heard of it?" "No." "Just right, as long as you are willing to spend enough costs, there are many methods for pursuing books for long-term retaining books. It is the most time-consuming and labor-free." "I see. Do you really understand? Then do you know, which age is these three people?" "After the Eastern Han dynasty, before the Sui and Tang dynasties." "I can give you the most specific age." "You say?" "Nan Liang." "Grandma, you will talk about it again." Emperor Liang Wu, Xiao Yan, once made paper with 3,000 people, and recorded the Buddhist scriptures to worship the true Buddha. However, before the batch of paper had time to use it, Hojing rebelled, and this batch of paper was circulated from the palace, known as the Buddha paper. You three books are written with this Buddha skin. Isn't he believed in the Buddha with a paper-made paper? What are the strangeness? Be the emperor to worship the Buddha and ask for the Tao. Where is the compassion for the sidelines for Huipu? It is nothing more than wanting to ask for a longevity to continue to enjoy the honor. Isn't the monastery in the Ming dynasty the same? This kind of emperor does not love rivers and mountains and does not love beauty. He only loves themselves, and he is very selfish in his bones. Therefore, how can I really care about anyone? Been taught a lesson. This book, this paper, if it is well preserved, even if it is true antiques, it seems that you really have a lot of good things in the basement of your grandfather. Do you know that there is a book in the basement of the grandfather? He said that when there were some people who sent him when I was broken, they said that someone would come to pick it up in the future, but until now, no one came to take it away. Who is it deposited? I haven't even read those books. How can I know who is? Besides, I am now looking old and not suitable for reading. It's a pity, I think there are a few books, it's still very interesting. When Ali is sick, you can think of Grandma. If you can't read it, you still have to watch it yourself. Do you have something else? Yes. Li Zhanyuan opened the black plastic bag, took out the ingot, and placed it in front of Lu Yumei. You kid, go as a monkey. No, dare not. This is underworld, used when funeral. It's gold. Why, do you want to change money here? Yes. He 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 he. Lu Yumei laughed with her mouth covering her mouth. Reasonable buying and selling, not involving others. The main reason is that it leaves a piece of gold ingot. This is the money of renting land and planting trees. It is not easy to explain to the grandfather. One is not easy to explain. After all, Tai Ye only needs to go to the village to sign for the signature. Okay, how many? Nothing. Lu Yumei picked up the gold ingot and squeezed it in his hand, and asked, convert it to you at the current price of gold. Okay. But this is a complete gold ingot. Oh, your boy, Grandma adds you 1 to 1%. Thank you Grandma. This is also the benefit of exchanging here Lu Yumei. Cutting away in the outside shop, the appearance was ruined. Ting. Come. Aunt Lu came out of the kitchen, bowed her head to Lu Yumei's ear to listen to the command, and nodded, okay, I will go to the bank. Lu Yumei watched Li Zhanyuan and said, you can give it to you at night. Okay, Grandma. You haven't made it clear about last night. It's not good to make it clear, but it's always solved. That's good. Lu Yumei looked at the boy slightly, watching the boy, you are not good. Maybe it's not rest. No, it seems that you have to sleep too much, you are not good for people to go to snacks, it is not good to sleep too much, it is easy to sleep, an unclear reality or dreaming. At this time, the door of Donggu opened, and A Li stood at the door. Some ancients always feel exaggerated, but when you really see it in reality, you will find that the description is so appropriate, such as that naturally carved. I was used to seeing A Li's good dress. At present, this kind of just after taking a shower, she is very beautiful and exquisite. Li Zhunyuan's face showed a smile, and she was there, how could she not distinguish between dreams and reality? Lu Yumei said coldly, when I was young, I looked as good as A Li. Li Zhanyuan said, Grandpa at the age of 10, you can see you. Boy, fight! Lu Yumei reached out and wanted to shoot Li Chaoyuan. Li Zhanyuan avoided it. A Li came over, Lu Yumei stood up, ready to help her granddaughter dress up. Who knows, her granddaughter ran directly with the boy into the main house. For a moment, Lu Yumei felt a little embarrassed, but since she was already standing, she might as well stretch. Oh, you're exercising late at night? Li Sanjiang and Tan Wenbin came back with an empty cart. They had just delivered tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks to someone. Lu Yumei, my arms and legs are old, so I have to move more. Yes, I have to move more. My mule is sick at home, and I feel really tired after delivering a trip. Li Sanjiang walked to the chair and sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it. He needed to relax. Tan Wenbin asked, is Xiao Yuan back? I'm back. I just went upstairs. Okay, Grandma. Tan Wenbin didn't go upstairs to find Xiao Yuan, but ran to the workshop. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a strong aroma of meat. Oh, Runs Hung, you are so unkind. You actually grilled meat secretly here. As he said, he reached out and picked up a piece from the stove, and put it directly into his mouth without blowing it. Ho ho, so hot, so hot. Runs Hung. Crispy, not bad. Are you roasting pig skin? Why don't you prepare some dipping sauce? If there is no pepper, some salt will do. Is it delicious? It's delicious. The meat is quite fresh. Do you want more? Of course. Come on, which piece do you want to eat? I'll cut it for you. Runzhung put out the 2 sets of leather clothes on the table, lifelike. He was just destroying them according to Xiaowen's instructions, but Tan Wenbin came in and ate them. He didn't even have time to remind him. Tan Wenbin saw the 2 thin people lying on the table. He was stunned for half a minute, but he was still chewing numbly. Finally, he lowered his head and spit out the contents in his mouth, covering his neck. Ugh! The toilet is next door, go there and vomit. Binbin was unmoved and continued to dry heave while squatting on the ground. Runzhung didn't want him to make this place dirty, so he simply picked up Binbin and sent him to the toilet, letting him hold the dragon chair and vomit loudly. After returning to the workshop, Runzhung cut all the remaining leather clothes and put them into the furnace in batches. It was destroyed, but the furnace had to be cleaned afterwards, otherwise it would be full of oil. Tan Wenbin came back with a pale face. He looked at the empty case and asked, I was hallucinating just now, right? It's nothing, just dirty meat. No, are you really eating this stuff? Runzhung shook his head, I don't eat it. Hey! Tan Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. The meat is not dirty enough, and it's not marinated well. Tan Wenbin sat down, stretched out his hand to scratch his hair, and said, I always feel that you are lying to me. What did you lie to you about? From the beginning to the end, it seemed like a sitcom. I was thrown away at the critical moment. I have never seen a dead body that can move by itself. Just think it's a lie to you. But it doesn't seem like it. Xiao Yuan won't lie to me about this kind of thing. Runzhung reached out and touched Tan Wenbin's forehead, and asked with concern, Are you food poisoned? Tan Wenbin shook his head aggrievedly. He had seen Li Zuiyuan say the answers while listening to him reading math problems. For a senior high school student, this scene is more magical than seeing a dead body that can move. Runzhung, can you tell me what happened last night? Xiao Yuan asked me to ask you. Runzhung nodded and told me what happened last night and today. After listening, Tan Wenbin's face became even paler. So, the 2 water monkeys I met today were actually possessed by Saidao. Do you need to ask? You just ate the skin. Don't mention that, I've forgotten it. Do you have anything else to ask? No, nothing. Tan Wenbin stood up tremblingly and staggered out. Where are you going? Go to the store and call my dad to pick me up. Tan Wenbin walked to the dam and squatted down. He took out a cigarette with trembling hands and put it in his mouth, but the match was struck many times and failed to produce sparks. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one bar. He was just joking just now, how could he call his dad to pick him up? He didn't see Saidao this time, but there would always be a chance next time. This feeling is like a person who likes spicy food but can't eat spicy food. It's very painful and uncomfortable, but he can't help but want to continue trying. Crack! The fire was lit, and Tan Wenbin immediately leaned over to light it. A roar was heard, and a police 3-wheeled motorcycle drove onto the dam. Tan Wenbin raised his head with a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Tan Yunlong. Bang! The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Tan Yunlong got off the police car, walked over, and gave him a fatherly kick. Bang! Tan Wenbin was kicked to the ground, the dam was flat, and he rolled several times. I put you here to let you smoke here? I think you don't know any rules at all. Tan Wenbin retorted, Dad, aren't you also using the public car for personal purposes? Hat! Tan Yunlong began to unbuckle his belt. What's wrong? What's wrong? Li Sanjiang came out and grabbed Tan Yunlong, don't hit him all the time. What if he gets hurt? Uncle, this guy was just squatting here smoking. Hey, I just pulled it out for him. I was just teasing him. He doesn't smoke at all. If you want to hit him, hit me. Uncle, you can't protect him like this. If the child is spoiled too much, he will not learn well. I spoil my little Yuanho. I think he is very good. How can they be the same? They are all children. What's the difference? I dream of being different. Come, sit down, stay for dinner tonight. No, uncle, I'm here on business. There was a drama troupe. There was a car accident in Pingchao town at noon. The car broke through the guardrail when crossing the bridge and fell into the river. Which troupe? They were performing in Siyuan village yesterday. Oh, this one. Where are the people? How are they? All dead. Hiss. How could this happen? It was just a simple car accident, but too many people died. I came here for routine visits and inquiries. Did anything happen during the performance yesterday? Like quarrels or fights that led to conflicts? No, they performed very well yesterday. I guess they didn't sleep all night and were driving tired. Well, the helper's identity is a bit special, it's a troupe from another province. It's probably hard to find work in other provinces, so they come here to find work. Alas, it's a pity. Okay, let's do it, Uncle, Binbin is here, I'm sorry to bother you. No trouble, this kid is very good, and he helps me with work. In fact, the kid has a good character, I can see that. It's just that his academic performance is not good, he doesn't focus on his homework, and he just wants to play all day. Aren't all kids like this? My Xiao Yuanho is also like this, he likes to play and doesn't have much mind to study. Tan Yunlong. Uncle, don't you know your Xiaowen's academic situation? It's because of your help, otherwise I would still have to worry about whether he can go to school. Didn't Xiao Yuan tell you? He said you helped to make it happen. This is what I should do. How can I let a child not go to school for 9 years of compulsory education? Since the old man didn't know, Tan Yunlong wouldn't explain it. Stay for dinner. No, I'm leaving. After saying goodbye to Li Sanjiang, Tan Yunlong got on his motorcycle and left. After seeing his father leave, Tan Wenbin got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. Li Sanjiang took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Do you dare to smoke again? Why not? Pa. Li Sanjiang rewarded Tan Wenbin with a heavy chestnut. Tan Wenbin covered his head and said aggrievedly, Uncle, what are you doing? Don't hate your dad is also for your own good. When you grow up, your dad will give you cigarettes in the future. Hey! Tan Wenbin thought of this scene, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. That would be great. Cina Kangzi, when your dad hands you a cigarette for the first time, you won't be able to laugh. Li Zuiyuan didn't rush to read the book, but sat in the house and played chess with Ali. The boy enjoyed the process of losing one hand after another, which helped him calm down his anxious mood. He knew that he had a bad habit of thinking too much, but he would be very quiet in front of girls. Aunt Lu came up and knocked on the door. Li Zuiyuan walked out and took a bag from her, which contained money. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Come down for dinner. Okay. Because Aunt Lu went to the bank, the dinner was simpler, noodles and 2 kinds of toppings, but it was also delicious. Hey, Zhuang, why don't you have an appetite tonight? I ate too much at noon. I thought your dad kicked your stomach. Not really, he's very accurate with his feet. Zhuang, will you be a policeman in the future? No, I won't. It's so nice to be a policeman. My grandpa said that being a policeman is good, but if there weren't the 2 words people in front of it, it would be much more tiring and the burden would be much heavier. That's how wise he is. Are you talking about my grandpa? He is also your grandfather. Tan Wenbin turned his head to look at Li Zuiyuan and asked, Xiao Yuan, which university are you going to apply for? Hai-He University. Okay, then I will apply there too, and then I will go to the school with you to register. Pa! Li Sanjiang knocked Tan Wenbin's head with the end of his chopsticks. What nonsense are you talking about? If you go to register with our Xiaowenho, you will have to repeat a few years. Li Zuiyuan noticed that Ali's movements of eating noodles became very natural, and she did not pursue the uniform length of each time. When she finished eating, Li Zuiyuan asked, Do you want more? Ali shook her head. Li Zuiyuan picked up the handkerchief, and she leaned forward on her own initiative. After wiping her mouth and hands, Li Zuiyuan folded the handkerchief and wiped himself. Seeing that the girl kept staring at the handkerchief, the boy deliberately put it in his pocket. The girl seemed to pout. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan coaxed Ali back to sleep. When he returned to the main house, he saw Runzheng and Tan Wenbin sitting in front of the TV. There were rattan sticks and wooden strips in front of them, and they were making paper folding while watching TV. Surprisingly, Tan Wenbin's movements were very skillful. If you didn't know, you would think his family was also an ancestral paper folding shop. Brother Binbin. Hey, Brother Xiao Yuan. Don't you read books or do homework? I brought all the homework. I've written the composition myself. You can help me write the rest before I go back. If you do this, your parents won't let you come here in the future. Don't worry. The worse my grades are, the more likely they will put me here. That makes sense. Hehe, after all, tying me to the Confucian temple is not as effective as leaving me here. Is it easy to get into Hai-He University? Brother Xiao Yuan, are you reminding me to study hard? Just asking. You don't know. I don't know. Oh, yes, all domestic universities are the same in your eyes. With my current grades, the success rate of getting into Hai-He University is as high as the probability that every household will have a color TV in the future. Then you should be able to pass the exam. One of my brothers said so. Coming to the second floor, Li Zuiyuan began to do horse stance while breathing. After practicing, he took a shower and went back to the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the black book in his hand. He knew that he would definitely learn. Because he is young now, according to Lu Yumei, it is not appropriate to practice hard skills before the bones grow up, but he cannot accept his helplessness when he encounters crises again and again. Although the crisis he encountered recently is a bit outrageous, Zhao Kuo, who was studying at home, met Bai Qi when he went out. But, you have to learn some non-physical means to face death directly. It gave this book to me as an open conspiracy. However, the final result may not be what it wants to see. Putting the book under the pillow, Li Zuiyuan got out of bed, walked to the closet, and looked at himself in the mirror. Strange feeling? But I felt very strange when I looked at myself in the mirror a long time ago. Dirty and distorted emotions? How I wish I had emotions to let it pollute. You said I was like Wei Zhendao, is there a possibility? Li Zuiyuan put his hand on the mirror, and his opinion in the mirror became blurred, as if he had become another stranger. Of course, this was just Li Zuiyuan's own imagination. Wei Zhendao, do you have the same disease as me and Li Lan? I went to bed early and got up early. When I woke up, it was still dark. I looked sideways and it was not time for the girl to come. After getting up and washing, I picked up the black book and walked to the terrace. I saw the door of the east room was opened and Ali, who was wearing a white top and a horse-faced skirt, walked out. She looked up and looked at the boy standing upstairs. Li Zuiyuan smiled and waved to her. Although it was not yet dawn, his sun had risen. The girl sat beside him, and Li Zuiyuan began to formally flip through the black book. Familiar handwriting, familiar self-satisfaction. It seems that because it was written for a friend, this feeling is even stronger, and there is a kind of pleasure of sharing one's good things with a good friend. Li Zuiyuan felt that it might hate the wrong person. Wei Zhendao might really teach him this method purely, but some methods are not suitable for everyone. After reading on, Li Zuiyuan confirmed his guess. The first article, Walking Yin Control. The second chapter is about conscious integration. The third chapter is about guiding cognition. The fourth chapter is about completing the control. This book is not thick and does not contain much content. It only talks about methods. If you want to learn it, you just need to follow the method. But the difficulty is very great. Just controlling the yin walking is not something that everyone can master. In this way, that it is really a genius. It actually learned it and controlled so many dead people. In addition, this book is very insidious. It treats the dead people as an animal, connects with them through the yin walking method, then integrates consciousness, reads their memories before death, and finally, like hypnosis and deception, induces and controls their behavior. It is very similar to animal training. Maybe, in a serious book, you have to put on airs and write destroyed by the righteous way over and over again. But in the notes written to friends, I let go and revealed my true thoughts. Wei Zhendao, you can think of such a method, what kind of righteous way is it? For Li Zuiyuan, the first step was not difficult, nor were the third and fourth steps. He could already control the yin movement, and he also knew how to hypnotize and seduce. After all, he also had rich experience in being studied by psychologists. It was the second step that he had no idea about yet. Wei Zhendao's description was so mysterious that Li Zuiyuan had to try to translate it into modern words to understand it. It was like a frequency, similar to a radio, which made him and the dead fall in a resonance. Can it be understood in this way? How to control this frequency? Li Zuiyuan leaned back on the rattan chair, covered his face with the book, and closed his eyes. He wanted to find the feeling, first find a state of half-sleep, and walk the yin movement. Beside him, the girl saw the boy lying down, and lay down with him. In the morning light, the boy and the girl lay side by side on the rattan chairs leaning against each other, but the girl was lying sideways, looking at the boy's face. Li Zuiyuan found that feeling, as if he had succeeded in walking in the underworld. He slowly opened his eyes, but everything around him was foggy and he couldn't see anything. According to the content in the book, Li Zuiyuan began to try to control his consciousness to tremble. This was what he understood as frequency. In reality, the boy lying on the rattan chair began to twitch his eyelashes rapidly. Ali noticed it, and she reached out to touch it, but she pulled her hand back halfway, and then she closed her eyes. The foggy surroundings did not change at all. Li Zuiyuan finally realized a big problem, that is, what was he testing here without even a test subject? But what could he do? Should he ask Brother Runshung to go out and tie a dead one and bring it back for him to test? But at this moment, the surrounding images began to tremble faster, as if some powerful band was actively responding to him. The fog in front of him began to recede, and Li Zuiyuan saw a girl sitting in the middle of the darkness with her knees hugged in front of her. Is he sensing Ali? Chapter 44. Li Zuiyuan is still in the stage of exploring and learning this method of controlling death, so he is a little confused about the current situation. But one thing can be confirmed first, that is, Ali is definitely not dead. So, I am the one who died? Li Zuiyuan really recalled his childhood seriously and confirmed that he just had the same mental illness as Li Lan, and he was not expelled from the human race and classified as dead. So, what is the current situation? This is the disadvantage of a person reading books and learning by himself. There is no teacher to teach, no complete teaching plan, and no complete knowledge theory system architecture. Sometimes complex problems can be solved by oneself, but when encountering simple concepts, one can only scratch his head. Moreover, under this premise, people with better learning talents are often more likely to go astray. But I'm here. Li Zuiyuan looked at Li wrapped in darkness in front of him and took a step forward. After this step, he felt that everything around him was flowing rapidly, and a feeling that was countless times stronger than motion sickness was madly stimulating his consciousness. Fortunately, all this happened quickly and went away quickly. When the surroundings became quiet, Li Zuiyuan found himself sitting on a small bench with his feet on the threshold in front of him. Li Zuiyuan was very familiar with this sitting posture. For a long time, the girl had been sitting like this during the day. Woo 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 woo, woo 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 woo. It sounded like crying and the low roar of animals, some far and some near. Just outside the door, just a line away from the threshold, the perspective was obviously very realistic, but it was filled with a strange ink painting style. A dwarf who was only a few inches tall and dressed in yellow, riding a pony and driving a car with a yellow canopy, passed by the door, turned a corner, and rushed to the depths of the dark clouds in front. A python was walking through the grass in front of the door. The python had only one head, but two snake bodies extended from below. When crawling, the snake bodies kept entangled and shuttled. In the vegetable field ahead, several people dressed as farmers were working with hoes, with kettles tied to the left side of their waists and their heads tied to the right side. In the distance, by the river, several women were squatting there washing clothes, hammering with hammers in their hands, but what they were knocking down were not dirty clothes, but crying babies. The environment outside the door was dynamic, and when you turn your eyes, the things you see outside the door began to change. For a while, all kinds of ghosts appeared in sight, some of which were recorded in ancient books, and some were unheard of. Li Zuiyuan raised his eyes, and there were dark clouds in the sky, and it seemed that there was a huge figure looming in it. He wanted to catch it with his eyes, but he couldn't see it clearly. Li Zuiyuan turned his head and looked behind him. There was an altar table, and the altar table was full of tablets. At first glance, an inexplicable sense of security arose spontaneously. But soon, it was a strong sense of loss. Because these tablets were not only dull, but also dilapidated, with shocking cracks all over them. Li Zuiyuan thought that since they could appear here, they should be able to play a role. But in fact, they were missing their functions. There was an oil lamp in front of each tablet, but there was no oil in the oil lamp, so it was obviously impossible to light up the spiritual light. Suddenly, Li Zuiyuan felt that it became very quiet outside the house, and the light became dim. He turned his head and looked at the door, and found a wall with potholes and mottled spots, which completely blocked the door. Buzz! The next moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the wall, and then it was torn apart suddenly, revealing a huge slanted eye. Li Zuiyuan's mind was shocked, and there was a harsh roar in his ears. The images in front of him all dissipated, and he seemed to wake up, but he could not see or hear. On the second-floor terrace, the boy opened his eyes blankly, stood up from the rattan chair, and began to sway left and right, getting closer and closer to the edge of the balcony. At this time, a small hand grabbed his hand and pulled him back. Li Zuiyuan stumbled back to the rattan chair, and then stared straight ahead with a dull expression. It was unknown how long it took for the boy to regain some consciousness, followed by a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and lowered his head in pain. Gradually, he calmed down and turned his head to look at the girl beside him. The girl was also looking at him, with a little expectation in her eyes, as if waiting for his evaluation. He had just gone to the girl's home and saw the horror in her heart that was enough to make people unforgettable for a lifetime. But the boy did not comfort or feel distressed. Instead, he smiled with an arc at the corner of his mouth and said in a dry voice, "It's really interesting." The girl tilted her cheek slightly, and a shallow dimple seemed to appear at the corner of her mouth. She was very happy. Children from ordinary families always feel a little cramped and uneasy when they bring their classmates and friends to their homes to play. Her home is terrible, but no matter how terrible it is still her home. At this time, sympathy, comfort, and encouragement are not what the host wants, but will increase the embarrassment. Therefore, the best attitude as a guest is, relax and don't take it seriously. Li Zuyuan also smiled, he stretched out his hand and gently scratched the girl's nose. The girl looked at his hand seriously, and then slowly raised her hand. The boy leaned forward, and the girl also scratched the boy's nose, very lightly and softly. Pick up the black book again, Li Zuyuan began to review the previous process. He felt that he seemed to have succeeded in the execution method, although the result was a failure. Moreover, he seemed to have found a training method. A Li was his sparring partner. Although, he vaguely felt that the level of this sparring partner seemed to be beyond the scope. But the greater the difficulty, the faster his progress. The worst thing is a headache, he can bear it. A Li, shall we do it again? The girl nodded. Then, the two lay down together and closed their eyes. The same beginning, the same process, the same picture, and the same splitting headache. When Li Zuyuan just recovered from the second time, Aunt Liu's voice came from downstairs. Eat breakfast. This feeling is very similar to the past when he got up early and played a few games of chess and waited for breakfast. Li Zuyuan felt that he had found a new game with the girl. Breakfast was porridge, but there were many kinds of pickles, both the local traditional ones in Nantung and the favorites of Grandma Lu. Small plates were placed on the small table, which was very ceremonial. Of course, if Runzheng and Binbin were not considered. Runzheng always eats like this, he has to light incense in the morning, noon, and evening, put porridge in a bowl, pour all kinds of pickles into it, stir it and eat it with a spoon, so that every spoonful of porridge and vegetables are evenly mixed. Tan Wenbin was completely integrated. Li Sanjiang crossed his left leg, and he crossed his right leg. Both of them held the porridge bowl with one hand and sipped along the edge of the bowl for half a circle, then picked up a few pickles with chopsticks and put them in their mouths. While chewing the pickles, they scratched their itch with the end of the chopsticks and looked into the distance. After the meal, Li Sanjiang lit a cigarette. Tan Wenbin took the initiative to pick up the match and help Li Sanjiang light it. Then, while the match was not extinguished, he also took a cigarette from Li Sanjiang's cigarette box and put it in his mouth. After lighting it, he quickly threw the match away and shook his hand quickly. Li Sanjiang glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He didn't understand the word rebellion, but he had lived long enough and seen a lot, and knew that the child in front of him was at this stage. Generally, children will experience this when they grow up, and always feel that growing up is a great thing. But when he looked at Li Zuyuan, Li Sanjiang smiled again. His own little Yuanho would definitely not be so naive. Li Zuyuan took down the money exchanged for the gold ingots and handed the bag to Li Sanjiang. Grandpa, Uncle Ding, and his friends came this morning. They said they had something urgent and had to go back. They didn't wake you up because they were afraid of disturbing your sleep, so they asked me to hand over the money to you. Really? Are you in such a hurry to leave? Li Sanjiang took the black plastic bag and took a look at it, and the cigarette in his mouth obviously took a few puffs faster. Oh, it's really not too old. Grandpa, should it be enough? It's definitely enough. Once the contract money is paid, the rest of the money will be used to plant peach trees. If there is more money left, plant more densely, and if there is less money, plant more sparsely. Okay, I'll go to the village chief to sign the contract, and then go to the town to inquire about the seedlings. Ting Hao, I won't be back for lunch. Alas, if it weren't for the house, I really don't want to bother with such troubles. Li Sanjiang carried the bag and walked out. As soon as he walked down the dam, he heard his voice. Little Quihao, are you here to play with little Yuanho? Yes. Then go. Soon, Qiui walked to the dam. Her eyes swept over Li Zuyuan and A Li, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Brother Yuanho. When she ran over, Li Zuyuan held A Li's hand. Brother Yuanho, it's my birthday today. My mother will buy me a birthday cake. Can you come to my house for lunch? Quick Yui's eyes were full of anticipation. She had always dreamed of having friends to celebrate her birthday with her. Okay, I'll go. What about Sister Ali? Li Zuiyuan looked at Ali and asked, do you want to go? Ali looked at the boy and nodded. Li Zuiyuan was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Ali to agree. In the distance, Lu Yumei, who was still chewing her breakfast slowly, also looked up in surprise, with joy on her face. Then Ali will go too. Yeah, that's great. But, Quick Yui, you have to tell Aunt Xianghao that you have to prepare a small table separately. Ali can't get too close to strangers. I understand. I told my mother about Sister Ali last time. I'll let my mother prepare it. Then I'll go too. Tan Wenbin raised his hand. Brother Yuanho, who is he? Zhuang Shuang. What Zhuang Shuang? My name is Binbin. Li Zuiyuan looked at him and said, I thought you had already agreed. I'm just too lazy to argue with your grandfather. Tan Wenbin rolled his eyes. That's fine, Brother Zhuang Shuang. Oh no, Brother Binbin, you come too. Quick Yui naturally hopes that the more people come to her birthday, the better. Tan Wenbin shouted to Runzheng, who was still eating a big spoonful of dry porridge in the corner, Runzheng, are you going? There will be cake to eat. Runzheng looked at Li Zuiyuan, and when he saw Li Zuiyuan nodded, he replied, go. Li Zuiyuan said to Quick Yui, well, Quick Yui, you have to tell your mother to cook an extra pot of rice. Okay, I will. Then I'll go back first, you have to come for lunch. Brother Yuanho, Sister Ali, Brother Runzheng, Brother Zhuang Shuang, goodbye. Quick Yui went back hopping, so happy that she seemed to want to grow a pair of wings and fly. Tan Wenbin came over and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, shall we go to the town to pick out gifts now? Li Zhanyuan nodded, I go back to the upstairs to get money. Don't, I have it here. Tan Wenbin patted his pocket. In order to be afraid that he had a burden at his house, his parents gave him a lot of pocket money. Well, Brother Runzheng, let's take a tricycle to the town. Come. Runzheng lifted the pot, swept all the remaining porridge into his mouth, then walked to the well and washed his face, and rode the tricycle. Ali, do you go to the town? Li Zhanyuan asked. Ali shook her head. Li Zhanyuan did not persuade any more. There were many people in the town, and Ali was really not suitable for going. Wait a minute. Lu Yumei shouted. Li Zhanyuan reached out to pick a pair of earrings from his ears, and handed it over. This is the gift of our family, Ali. Li Zhanyuan didn't reach out and said, Grandma, too expensive. It's not for you. But it's really inappropriate. Then you wait. Lu Yumei turned and walked into the house, took out a stack of money, and put it on the coffee table. You go to help Ali and buy a gift. Li Zhanyuan didn't take it all, just pulled out one. Okay, Grandma. After the three boys drove down the dam in the tricycle, Aunt Lu came over with a bottle of hot water, ready to help Lu Yumei make tea, saw the money on the coffee table, and asked with a smile. Why, he didn't want it. Lu Yumei shook his head a little, crying and laughing, this child is probably afraid of our money. Xiao Yuan, this child, is easy to think about it. Lu Yumei shook his head, he didn't look at what the female doll was so hard to be as good as that, and then she spent her money. I know that the girl knows that her family has a hard life in the village, but Xiao Yuan should not believe this. He doesn't believe it. Lu Yumei raised the teacup. He looked at the books made by Buddha paper. When you couldn't see that the girl was hard. It is also possible that this child always seems to be silent, and you know a lot. Now is a special period, we can't intervene. When Ali's illness is completely good, the chain on our body is also loose. I plan to harvest this kid. Then what do you plan to pass on him? The Lu family is from the Qin family. Liu Yumei smiled and took it for granted, naturally Liu's wanting Qi. I'm afraid you will be picked by then. How? He has a good relationship with Ali. When Ali is sick, what does he want to learn, and Ali will not teach him. It is useless. Each family has a teaching method. Even if these inheritance is written in the book clearly, there is no master to lead the door. Having said that, Liu Yumei rose to tease her granddaughter's thoughts, and she also looked at her granddaughter to participate in other people's birthday. She was happy. Walk into the house and take out a book with Liu's watching Qiju. The girl sat on the bench and stepped on her feet on the threshold, but this time, she did not blindly look, her eyes would slowly move, and they looked around. Ali, do you think Grandma, do I want to read this book in the future? Last time I knew that the boy was short of money, the granddaughter took all the gold bars and banknotes in the house. This boy likes to read a book. When he sees this book, the granddaughter still doesn't want to rush to send it. But the granddaughter's response made Liu Yumei a little bit incomprehensible, and Ali ignored the book in her hand. Didn't you see it clearly? Liu Yumei put the book closer to Ali. Pap. Ali shot the book on the ground. Liu Yumei bent over and picked up the book, and blowing her head on her head. She didn't have much joy, but was a little nervous. Hey, why didn't the elbow of the granddaughter turn out? Nympho. Xiao Yuan, go to Shinan town or to Shigong town. Tan Wenbin patted Runchen's back and said, of course I went to Shigong town, there are only a few shops in Shinan town. Brother Runzheng, go to Shigong town. Okay. Tan Wenbin supported the edge of the tricycle with both hands, facing the wind, and took a look at his own bangs, saying, rest assured, I am familiar with Shigong town, and I can definitely bring you a good gift. When I came to the boundary of Shigong town, I passed the gate of Shigong Middle School on the way. There was no high school in Shinan, so Yingzi, Pan Zi, and Lei Zi were also going to school here. Tan Wenbin pointed at the school gate and said, Xiao Yuan, look, this is your alma mater in the future. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. For the first time, Li Zhanyuan heard that later can be added in front of his alma mater. There are two banners hanging upstairs in the first teaching of the school, I am proud of my alma mater today, and my alma mater will be proud of me tomorrow. Brother Binbin, you will go to school in 2 days, right? Rest assured, I can't go anymore. Everyone has written a collective letter to the Education Bureau to report the summer vacation. Are you organized? Hey! Tan Wenbin swayed his head from the perspective of the wind, it's just going. Runzheng said, Xiao Yuan, will you come to school here in the future? Yes, you know. Tan Wenbin answered first. Runzheng, that's good, I will pick you up in school every morning and evening. Tan Wenbin, there is a dormitory in the school. Li Zhanyuan, I don't stay in the dormitory. Tai Yi's house is not far away from here. It is also convenient to pick up and drop off from Runzheng. There are delicious foods in the family. There are spacious large beds and a li. Then what should you do if you learn from self-study early? We started at 6 o'clock in the early days of self-study. It was only 10 o'clock in the evening. You can think about it when you get up for more than a night before you can go home. Then I won't go to study sooner or later. Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin suddenly felt that Xiao Yuan's brother said good. If he dares to say the same as Tan Yunlong, then his dad will definitely unlock the strap. Xiao Yuan, then when you are in a bad mood, you don't use it to school. Okay. In Li Ziwan's view, how can he delay his death because of his school? Damn, I really envy you, why can't I do this? Runzheng, you don't have this brain. Shut your mouth and concentrate on riding your car. Tan Wenbin began to think about, Xiao Yuan, do you have any learning cheats and teach me? Runzheng, your dad knows that you have lived for a few days, did you first mention the study? Oh, you shut your mouth. Brother Binbin, I don't know how to help you. For example, your learning method. Learn, still need a way. Tan Wenbin spread out his hands, twisted his expression, and asked strangely in the strangeness of the loud voice. Learn, no way. It takes a way to fish to death. Ah. Tan Wenbin intends to accept the reality. Can you help me talk about the question? I can write the process to you, so faster. Then, I can also make some questions for you, you can do it. Tan Wenbin silently took out a cigarette without lighting, but just sniffed in front of his nose, nodded, thank you, Xiao Yuan, I will work hard to be admitted to the same university with you. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Runs hung, then I ride a tricycle and take you to college. Don't talk about universities first, you have rides, the department store is behind, and turn around. The car was parked in front of the department store, and Runs hung picked up the chain and lock. Subsequently, the three walked into the building, and there were a lot of people inside. Under the leadership of Tan Wenbin, the three quickly bought gifts. Li Zhanyuan bought a music box. He helped Alade to buy a glass jewelry. In addition, he also bought a silk scarf for Ali. After buying, Tan Wenbin took the two to a nearby alley with several small vendors selling fried skewers. Boss, chicken skewers. Before he had time to order, Tan Wenbin saw a thin classmate surrounded by 4 men. Don't think that you have Tan Wenbin's cover you and you can get angry. I tell you, you think too much. Others are afraid of Tan Wenbin, I'm not afraid, even if his dad comes, I'm not going to be. In a row, the thin classmate quickly squatted into the corner, covering his head with both hands. Tan Wenbin looked at Li Ziwen, Xiao Yuan. Your classmate? Well, I am at the same table. People are very good, but their temperament is a bit softened, and it is easy to be bullied. Among these 4 guys, the 2 are in other classes, and the 2 are from foreign schools. They often ask him for money. Oh! Xiao Yuan, Runs hung, you pretend not to know me. After speaking, Tan Wenbin rushed forward quickly, regardless of the 4 people on the opposite side, facing one of them. It was a flying kick. How about you? This foot is quite well known. Let Li Zhanyuan can't help doubt, is Uncle Tan be playing Binbin or passing Wu? After turning one, the other 3 came immediately, and Tan Wenbin immediately fell into a group fight. Mainly he ran too fast, hit too fast, and he didn't have time to say anything. Brother Runs hung, help Binbin fight. Okay. Li Zhanyuan turned and said to the boss of the fried skewers, Boss, 20 chicken skewers, 3 part fried tofu, all sweet sauce. Run Sheng, who was ordered by Li Zhanyuan, walked forward step by step, twisted his neck while pinching his fist, and made a crispy ringing. In his mind, there was an underworld movie that flashed. But because he was thinking about the plot slowly, Binbin was beaten by several more punch. However, the situation changed immediately after he joined. I saw that he reached out and grabbed one, lifted it, and then slapped his palm back and forth at the man's face, and blood and teeth began to fly. In the end, he still had a lot of life and couldn't make life, so regretted his hand, and the man collapsed softly. This fierce scene stunned the other 3, and I didn't know if it should be or not for a while. Runs hung took the initiative to dispel their doubts. One dived forward, his arms raised his arms, like a bull, and overturned the 2. Then left and right, each kicked each other. The 2 were really flying, and each smashed on the wall and rolled down. When I saw this, I turned around immediately, but his speed was too slow. Runs hung accelerated and caught up with him. He grabbed his neck and poured up on the ground. I'm here! Tan Wenbin yelled, rushing up to this guy with the punches and kicking. Seeing that the fire was almost the same, I ran to the previously there, and made up the harm. Run Sheng just watched Tan Wenbin Arab, ah. Because Run's hung is clear, it is easy to accept it if you shoot again. Call. Tan Wenbin was finally fought, and the 4 people were lying on the ground and mourning. Damn, cool, so cool. Tan Wenbin raised his arms. Although he did not see his death, he felt worthwhile with this kind of beating. After Tan Wenbin appeased the classmate, he and Runsheng ran back again. At this time, Li Zhanyuan was already sitting at the simple wooden table next to the booth and ate a string. He didn't worry about it. After all, Runsheng was able to confront the existence of normal death in a physical manner. Tan Wenbin sat down and said excitedly, Xiao Yuan, really, Runsheng is very suitable for mixing underworld, and he can definitely lay a large site, be a black boss. Li Zhanyuan put down the sign, pulled out the paper in the cylinder on the table, and wiped his mouth, then be caught by your father. Tan Wenbin was choked and could only bow his head to eat a string. Run Sheng said a fragrant and said, Xiao Yuan said, there is no future mixing underworld. Well, Zheng Yang just wanted to come over to thank you, and said that I would ask us to push it by me. His parents were a seafarer, and lived with grandparents. I have to eat at noon, so this meal is only hungry. Of course, it is a luxurious thing to blew up for meals this year. Most children can only buy 1 or 2 solutions. When he got home, Li Zhanyuan saw Lu Yumei, who was sitting there. What happened to this? When Li Zhanyuan came over, A Li stood up and greeted him actively. When Lu Yumei saw this, she was relieved. She was afraid that like the last time, her granddaughter ignored the boy, and her condition returned. It now seems that it is more concerned. She felt really difficult, and she was worried about moving to the men without her granddaughter. A Li, this is a gift I bought for you. Li Zhanyuan handed the glass jewelry to A Li, this is the silk scarf I bought for you. The silk scarf is not expensive. It is a more popular traditional style in mainland TV movies. Li Zhanyuan feels that he is very good at A Li's temperament. As for how to match it, you don't need to worry about it anyway. After asking Aunt Lu to take the medicine to Tan Wenbin, everyone went to Quick-Hui's house. Li Zhanyuan took A Li's hand behind, and Run Sheng and Tan Wenbin walked in front. Yuan saw Kui standing on the Babai Z. Brother Yuanho, are you here? Kui, this is my gift, this is A Li. This is ours. Thank you all. Zongfen is simply a replica of Li Sanjiang's family. Li Zhanyuan and A Li sat on a table. Runsheng was sitting alone. The only one who could sit on the main table was Tan Wenbin. Li Juxiang divided the dishes very happily, where it was divided. Lu Jingxia raised a glass of wine to drink, but she was very happy with her granddaughter's birthday, but she was used to damaging her mouth and muttering. It's really a carrot meeting. After meals, we have to stay for a while. Everyone is on the dam. Kui took out the rubber bands and supported it with 2 benches. I wanted to invite Ali to jump, but A Li shook her head and refused. In the end, Tan Wenbin jumped with Kui. He jumped so well. During this period, everyone entertaining is relatively small. Jumping rubber bands is not exclusive to girls. Boys also play. When playing, a man took a little boy and went to the dam. This was a business. Lu Jingxia and Li Juxiang invited people into Ladu. After a while, the boy came out and stood on the side and looked at Tan Wenbin and Kui. Do you want to play together? The boy nodded shyly. Originally, Li Zhanyuan didn't feel much, and A Li didn't deliberately watch the boy, proved that the boy was very clean. But as soon as the boy's shy expression was revealed, Li Zhanyuan sank his eyelids. He himself was good at observing and acting, so he saw that the boy's expression was very heavy in the change of the boy. Sure enough, after jumping together, the boy started to chat with Kui. During the chat process, many Lu Jingxia's house was set up. Li Zhanyuan felt that he was pretending to be a child. However, Li Zhanyuan does not think that the boy is the same as himself. He is a patient. This kind of disease of himself and Li Lan is still very rare. The psychologist in Jingli has never seen it. Wei Zhendao. Li Zhanyuan began to observe the boy's face carefully. In his head, the database Yin and Yang Shui Shui database, even if there is no fortune-telling, can make a matching comparison. Sure enough, if there is a problem, although the boy looks like a 10-year-old, his eyebrows, skin, cochlea, teeth and other details can be seen. He is not a boy at all, he is a dwarf. A person with adult thinking, pretending to be a child, chatting with another little girl, this makes people feel uncomfortable. Kui Kui. Come, brother Yuanho. Kui Kui came over immediately. Don't play with him. Okay, brother Yuanho. Kui Kui didn't ask why, just nodded. Well, he. Next to him, Tan Wenbin laughed. For the first time, he saw Li Zhanyuan saying what he should say in line with this age. Li Zhanyuan didn't care about him, but looked at the boy. At this time, the boy was also looking at himself. The boy is showing a kind of grievances that is isolated and excluded. He deliberately let Kui Kui see that the soft-hearted girl will return to himself. Kui Kui saw it, and Kui Kui was really soft-hearted, but Kui Kui didn't want to ignore him anymore. She is lack of friends, but she cherishes her friends more. Brother Yuanho does not want to let herself play with, so she will never play with anyone. Li Zhanyuan captured that a touch of resentment revealed by the boy's eyes. Oh, this person is really disgusting. At the same time, Li Zhanyuan began to doubt whether he was so disgusting. But he is not the same as him. He is at this age. He is performing at this age. The performance is to lose himself, and no matter what, he is just maintaining the one that he should have at this age. But the actual age of the other party, Li Zhanyuan speculated that he was afraid of being 50 years old. A 50-year-old man disguised himself as a child and came to contact a little girl. What motivation is it? Woohoo, oh. The boy squatted on the ground and cried. But crying, but no one cared about him. These people on the main dams listened to Li Zhanyuan. The boy didn't cry, he stood up and took the initiative to walk towards Li Zhanyuan. Brother Runzheng. Why? Runzheng came in time, reached out to raise the boy, put it in the distance, then stretched his fingers to point him, and warned him silently. The boy didn't dare to cry anymore, so he lowered his head and stood in place. After a while, the man came out, and the two really looked very similar. In the eyes of outsiders, it was father and son. However, the identity of this father and son must change it. Lu Jingxia and Li Juxiang also came out and sent the pair of father and son out of the dam. Brother Binbin. Li Zhanyuan pointed to the direction of the father and son's departure. Observe a while, don't find it clear. Although he didn't understand why, Tan Wenbin still followed him. He was easily found a sense of substitution for himself. Drink soda. Li Juxiang brought a box of soda on the dam. Li Zhanyuan asked, Aunt Xiang how, what did they do just now? The man's wife has been gone for a year, and is going to give her a little life. Please go to the house with Kui Kui to go to the house. Xiaoming Xiao means that there is only a way to do without the seat, and usually the family will burn something. It's strange, I invited you, but I don't have a seat. It may be that the village's popularity can't do it well, the temper is a bit strange. What's wrong? Grandma Kui asked some specific things. He couldn't answer. After asking a few more times, he was wronged, as if he was asking to cry. A big man was like this, alas. Aunt Xiang how, can you not go to his house? How can that, the money has been collected. Tan Wenbin ran back, and he frowned and said to Li Zhanyuan, Xiao Yuan, guess what I just saw, they didn't go out far away. On the side of the road, the father actually handed cigarettes to his son. Oh. Li Zhanyuan didn't feel much surprised. Did you hear what they said? The road is not easy to approach. They drove the tractor stopped at the crossroads in front, and now it has gone. Li Zhanyuan walked into the house and pushed the door of the room. Lu Jingxia was sitting behind the table and holding a pen to count. Xiao Yuanho, what's the matter? Li Zhanyuan walked to the table and glanced at the 8 characters written on the paper in front of Lu Jingxia. He picked up another pen and wrote the results up. Lu Jingxia glanced at it and doubted, what are you writing blindly? Obviously, Lu Jingxia did not know the correct answer. She has always been calculated according to her set of algorithms. The correctness is secondary. Grandma Lu, is the pair just a father and son? It's not what father and son can be. The eyebrows are just carved in a mold. Unfortunately, that mother walked early. Grandma Lu, the man is his son, the boy is the father, he is at least 50 years old, he is a dwarf. Dwarf? It's the kind of person who is not long. Oh, really? Brother Binbin followed them out, and he talked about them. The man called the child's father, and the child called a man's good son. I didn't believe it at first, but Brother Binbin said that he could swear to heaven, and they really spoke that. This. So, the relationship between father and son is reversed. What is the Ming Shao for women? What is it? Yes. Grandma Lu, for the sake of insurance, don't go with Aunt Xiang Hao, return the money to them. Lu Jingxia nodded slowly. Good. This promise made Li Zhunyuan feel some incompetent and very uncomfortable. Probably because he has been with his grandfather for a long time, he is a bit used to it. You really don't go? Are you making a child here? Lu Jingxia opened the drawer, took out the money just received inside and patted it on the table, and angrily. Family relationship tells me that it is wrong. Isn't it clear that there is a problem with the sincerity of doing fasting? How could I still take Xiang Hao to his house? The fool will go. Li Zhanyuan felt so comfortable at once. Xiao Yuanho, thank you for telling Grandma. Grandma Lu, you no longer ask Binbin, or find someone to go to their village before asking. It's not necessary. The most important thing for us is the smooth and auspiciousness. Even if you just said it is fake, but you have come and talk about it when I just pick up, even if it is fake. I dare not go too. I just want to live after this rotten life, and I hope to live for you to give you a few years after a few years. Li Zhanyuan nodded, and he took it seriously. Say goodbye to Kui Kui. When he walked home, Li Zhanyuan was in a good mood, and his hand holding the girl unconsciously gently. Soon, the girl also responded, and she began to force and swayed her hands together. Tan Wenbin looked back and suggested, Xiao Yuan, it's still early now. I think there is a fishing rod in the house. Or should we go fishing now? Don't go. Oh, then Run Sheng and I go fishing. Run's Hung, I don't go either. I found it, you said what you said, how can you say it like a fart? I didn't call brother. Tan Wenbin. When I got home, I saw Li Sanjiang sitting on the dam. He stood up and said to Run's Hung, I just called the small seller, and came to work. We went to Ziding town to death. Hey, okay, hey. Didn't my grandfather go to fish? Runshen's family is in Ziding town, and the normal death of his grandfather will get rid of it. When I said this, I was angry, and I also knew from the phone. Your grandpa finished the card last week and went home to go to the neighbor's house and fell into the dung tank when he went to the toilet. He gave it out. Although people are okay, they broke a leg. The mountain cannon was embarrassed and said, but he kept hiding from us. Chapter 45. What, my grandfather broke his legs? Runshung was stunned. He was picked up by the uncle mountain by the river. Although the grandfather often lived a hungry and full life, the break was also broken together, so the relationship was sincere and deep. Tan Wenbin's eyebrows jumped excitedly, and he couldn't wait for a few laps of ballet to support the ground in one foot. He finally had the opportunity to see the death. Li Zhanyuan was a little guilty. After the time, he was almost after going to Ziding Town to win the card to win money. Alas, sure enough, this dirty money is really not easy to spend. What else to do? Li Sanjiang shouted to Runzheng, hurry up and prepare for the guy and set off. Oh, okay. Runzheng immediately entered the house to get things. This time, not only went back to see Grandpa, but also had to do work. Uncle Li, I will go too and take me together. Tan Wenbin couldn't wait to hang on Li Sanjiang, for fear that this time he dumped himself. Cheng Cheng, take you. Li Sanjiang agreed directly, because the call said that death was drifting in a section of the basin. Several villagers saw it, but when the hands were gathered, they couldn't find it. This kind of death is not dangerous, it is to find a hard work, and it should be a hand-to-hand. Lord! What's wrong, Xiao Yuanho? I want to visit Uncle Shan. So, go together. I was in a hurry to see Grandpa's Runzheng, and kicked the 3 rounds quickly. The nuns sitting behind, they grabbed the side of the car a little cramped. Because the middle area of the car was occupied by 3 bundles of things. Li Sanjiang's guy, Li Zhanyuan's guy, plus Runsheng's own guys, and Runzheng all pretended. I said, Runsheng, how, you brought so many things, we went to death, not to build a building for you. Runsheng didn't say anything, he rode too fast, the wind sounded, and he couldn't hear the complaints. Li Sanjiang was too lazy to bother again, took out his compass from his arms, and started a serious school pair. Li Zhanyuan picked up the purple compass from the bag and also started to do the right. Since he was going to find death, you must use this. As for the one in the hands of his master, he couldn't find death. The only purpose was to take everyone to the Antarctic to find penguins. As soon as I arrived at the house of Uncle Shan, I could see that Uncle Shan was sitting alone in the courtyard from the collapsed wall. Eat, the dentures are aside. Li Sanjiang got out of the car, and then the people did not hear. I said, mountain artillery, even if your tooth mouth is not good, you can't drink it. The sweet potatoes in the hands of Uncle Shan fell to the ground, knowing that the old thing knew that he had dropped the dung pit, and his face was flushed immediately, and he hurriedly grabbed the stick around him to get up and jump back to the house to close the door. But because it was too hasty, a balance was not mastered well, but fell directly to the ground. The footsteps behind this are approaching. Uncle Shan smashed the ground with his fist, biting his lips. Li Sanjiang reached out and helped him, let him sit down, and then helped him shoot the soil on his body. Uncle Shan drums, who let you come? Li Sanjiang ignored his mouth and laughed, the mountain cannon, I still have to send someone to tell me about it. We all have so many years of old guys. Seriously, don't you say a word. The ground is gone, I am alone. This is true, and the expression on the face of Uncle Shan also eased. Sanjiang Ho. Even if you are going to die, you can't die in the dung pit. This is good to be discovered early. If you really make a stay, I will endure the taste of the taste when I get a funeral. Buried more. Uncle Shan. Li Sanjiang pulled out the 2 cigarettes, squeezing one in his mouth, and stuffing one in the mouth of Uncle Shan, then glanced at his eyes, shouted. Zhuang zhuang. Come. Tan Wenbin took out the matches, wiped out the fire, and gave Li Sanjiang and the uncle of Shan. Mountain cannon, go to me and live, and return to the injury before returning. If you don't go, you will break a leg and eat and drink yourself without hindering. Let Runzheng come back and look at you. Uncle Shan took a while, still shook his head and said, no need, run is very good, eat well and sleep well, and people are more strong. This sounds touching, but Li Sanjiang waved his hand and said, Runsheng Hao, go to the room to see the rice tank. Runzheng ran into the house, and soon ran out again, surprised, "Yet, did you really sell the rice noodles you bought for you last time? That thing has to be scratched from the tank to buy it, which is to do this in the end." Uncle Shan spit out the cigarette ring, hoping to use this to block his embarrassing face. "I don't know what happened to those 2 days. I always lost my big name, and I always lost and made me see hope. I was just evil." "Oh, so you won't let Runsheng come back, you are afraid of Runsheng back, your sweet potatoes are not enough." Uncle Shan passed his face and didn't speak. "I say you are a grandfather, anyway, you are also a grandfather. Don't say something for your grandson, don't you be so defeated. When Runsheng Ho wants to talk about the object in a few years, see if you break the house. Which girl is willing to make him? If you look at me again, how did you give my family Xiao Yuan and the family? In the future, it is difficult for the city to say that the girl in the 10 miles and 8 townships in the countryside, my family Xiao Yuan Ho did not pick it casually." Uncle Shan suddenly grabbed the point and asked, "Oh, Xiao Yuan Ho can't return to Beijing?" Li Sanjiang's complexion changed, and he smoked a fierce sip. "Why are you doing it? Nanaers Jingli Hyokao is gone. You shut up. Don't say me again, I shut up, otherwise I will talk to you and talk about the benefits of Dahuan." Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Uncle Shan and asked, "Uncle Mountain, are your legs serious?" "Not serious or serious, just support it." Uncle Shan waved his hand embarrassed. He didn't know when he took the money last time. It was only after returning to the table to listen to it. It turned out that the child was not an older child. "But I took half of the money. It's just that the money has lost, and it's not too much. Thinking about what you do is really ashamed." "Runsheng Hao." Uncle Shan looked at Runsheng, "I will listen to Xiao Yuan Ho in the future. If you have no money, you can only pay for it." Runsheng nodded, "Yeah, I understand." "Are you here?" I said, "Is it?" The local village chief came out outside the outside. He called him before. Uncle Shan didn't know what was going on, and asked, "Yet?" Li Sanjiang was not good at, "If you weren't for your death here, we still don't know that your legs broke. Then you're busy, do the job." As soon as Li Sanjiang wanted to stand up, he heard his great-grandson, "Grandpa, you just talk to Uncle Shan here, just go to brother Runsheng." Uncle Shan said, "Runsheng is still unstable." Li Zhanyuan, "Uncle Mountain, I used to be unstable, but it was not the same as my grandfather. You can see it when you wait." Uncle Shan leaned his lips, "You Xiao Yuan." Li Sanjiang was happy, and patted his knees. "Success, let Runsheng Ho go to the dead first. If you have any problems, come back and call me immediately." Successfully coaxing his grandfather at home, Li Zhanyuan immediately beckoned Runsheng. Run Chenju would like to carry a set of corpses and threw Xiao Yuan's set to Tan Wenbin. Then the three followed the village chief to a river section. The river surface was not very wide, but the two sides were forests, the reeds on the shore were clustered, and the sight was blocked. "It's this paragraph. Many people came to me in the past few days that I saw a dead person drifting on it. I took people several times, but I didn't find it. It's strange. Otherwise, you look for it first, and when you find the person who need it, you will go to the village to call me. I still have a little urgent matter to deal with it." Runsheng nodded, "Good village chief, let's be busy." The village chief took out the cigarette and handed it to Runsheng. Runsheng didn't want it. Xiao Yuan was too young, and finally Tan Wenbin took one and clipped it behind his ears. After the village chief left, Li Zhanyuan took the compass and stood by the river. The reason why the village chief left is probably that he does not hold the hope that he can find the corpse today. He should have organized people to find this section of the river before, but they are all futile. When a living horse doctor, there is an explanation of the villagers. Tan Wenbin has entered the state completely and asked seriously, "Xiao Yuan, do you want me and Runshung to go to the river to see it? Brother Bin Bin, go, brother Runshung follows me. Is it because I have a better insight better than him? Because brother Runshung is not by my side, I'm afraid that I will be in danger alone. Then I also follow you to protect you. Li Zhanyuan knew that he was a little bit of soldiers, and there was no strange thing in the village. The villagers who saw the death could also leave safely, proving that the probability of the death was a normal floating corpse. But since Si Yuan village can have water burial during the Nen Liang period, he really dare not be too confident now, and he is careful and cautious. With the compass, walking slowly along the river. After walking for a long way, he didn't find any abnormalities in feng shui weather. Of course, he did not find death. Tan Wenbin asked, will it be drifting to other watershed? It is possible. Li Zhanyuan pointed to the water surface, it may also be a leak in a certain place under the river, and the corpse sucked it down. Can you have such a thing? It's like the plug at the bottom of the bath tank. Doesn't that mean to dive to find? I said, do you bring so many things, why don't you want to get an oxygen cylinder? Runshung, these appliances are dedicated to that kind of motion. Oh, good things. Tan Wenbin patted his sack on his back. Unconsciously, there has been a rhetoric of this river, and there is a new bridge in front of it. Li Zhanyuan stopped, and they had gone through the basin described by the village chief, and they still found nothing. Tan Wenbin stabbed his moisture-rising arm and asked, did you encounter such a situation where you have come to death but can't find the death of death? Have you ever? I remember that my grandfather and the grandfather at that time would stand for the table to shout and let it come out by itself. Tan Wenbin heard his words, got to Li Zhanyuan's side, and asked, Brother Xiao, will you not this? Li Zhanyuan frowned slightly. Tan Wenbin said immediately, it's okay, it doesn't matter, you are still the most powerful in my heart, brother. Li Zhanyuan shook his head, he would be. In the books of Wei Zhendao and Qin Lu, they have actually recorded a lot of shouting methods. But the problem is that his own master and Uncle Shan may just learn a form. If you succeed, they are profound. If it fails, it is not ordinary. But I can really be cited according to the Feng Shui meteorological selection of sacrifice. But the more real, the more you dare not use it blindly. Maybe this dead has been drifting here? Besides, there are a lot of graves nearby, and the situation in the river is not clear. It really has a sacrifice. What should I do if I did NT recruit the death and the dead end? Cross the bridge, let's go back there. Li Chanyuan got on the bridge. This was a cement board bridge with no railings. When he walked to the middle of the bridge, Li Zhanyuan suddenly felt that the surrounding weather changed. Looking down, the compass pointer also moved. In my heart, I silently read the Liu's wanting Qi Ju and turned around, then stopped, watching the pointer in the large and small circle on the compass and began to calculate. Run Sheng stood beside him silently, Tan Wenbin curiously stretched his neck and peeking. He felt that Xiao Yuan just took the compass to the rotten circle. Relying on this kind of manner, which small factory owner must not ask him to turn around before opening. Li Zhanyuan stomped his feet. He didn't feel like he had left by the river before. After waiting for this bridge, he found that the bridge was just in the throne. Although the river is a small river, this cricket is also a small cricket that can't be smaller, but the pattern is complete. Looking at these 4 weeks, I really rarely see that the bridge will be repaired at the riverside, usually in the straight river section. However, even if it is a stretch, there is nothing special, let alone what is the throne. But if you want to use it yourself, deliberately change this to the throne. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head, looked at the cement board under his feet, and said, Runshung, go to the river to see the bridge, just step on my feet now. I'm here. Tan Wenbin put the things down, ran into the bridge quickly, and when he came to the river, he didn't see it really, and he went to the river without saying a word. Although the river is a small river, it is also very deep in the middle. In case of leakage, it is also easy to make an adult stuffy. Runshung squatted by the bridge reminded, "Be careful, don't get you later. The mud under this river is so deep, I just arrived at the river." Tan Wenbin carefully explored. His current mentality is that he finally had to buy a ticket into the amusement park, so he had to take the initiative to experience the return price. Essence. Finally, he didn't dare to go forward again. Although it was still far away, he could also see clearly under the bridge. He looked up and stared at him, then took a few steps, shouting to the person above. "Xiao Yuan, there is a big iron nail, nailed to the back of the bridge, just under your feet. Is it 7? Ah." Tan Wenbin took 2 steps forward and looked up while maintaining his body balance. "Yes, 7 roots." "Is it red around the nail?" "Yes, it is red, it looks like a red paint." "Really?" Originally, the ordinary throne was changed so much that it directly became a dragon bleeding. Li Zhanyuan turned around and looked at the river's circulation. The anger of this section of the basin flowed out here, and the evil spirits were intercepted, which is equivalent to using the natural environment to make a feng shui bureau. "But why did you notice the abnormality when he came along the way?" Li Zhanyuan immediately thought of a possibility: evil spirit, he was sucked away by death. There is an inhalation, and it becomes a dynamic cycle. No wonder some villagers saw the death after seeing the death, because it came up when it sucked, and it sank after sucking. Therefore, this matter is not simply salvaging the corpse, this is someone to raise the corpse here. Li Zhanyuan realized that putting himself on a evil side and holding the result to push it reverse, as if the success rate was really high. But he was not very happy, but was a little distressed. How could he be so easy to substitute for the opposite? In addition, this feng shui bureau was arranged, and Ziajiazi was angry. "What I often said at the wine table is, no, you just pour so much, how about fish raising? If you said it yourself, you can start a few more, and at least the outside evils can be attracted to form hedging. This is called to really catalyze the corpse. You can only call the corpse for freshness now. It seems that the quality you read is not good." Li Zhanyuan reached out and patted his forehead. "No, what am I thinking about? No, this is not his own fault, it is Wei Zhendao's fault. In the past, I just simply reading the conceptual sense of conceptual. After I really started to practice, the feeling of wrong appeared. Wei Zhendao was full of the content of the right way. He only taught you how to represent the right way to kill the town. But this guy's narrative method and content layout can be pushed in many places. Many taboos and errors of righteousness and righteous words are used in turn. This guy is clearly the same as the flag of the right way." "Xiao Yuan, are you okay?" Runshung asked a little worriedly. "Brother Runshung, I'm fine, this is arranged here. Wait for me, wait for me, wait for it." Tan Wenbin ran madly while yelling, for fear of missing this picture. It was just that his shoes and pants were just wet, and a little bit garlic was mixed under the run, and when he rushed to Li Zhanyuan and Run Sheng, he lost his balance. If it weren't for Run's strength enough, he reached out and grabbed him, and he might have to be hit by him into the river. "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tan Wenbin squatted down and squeezed his pants and said, "I can say now. This bridge is a feng shui bureau arranged. The death should not be drowned by passers-by, but he put it. He is here to raise a corpse through this section of the river." "Raising the corpse?" Tan Wenbin opened his mouth. "Wow, it sounds really strong." Run Sheng asked, "That little far, what should we do?" "There are 2 options, 1, I broke its game, and then the death was floating. The other, find his house directly." Run Sheng just wanted to ask how to find it, but he held back. Bin Bin didn't hold back, and asked, "How to find?" Li Zhanyuan pointed to the monument at the bridge pier. "There is the name of donating funds to repair the bridge." Tan Wenbin touched his head. Yes, damn, how can I feel stupid? Run Shangum. Zaihokiao and paving the road have been accumulated since ancient times, especially in the village, the fiscal appropriations are insufficient. Many times, Luqiao has to find a way to solve some funds. The name is generally engraved on the monument. Li Zhanyuan came to the monument, and a person's name was written on it, proving that the bridge was paid by him alone. Zhou Yang. Let's ask the village chief. This person should live in the village. It is impossible to throw a corpse here to go away. I know where his family lives. Runzheng pointed at the direction. He lives in the northern corner of the village. Tan Wenbin, is his family rich? Runzheng shook his head. The village is worse than our family's life, not many, his family is one. Li Zhanyuan thought about it, then go to his house, put on the matter and explain it, save us here, and he will put it again. Tan Wenbin blinked and whispered, this is a corpse and not fish seedlings. Runzheng said, Xiao Yuan means that only if you only deal with the corpse and do not deal with living people, it may bring follow-up troubles. Under the leadership of Runzheng, the three walked towards the north point of the village. On the way, Tan Wenbin asked, do you want to call my dad too? Runzheng, do you want your dad to know that you live in the uncle's house, but to come and die? Tan Wenbin's voice suddenly lowered, isn't this a murder, isn't it the police? Brother Binbin, this is not necessarily a murder case. He is raising the corpse. You can understand that it is used to keep the corpse by using the feng shui pattern. Oh, this, understand. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Brother Runzheng, you are ready later. If there are any special circumstances, do it directly to ensure our safety. Well, rest assured Xiao Yuan, I know. Uncle Lu Yumei-chin, they are all family members, so this is the first time that Li Zhanyuan met his peers outside, and he was still a little nervous. Zhou Yang's family broke more than Uncle Shan's house. At least there is a hospital breaking yard. Zhou Yang's family did not even have a fence. At present, the villagers in the countryside are working hard for the 2 floors. Even a brick and flat house is still not living in the mud. It really belongs to the village's living standards. Tan Wenbin was puzzled, just such a person has donated a bridge with all the money. Run Sheng said, he used to be a worker at Xinggren Farm Factory. Later, his wife and children were sick and could not go to work. Tan Wenbin, is his wife and child still? Still there, when I passed the door of his house last time, I also saw his wife and the child sitting at the door to bask in the Sunday. Speaking, Runzheng also turned to look at Li Zhanyuan, it was Xiao Yuan, who was waiting for me at home last time. When I went to the town collection to buy rice noodles for the grandfather, I saw it in front of his house and saw it. Li Zhanyuan nodded. The three went to the small dam. There was a well cover on the dam with a big bucket, and it was cleaned very clean. Of course, it was because there was nothing. The door of the house was closed. Tan Wenbin licked his lips and pushed it forward. He didn't push it away. He pushed it again. He heard the sound of ding ding dang dang inside. He looked back at Li Zhanyuan and Runzheng, shrugged, and said, it seems that we are not here. People should go out, and the door is locked inside. Li Zhanyuan glanced at him and asked, don't you think it is strange if the door is locked inside? What's weird, my door is also locked in it. Oh, yes, how can this be? The wooden door lock in the village is different from the key lock of the family building. Brother Binbin, shout again. Okay. Tan Wenbin shouted while patting the door, hey, is anyone at home, is anyone at home? No one responded inside. At this time, Runzheng sucked his nose, and then spread his hand, Binbin, you are quiet. Seeing this, Li Zhanyuan took a few steps back. He knew Runzhen's nose, what was the most spiritual. Xiao Yuan, there is a smell of corpse, it is very light. Tan Wenbin asked anxiously, is he dead? Runzheng shook his head, it's hard to say, the smell is too faint, it could be something else. Tan Wenbin guessed, could it be that the door was locked from the inside and the person committed suicide inside? Then, the two looked at Li Zuiyuan together. Li Zuiyuan pointed to the window next to him, go in and take a look. If you find a body, call the police. If not, apologize and pay. Tan Wenbin walked to the wooden window and pulled it, it's also locked. Runzheng came over, squeezed him away, grabbed the edge of the window, and with a force, the window was completely removed. Then, Runzheng squeezed in. Seeing this, Tan Wenbin gritted his teeth and followed. Squeak! The lock inside the wooden door was opened, the door was pushed open, and Runzheng stood behind the door. Xiao Yuan, the key is on the table, I just unlocked it. Runzheng, what are you doing? If there is really a body here, you are destroying the scene. How can we explain it as witnesses? Li Zuiyuan walked in from the main gate and said, it's okay, your father will help us explain it. But this is not my father's jurisdiction. You were playing cards in the village, and your father asked for leave to come to the village in plain clothes to arrest you, and then he ran into this house. He was the first witness. Tan Wenbin swallowed his saliva, very reasonable. The space in the house is not small, but there are small mud pits on the ground, and there is no brick paving for hardening. And many wooden beams are very short, and adults have to be careful to hit their heads when they walk in. It is a very standard housing layout. The kitchen with a stove is on the easternmost side, the living room is in the middle, and a long cabinet is placed against the wall. On the cabinet is an altar and a statue of gods, and the bedroom is on the westernmost side. There are many things in the house. Many things are obviously very broken, but they are not willing to be thrown away, but they are tidied in an orderly manner. Tan Wenbin and Runzheng went to the east and west ends respectively. Li Zuiyuan stood in the hall, looking at the statues hanging there. On the far left was Guanyin Bodhisattva, on the far right was the Jade Emperor, and in the middle was Jesus. The villagers could understand what kind of statues they hung. It was common to mix Buddhism and Taoism, and even Confucianism could be hung. For example, my grandfather hung Confucius at home. But hanging Jesus here was a bit out of place. It was clearly not the same style as the two sides. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was wrong. Li Zuiyuan walked to the cabinet and found that the incense burners in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Jade Emperor had not been used for a long time, and thick dust had accumulated instead of incense ash. On the contrary, the incense burner in front of Jesus was full of incense ash, which was often used. But, was Jesus popular? Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and wanted to open the long cabinet. The design of this cabinet was very similar to a coffin, and you could only see inside by opening the lid. There are grooves under each section of the lid, which are connected like a puzzle. They often need to be opened one by one. They can store sundries and food. But the raised hand was finally put down. To be safe, it is better to wait for Runzheng to come. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin came back. No one in the bedroom. No one in the kitchen. Li Zuiyuan asked, Brother Runzheng, can you smell where the stench of corpses comes from? Runzheng shook his head, I can't tell after entering. There is this faint smell everywhere. Tan Wenbin sneered, you mean, there is a corpse living and walking in this room, so the smell is left everywhere. Is it so outrageous? Brother Binbin, are you Yegong Hailong? Ah! Then, Tan Wenbin immediately remembered why he came here. The scene of corpses walking and living here immediately emerged in his mind. He immediately felt cold and shivered. Brother Runzheng, open the lid and look inside. Okay. Runzheng knows how to open this kind of lid. He first grabs one side, then pushes it in, and then opens it. Li Zuiyuan stood on tiptoe to look inside and found that there were rice bags inside. There was a slightly pungent smell, which should have been fumigated to prevent the rice from getting moldy. It seems that there is nothing in the hall, because there is only this long cabinet where things can be hidden. Li Zuiyuan walked to the kitchen, and Runzheng and Tan Wenbin followed him. The kitchen is a very standard rural earth stove kitchen layout, with a lot of hay and firewood piled behind the stove. Tan Wenbin pointed over there and said, "I just checked there, and there is nothing in the firewood." Li Zuiyuan opened the lids of the water tank and the rice tank in turn. The water tank was full of water, and the rice tank was full of rice. Tan Wenbin added, "I just opened it and looked at it, and I didn't find any problems. However, no matter how poor this family is, their rice jar is fuller than Runzheng's." Li Zuiyuan took a few steps back again and came behind Runzheng and Tan Wenbin. He pointed at the rice jar and said, "A family of 3 lives with such a big rice jar, and it is still full of rice. When urban families run out of rice, they go out to buy more. Rural families have stored food, but most of it is stored. A small amount is placed in the kitchen rice jar for daily consumption. When the rice jar is almost empty, some of the stored food is put in." Runzheng looked at Tan Wenbin and then at the rice jar, meaning, "Do you go or do I go?" Tan Wenbin was shaking, but he still nodded, walked to the rice jar, and stretched out his hand to pull the rice from the middle. While pulling, Tan Wenbin suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Then he collapsed to the ground and crawled back with his hands and feet. Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng walked forward and looked. A ball of black hair appeared in the sunken area in the center of the rice jar. There is a person in the rice jar. No wonder Tan Wenbin was so scared. Who wouldn't be scared by this scene? Especially you can even imagine the person curled up under the rice. Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes, then opened them quickly, calmed down, and said, "Brother Runzheng, confirm it again." "Okay." Runzheng didn't say anything, stretched out his hand and continued to dig. Finally, the forehead under the hair appeared. It was indeed a person, a girl. "Continue to dig, you can see the girl's eyes. Her eyes are open. The girl's eyes are completely filled with grains of rice." Tan Wenbin just stood up and came over again. After taking a look, he was scared and stepped back again. Li Zuiyuan moved his eyes away. This time he didn't blame Binbin for being timid. He couldn't stand these eyes. "Xiao Yuan, there is no way to continue digging, unless you scoop out the rice or try to lift it out." "No, let's do this first." "Okay." Li Zuiyuan sniffed and smelled a greasy smell. "Brother Runzheng, do you smell it?" No, it's still that faint corpse smell." "Xiao Yuan, do you smell anything?" "Why do I smell a little fragrance?" "Fragrance?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head and looked at the water tank. The water in the water tank should not have been changed for a long time. In addition, the room was dark, so the water was not clear, but a little black. "Brother Binbin." Tan Wenbin immediately shook his head frantically and shouted to Runzheng, "Brother Runzheng." Runzheng did not hesitate. He was wearing a vest and did not need to roll up his sleeves. He directly put his whole arm into the water tank and began to move and dig. Finally, he pulled out his wet arm and shook it. "There's nothing in it." Tan Wenbin suggested, "Then, let's go out first." Runzheng glanced at him. "It was you who clamored to come, and it was you who was scared to death when you saw it." "Tan Wenbin, isn't this the behavior of a normal person?" Li Zuiyuan walked towards the bedroom, and Runzheng followed. Tan Wenbin took another look at the eyes in the rice jar. Then he immediately turned around and raised his legs to catch up. There were 2 beds in the bedroom, one big and one small, both with blue mosquito nets and mats on the beds. There was a neatly folded quilt on the big bed and a blanket on the small bed. Under the mats of the 2 beds, there were several layers of thick quilts as mattresses, which made it softer and more comfortable to sleep. Runzheng pointed to the bottom of the bed and the wardrobes around it. "Xiao Yuan, I have checked these places, and there is nothing unusual. Tan Wenbin pointed at the quilt and shouted, "Quilt, quilt, why would you cover such a thick quilt in the middle of summer?" Runzheng walked forward, lifted the mosquito net, pulled the quilt over and unfolded it. It was indeed just a thick quilt. Tan Wenbin, Brother Runzheng, remove the mats of both beds. Okay. Runzheng first removed the mat of the small bed, and there were several layers of cotton wool underneath. When Runzheng was about to remove the mat of the big bed, Tan Wenbin took the lead and removed the mat. Then he continued to pinch a corner of the mat with one hand, and the whole person stood on his heels and began to tremble in circles. This is a spasm of fear. Under the mat of the big bed, there was also thick cotton wool. But in the middle of the cotton wool, there was a person, an adult woman. She was very thin. Most of the woman's body was covered with cotton wool, with only her face, stomach, and feet exposed. The woman also opened her eyes, which were completely filled with cotton wool, and looked a little swollen. And the cotton wool at her eyes bulged upwards, as if new cotton wool had grown again. Put it down, Brother Binbin. Okay. Binbin loosened his hand, and the cool mat fell down, covering the cotton wool and the woman inside again. Then, Tan Wenbin walked towards Li Zuiyuan, who avoided him. Tan Wenbin could only walk towards Runzheng and reach out to hug Runzheng. He needed a hug now. He was about to cry. In fact, tears had already welled up in the corners of his eyes. He asked in a trembling voice with a crying tone, "Xiao Yuan, what should we do next?" "Brother Binbin, don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Tan Wenbin took a deep breath stubbornly, but he was pushed away by Runzheng the next moment. He didn't stand firmly, so he retreated directly and lay on the cool mat of the big bed. Ah! When he thought of what was below, Tan Wenbin jumped up like a spring. "I'm scared, I'm scared." Li Zuiyuan patted Tan Wenbin's arm. "Don't be scared, Brother Binbin, let's go call your dad." Dad. To be honest, when the image of Tan Yunlong appeared in his mind, Tan Wenbin's fear was really calmed down a lot. Even if his father took off his belt in front of him, he felt that it was hot, warm and kind. Li Zuiyuan walked out of the mud house first, and Runzheng picked up the window that he had removed earlier and planned to put it back, but heard Tan Wenbin inside shouting to wait a minute. Then there was only a click sound, and he locked the wooden door from the inside again. Then he climbed out of the window himself and asked Runzheng to put the window back. "He, Brother Xiao Yuan, I locked the door and wiped the key and the lock, so that there will be no fingerprints left on it when Runzheng opened the lock, and it will save us trouble." Tan Wenbin felt that this was very professional. When your dad comes, he can also ask Brother Runzheng to unlock the door. Also, you didn't just wipe off Brother Runzheng's fingerprints, you wiped off all the fingerprints on it. This. Tan Wenbin realized that he had done something useless and stupid. "Let's go and call your dad." In theory, one person should be left here to watch, but it would be inappropriate for anyone to stay and watch, so in the end, the three of them walked out together. After walking out for a long distance, they heard someone shouting behind them, "Hey, Runzheng Ho! Runzheng Ho!" The three of them looked back and saw the village chief riding a bicycle on the road they came from, waving at them from a distance. "Runzheng Ho, did you get it? Did you get it?" Runzheng raised his hand and shouted back, "Not yet." At this time, in the sight of the three people, the village chief who was riding a bicycle suddenly turned to the left and raised his hand to say hello, and said something and smiled. This is usually a response to greet people in the houses on the roadside. And that location, that direction, is exactly Zhou Yang's house. The three of them turned their heads together and looked towards Zhou Yang's house. Although it was a bit far away, they could vaguely see a mother and daughter sitting on the small dam. Chapter 46. Xiao Yuan, Runzheng, I think I should be dazzling, otherwise how could I see Zhou Yang's door on the door of Zhou Yang, and there were two people sitting. Tan Wenbin rubbed his eyes hard and continued to look. The more he watched, the more he got up, the more he shrank the whole person, and silently protecting Runzhung in front of himself. It seemed not enough, and he wanted to continue to shrink behind the boy again. When he bowed his head, he found that the boy was watching him. There was a kind of cramped and embarrassment that was caught with a costed bag. Tan Wenbin immediately stood up his chest, stepped forward, and finally stood back to the position with Runzhung, but the calf was still trembling. He has a strong tolerance for things such as corpses. In the end, he has family studies, but his family studies are not metaphysics. Li Zhanyuan didn't speak. After looking at Tan Wenbin, he picked up the compass again. The compass shows that everything is normal, not even attraction. Although it is separated by a distance, it will not react at all, because the Feng Shui appointment is difficult to change. It is simple to say, where the evil spirits are standing, where is the shade? The village chief came, and he turned out of the car and asked, Run Chenghao, haven't you found it yet? Runzhung looked at Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan whispered, it's fast. Runzhung immediately replied, I already have a clue, it's almost, the village chief, you can rest assured. Really? The village chief was relieved, then find the fishing up, don't scare others anymore, the people in the village are scared to go home and have a fever. They have been in the clinic these 2 days. Water. Li Zhanyuan, Zhou Yang. Run Sheng asked, village chief, where did Zhou Yang go? Yang Ho? Yang Hao should be watching playing cards now, what? He still plays cards. He likes to watch others fight next to the stand, he doesn't go to the table himself. Oh, this. When there is always a busy work in the land, the work of helping people to help people in the river is not every day. When it is okay, Yang Hao will go to see people playing cards. No matter how hard, I have to find some fun for myself, who wants to lose a face every day? Well, yes. It's Yang Ho, so how do you say it? No one. I heard, he donated a bridge. Well, the bridge was donated by him. There was not much necessary to stand there, and there were not many people left, but he had to donate construction, saying that it was used for his wife and children to pray for blessings. I really couldn't hold him. I took a little bit in the village. In addition, he built the bridge. It is estimated that the road will be repaired in the future. The people who walk the bridge should be more. He does this, I don't understand. It's right if you don't understand it. The Yangho people are good, and the popularity in the village is also good, but since the wife and children are sick, they have become a little god. If he says a few more words with him, he will give you the direction of the ghost, and I don't know which soul soup he drank. It stands to reason that it is a good thing to donate money to repair the bridge, but I also persuaded him at the time. I said, Yang Ho, you have this money, either push a brick house for the house in the house, or buy something for your wife and children. Eat, drink well, and wear, our village is not bad for that bridge, but your family is anxious for this money to spend the day. Hey, he did not, and said that the village did not agree to repair and he found the construction team by himself. Run Chenghao, you talk about what else is there for me. I have been in a big deal in the past few days. I used to help his family apply for a low guarantee household, and some subsidies. He donated money to repair the bridge and good guy. Really his mother, alas, don't say, Run Chenghao, I got to know it with me, and after I finished my family, put a small wine for you and your grandfather, and the village was red. Well, go busy, village chief. After the village chief left, the pair of mother and daughter on Xiaobeiza were still there. Li Zhanyuan took a step and walked towards Zhou Yang's house. He wanted to verify his guess. Seeing this, he naturally walked in front of Xiao Yuan again. Tan Wenbin stunned in place for a few seconds, and he took half of his head and followed him. Although he did not dare to continue the side by side with Runzhung, he went to Xiao Yuan. The closer the distance, the clearer the mother and daughter on the small dam. The woman was sitting on the bench, and the girl nestled in her arms. The mother and daughter were talking and laughing, looking very warm. Tan Wenbin's cold sweat began to flow out. From time to time, he looked up quickly, and immediately lowered his head after seeing it. In the mind, the girl was curled up in the rice cylinder, and the woman lay in a cotton wool. When the road section at the door of the house was almost reached, Li Zhanyuan stopped. Finally, Li Zhanyuan stopped. "Brother Binbin, you continue to go forward." "Ah? Okay." Tan Wenbin hugged his arms and continued to move forward. When he came to the dam, he stopped and looked at the house. He found that the mother and daughter had disappeared before. No one. Tan Wenbin turned around, showing a very puzzled expression. Li Zhanyuan beckoned to him and motioned for him to come back. Tan Wenbin ran back with a sprint. Looking at the dam, hey, the mother and daughter actually appeared there again. This. "Brother Runzheng, you go forward." "Good." Run Sheng walked forward, walked to the place where he stopped, and turned to look at the dam. Standing in the back, Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin saw Runzheng raised their hands embarrassingly, putting it at the base. Runzheng can see. Well, because brother Runzheng is from the village. Can this be like this? Because he doesn't want others to know, his wife and children are dead. Does it mean Zhou Yang? But Xiao Yuan, since his wife and child are here, who is the water in the river? Zhou Yang. Ah? But didn't the village chief just say, Zhou Yang was watching playing cards? Deadly will move. Is it so outrageous to go to see the cards in the village? Don't you just eat the rice that has just been dyed? Remember the white shredded shrimp on the table, it is you to eat the most. I don't know. Runzheng came back and said, just now they greeted me. Runzheng pulled out the yellow river shovel from a sack and asked, am I going to smash it? No, there is nothing there. Li Zhanyuan looked at the well on the big duya on the dam, the mirror flowers and water. He couldn't help but want to do what he wanted to arrange himself. At least, he would not make such a low level. At least, set up a sag, and led the outside through people inside. Like dumplings, they led them one by one into the well. Li Zhanyuan took a breath and stretched out his hand to pat his forehead. Alas, Wei Zhendao, you are really not a thing. Let's go, brother Runzheng, let's find Zhou Yang. Runzheng scratched his head, but I don't know which one Zhou Yang watched the card. Just go to the biggest one, even if it is not there, it is convenient to ask people. Well, it is the one we win money last time. The three walked along the village road, and it didn't take long for the hall. The short fat man Zhou Fuebao was standing by the dam, his back facing the road, pulling out the bird, and humming the song to fertilize his own small vegetable garden. When he turned his head and saw someone walking here, he subconsciously accelerated the process and wanted to arrange guests. You can take a closer look and find that it is Runzheng, and see the boy again, the last time. Zhou Fuebao was frightened and quickly shook the birds. Ah, are you? Everyone went to the dam, and Zhou Fuebao didn't welcome it, but stood there and blocked half. Last time, the two people went to play cards here, and finally smashed their tables. Although people lost money very much, he did this kind of not visible to light business. What he was afraid of was that things were big, but he did not dare to let these two people play cards here. Runzheng asked, we are not here to play cards, we are here to find someone. Zhou Yang is here. Yang Ho. Zhou Fuebao smiled. He didn't come here today, you should watch the cards with others. Oh. Runzheng looked at Li Zhanyuan, Xiao Yuan, Zhou Yang is not here. The boss is lying. Zhou Fuebao. When I came here to fry the golden flowers last time, Li Zhanyuan remembered the face details of everyone on the table. Because the boss would come to the tea to pay water and collect the money, it was counted as half a table. It was also included by Li Zhanyuan. Although it is not at the table now, Li Zhanyuan can still see that the boss is deceiving, and the micro-expression is inconsistent with the brand. Runzheng looked back at Zhou Fuebao, and asked again, "Is Zhou Yang here?" Zhou Fuebao kept waved, and at the same time, he showed an extremely wronged expression. "It's really not. What do I lie to you? Is there any benefit?" Li Zhanyuan was going to remind Runzheng to remember the plot threatening in the movie, but Tan Wenbin moved faster. He had a personal wallet, pulled out and took out a family photo, and men were wearing police uniforms except he. The photo placed in front of Zhou Fuebao and asked, "Say, Zhou Yangren is not here." Zhou Fuebao swallowed a bit hard. "Here. We are looking for him." Speaking, Tan Wenbin walked straight down, hitting Zhou Fuebao on his shoulders, and Zhou Fabai avoided it immediately. Run Sheng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Xiao Yuan said yes, there was no future in mixing the underworld. 7 or 8 gambling tables in the room are ongoing, and the scene is very lively. Tan Wenbin walked in, with one hand on his hips, his eyes were sharp, for a while, as if his father was attached. His gaze swept a circle, 2 laps, 3 laps. In the end, I couldn't support it anymore. Because he doesn't know what Zhou Yang looks like. After Li Zhanyuan and Runzheng came in, half of the people stopped in the middle of the card and looked at it. Some unknown people asked the people around him. After learning the identity, they all looked at it. No one has heard of the evil door's fried golden flowers, and the big guy has made up his mind. They will leave the table immediately when the child sitting. Li Zhanyuan asked Zhou Fuebao, "Where is Zhou Yang?" "Yang Ho. I was still here, what about people now? Maybe it's going to eat later. He is my family. When you get empty, I will see the cards here and will help boil water and pour tea. Hay and meals." Zhou Fuebao came to the back with the 3, and several elderly people were sitting there to drink tea and chat. Zhou Fuebao asked, "What about Yang Ho?" "Yang Ho, I just saw it here, but now I don't know where to go." Zhou Fuebao turned and said helplessly, "I really didn't lie to you anymore. Now I really do not know where he goes." "What do you find him to do? Is he owed money?" "No, I just want to ask him a question." "Sorry, boss, we are going to disturb your business. We are leaving." Li Zuiyuan walked out of the hall and came to the road. Runzheng rubbed his nose and said, "Xiao Yuan, it's strange that I didn't smell the smell of death in there just now." "This is not strange. Some death have special abilities that can separate the spirit and the body. Remember the cat-faced old lady last time?" "Cat-faced old lady?" Tan Wenbin showed a surprised look. "Did I come late and miss some important program?" Runzheng said solemnly, "If this is the case, Xiao Yuan, Zhou Yang will be more difficult to deal with." Tan Wenbin rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's more difficult." Li Zuiyuan shook his head. "It doesn't necessarily have to fight. He hasn't hurt the villagers yet. He just likes if he swims in the river and goes home to be with his dead wife and children. There is no reason for us to be against him. We just need to remind him not to dive and be seen by the villagers, and ask who taught him these methods. In essence, we can live in peace with him." "Ah? Can we live in peace?" Tan Wenbin asked puzzledly. "Shouldn't it be that good and evil cannot coexist, and people and ghosts cannot coexist, so we must suppress and kill him?" "Brother Binbin, this will be very tiring." Just like Xiao Huangying, after she got her revenge, she didn't continue to harm people, and her grandfather just ignored her and didn't want to deal with her at all. "Then, where should we find Zhou Yang now? Should we go to his house or go to the river again?" Li Zuiyuan smiled, looked at the rice fields in front of him, and said, "Maybe he is standing there now, staring at us." Even if he was deliberately hiding from him, Li Zuiyuan would not panic. He had plenty of ways to force him out for a conversation. But before that, there was another thing that needed to be solved first, that is, it was getting dark. Li Zuiyuan touched his pocket, took out the money and handed it to Runzheng. Brother Runzheng, go buy more strong liquor and cooked dishes, we should have dinner. When they returned to Shan Dai's house, the two old men were sitting shoulder to shoulder in the yard smoking and chatting. Sanjiang Ho, the most difficult thing in my life is to meet you. Shan Pao, you are a gambler and a loser, don't put the shit pot on my head. Hehe, I didn't put it on you. Yes, yes, you poured it into your own mouth. Beijing Huakao, I heard that Beijing college entrance examination is also. Shan Pao, if you mention this again, I will carry it on your back and throw it into your neighbor's porcelain jar to pickle it again. Bah, you old thing is always so shameless. Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin came back, and the two old men immediately asked about the situation. Grandpa, we have found the location and have also used a net to trap it, but it is too late. Brother Runzheng plans to go fishing tomorrow when the sun comes out. Look, we have found it. Look, Runzheng has improved a lot following me than following you, right? Then, Li Sanjiang nodded to Xiao Yuan and said, yes, that's the truth. It's better not to do things at night. It's easy to go wrong. Sometimes, something that was originally dead may move at night. Runzheng bought wine and food, and the two old people must have a few bites. In addition, Tan Wenbin, who had received the task instructions, was beside them to liven up the atmosphere of the wine table, and the two old people drank very happily. After the first 5 cups, Li Sanjiang said that it was getting late and he had to take Xiao Yuan to the Ho family. After the last 5 cups, he and Uncle Shan lay on the table and were drunk unconscious. Runzheng moved his grandfather and Uncle Li to the bed, covered their stomachs with quilts, and even put the spittoon at home next to the bed for them to vomit at night. After doing all this, the 3 of them packed up their things and came to the river. The atmosphere at night was indeed very different from that during the day. Li Zuiyuan also knew that his grandfather was right, but it was meaningless because Zhou Yang could not only run away, but also find time to go ashore to watch the card game. Walking to the bridge, Runzheng waded in, let go of the 7-star hook, swung it up, and a nail was stuck, and then he began to pull it down. After pulling out 3 nails in a row, Runzheng stopped, put away the 7-star hook, pulled out the yellow river shovel, and held it in his hand. Not long after, the temperature of the river surface dropped. Even Li Zuiyuan, who was standing by the river, noticed that the evening breeze blowing here was wrapped in a chill. Runzheng began to slow down his breathing and concentrate on his vigilance. The movement finally appeared. 10 meters in front of Runzheng, the back of a person slowly emerged on the river. Tan Wenbin held Li Zuiyuan's yellow river shovel in his right hand, and kept poking Li Zuiyuan's back with his left hand. Die, die, die. Oh my god, Dad, your son has made it. I finally saw him die. Li Zuiyuan looked back at him helplessly. Binbin's face was excited and nervous, as if he was going to faint in the next second. This reminded Li Zuiyuan of the fans who were hysterical because they saw the singer at the concert held in Gongdi. On the river surface, the back began to turn up gradually. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Soon, the face was revealed. It was a very pale face, as if it was covered with a layer of putty, sticky and white, and it was still dripping down the chin. When he opened his eyes, streams of white thick liquid overflowed from the corners of his eyes, completely covering his eyes. Li Zuiyuan pulled out 2 pieces of yellow paper and folded them into a bundle. But Tan Wenbin beside him was completely numb. Zhuang shuang. Hey! Almost as a reflex, Tan Wenbin immediately took out a match to light a fire and helped Li Zuiyuan light the yellow paper. Li Zuiyuan waved the burning yellow paper in his hand, muttered in his mouth, and finally stuffed the half-burned yellow paper into the bowl of yellow wine at his feet. Tan Wenbin lit the small candles arranged in advance one by one. The placement of each candle was calculated, including the arrangement of the sacrifice position, which could not be changed. The 3 nails were pulled out, but not all of them were pulled out, so there was still room for things. This move was just asking for a slap in the face and then a sweet date. If you can talk, then we will talk. If you can't talk, then sooner or later you will go crazy and become a disaster if you stay here, so we can only have a head-on confrontation. Li Zuiyuan picked up the wine bowl and sprinkled it on the river. Then he stretched out his left arm for Tan Wenbin to hold, and closed his eyes, seeking a state of half asleep and half awake walking in the yin. Many spells are actually useful, including the mumbling and jingle of his own grandfather, but the purpose of these spells is to communicate. But is there any other way that can be better than walking in the yin directly? When you can directly apply the formula, there is no need to deduce the process step by step. We have no ill intentions, we just come to talk to you. First, please don't float up to disturb the living, and second, please tell who taught you to arrange. If you cooperate, the nails will be nailed back for you, and we will go our own way in the yin and yang roads. If you don't cooperate, from tonight onwards, one of us will have no way to go in the future. When Li Zuiyuan handed his arm to him, Tan Wenbin had been counting down in his heart. Finally, he finished, and then immediately shook the boy hard. Li Zuiyuan was forcibly awakened, breaking the previous shallow state of walking in the yin, which was a layer of insurance he took for himself. Although he has learned how to control the death, he is just a beginner. He is not confident enough to use it now. His head is a little dizzy and a little painful. This is the symptom of forcing external force to break the yin. Fortunately, he had a splitting headache with a Li before, so this is nothing at the moment. The words have been passed on. Next, it depends on Zhou Yang's choice. Zhou Yang slowly turned around, turned his back to everyone, and then slowly moved forward in the river. Brother Binbin, why don't you go back? No, it's impossible. I want to protect you. Oh, you chose it yourself, don't regret it. How can I regret it? I won't. Li Zuiyuan pointed to the arrangement on the ground, signaled Tan Wenbin to clean up, and then followed on the shore, while Runzheng walked in the river. Tan Wenbin used his hands and feet to extinguish all the candles, and then took a sack to throw all kinds of things such as bowls and plates into it, and then carried the things and ran to catch up. He didn't want to miss it again. Fortunately, Runzheng was in the river, and even if Xiao Yuan was his brother, he couldn't tie him up and throw him into the reed marsh. After walking for a while, Zhou Yang got on the shore. It was obvious that he was walking home. Li Zuiyuan pulled Runzheng's vest and signaled him to slow down. When the 3 of them slowed down, Zhou Yang, who was walking in front, also slowed down. He was waiting. He wanted to take the 3 of them home. After clarifying his meaning, Li Zuiyuan patted Runzheng on the back, and the 3 of them returned to normal speed. When they came to the small dam of Zhou Yang's house again, the 3 of them stopped and Zhou Yang stood in front of the door. Dong! 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 He knocked the door gently with his head. After a while, the lights in the house came on. Through the thick crack in the door, you can see someone appearing in the door, followed by a series of crisp sounds of unlocking. Squeak! The door of the house was opened. Standing inside was Zhou Yang's wife. The woman stood there quietly. When I saw her during the day, she was lying in the cotton wool under the mat. Although it was night now, with the light in the house, I found that not only her eyes, but also her nostrils, ears, and nails were all covered with cotton wool like weeds. It seemed that these cotton wools were not attached to her body, but grew out of her body. The woman stepped aside and Zhou Yang walked in. The woman continued to stand by the door without closing it, as if waiting for guests to enter. Runzheng looked at Li Zuiyuan, and Li Zuiyuan nodded. He was here to have a conversation. Since the other party had brought him and others to the door, there was no reason not to go in. Runzheng, who had just entered the house, glanced to the right, and then his body trembled, obviously startled. This was the first time Li Zuiyuan saw Runzheng behave like this in such a situation. He also walked into the house and looked to the right. The girl had come out of the rice jar, and she stood there, as if welcoming her father back. The girl's eyes were wide open, and her eyes were filled with densely packed rice grains. At the same time, rice grains were also embedded on the girl's arms, legs, hands and feet exposed outside her clothes. These white rice grains were still falling off, but the number of falling grains did not decrease, as if rice grains were growing out of the girl's pores one by one. Seeing this scene, Li Zuiyuan's breathing became short at this moment. The last person to come in was Tan Wenbin. He fell behind because he was packing up, and it was night, so he consciously protected Xiao Yuan with Runzheng, one in front and one behind. After entering, Tan Wenbin also looked to the right, then opened his mouth. Before he screamed, he put his hand into his mouth and bit it hard. This was a real bite, and it was bleeding. There was nothing he could do. At this time, the strong fear made him feel no pain. Zhou Yang walked to the dining table and sat down. The dining table was old, and there were many boards nailed on it for repair. As for the chair, it was also a bit rough and uneven. However, because the ground was made of soil, it was bumpy, and it was meaningless for the chair to be flat. Li Zuiyuan sat down opposite Zhou Yang, Runzheng sat on the left, and Tan Wenbin sat on the right. The woman and the girl went to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of the bellows being pulled and the sound of the spatula colliding came from the kitchen. But from the kitchen door, there was no fire or the heat of cooking. Zhou Yang, sitting on the chair, half lowered his head. Tick tick tick. It was the sound of pus dripping from the corner of his eye. Because the potholes and muddy ground are more likely to accumulate into small puddles, soon a crisper di-duo sound came from below. Li Zuiyuan handed his hand to Runzheng, and Runzheng understood and held it. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and tried to walk in the underworld again. Lu Yumei had reminded him that walking in the underworld too much is not good for people and it is easy to get lost. He knew it himself, but he couldn't change it, just like persuading smokers to quit smoking and alcoholics to quit drinking. He listened, but he still smoked and drank. Li Zuiyuan succeeded in walking in the underworld, because when he raised his head again, he found that Runzheng and Tan Wenbin, who were originally sitting on both sides of him, were gone. But Zhou Yang still sat there with his head down, motionless, without speaking, responding, or expressing. The only dynamic change was that in the kitchen, you could see the fire and heat, and you could hear the sizzling sound of frying oil. The smoke and fire in the underworld are the most frightening to ordinary people. Li Zuiyuan vaguely guessed that something very bad might happen next. After waiting for a while, Zhou Yang still didn't speak, which meant that Zhou Yang didn't plan to communicate now. He seemed to be waiting for a process, a very simple and hospitable custom. To talk about things, eat first. There was a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. Li Zuiyuan knew that it was Runzheng pinching him. He closed his eyes and tried to find the feeling of floating up. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to reality. Pulling his hand away from Runzheng, gently needing to relieve the pain, it was also a signal to Runzheng that he was back. Looking at Tan Wenbin on the right again, he saw that he was sitting straight. If nothing unexpected happened, he had never sat so straight in class. At this time, the expected development occurred. The woman came over with 2 dishes in her hands. Both dishes were meat, but I didn't know what meat dishes they were made of. Li Zuiyuan saw fur and tails on them. The woman returned to the house and brought 2 more plates of vegetarian dishes. The color of the vegetarian dishes was not green, but a bit like the shape of fried tender bamboo shoots. If you look closely, you can see the forks. Most people have had the experience of eating at home and finding their mother's long hair in the dishes. But here, it was the cotton wool growing from the woman's body that floated into the dishes and was fried into this shape. Li Zuiyuan began to miss the birthday banquet of the cat-faced old lady. Although the dishes were really unpalatable, they at least looked good. The 4 dishes in front of him were already very scary just by looking at the dishes. Even Runzhung frowned at this moment. You know, Runchen's requirements for food are very low, but no matter how low, there are still some requirements. Tan Wenbin widened his eyes and kept looking at the 4 dishes. The woman brought the rice bowls, 4 large bowls, 4 small bowls, and 4 pairs of chopsticks. The large bowls were full of rice, all raw, probably scooped directly from the rice jar. The 4 small bowls were for wine, but the wine was black, and there was a black earthworm-like thing wriggling in each bowl. After distributing the big bowls and chopsticks to everyone, the woman went back into the kitchen, probably for more delicacies. The girl stayed here and put her finger in her mouth. Zhou Yang lowered his head and looked at his daughter. The girl also raised her head and looked at her father. Runzhung didn't understand, and Tan Wenbin looked confused, not knowing what the father and daughter were communicating. Li Zuiyuan understood. He stood up and said with a smile, "Let the children come to the table to eat together, it's okay." Runzhung and Tan Wenbin understood immediately. Runzhung, yes, come to the table to eat together. Tan Wenbin, yes, 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 let's eat together. The girl walked towards the table while sucking her finger. The boy noticed that she seemed to be walking towards him. Li Zuiyuan immediately pointed to Tan Wenbin's side, "Come, little sister, sit with this handsome big brother." Tan Wenbin. The girl paused for a moment, and sat down on the bench next to Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin felt a chill from the back of his head to his tailbone. Zhou Yang raised his chopsticks and pointed at a dish. Li Zuiyuan, Runzhung, and Tan Wenbin also raised their chopsticks, and everyone pointed at the dish together. The silent performance was like a pantomime, but everyone could imagine the dialogue that should be matched with each action. Zhou Yang picked up a chopstick, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and continued to point at the dish. Li Zuiyuan picked up a chopstick and put it in Binbin's bowl. Tan Wenbin picked up the food in his bowl and put it into the mouth of the girl sitting next to him. The girl opened her mouth and ate it. He felt that he was really smart and responded so tactfully. However, Zhou Yang personally picked up a chopstick of food and put it into Tan Wenbin's bowl, then looked at the girl. The girl lowered her head, as if she was blamed for being ignorant. Tan Wenbin looked at Li Zuiyuan and Runzhung for help, and found that both of them avoided his sight. There was no way, Zhou Yang's diligent gaze was right in front of him, forming a huge pressure. Tan Wenbin could only pick up the chopsticks and pick up the food in the bowl. When he was about to put it into his mouth, he suddenly realized that he had just used the chopsticks to feed the girl, and it was stained with the girl's saliva. If it was like this during a normal meal, he wouldn't care about anything, he wasn't so squeamish. But the problem was, this girl looked like, and he had to share a pair of chopsticks with her? Zhou Yang spread his hands and raised them up. Tan Wenbin's smile was uglier than crying. He put the dish into his mouth with tears and chewed it. Zhou Yang was satisfied. There were 4 wine bowls in front of him. He picked up the wine bowls and handed them to the guests, first to Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan stood up, pointed at himself, and compared his height, saying, "Uncle, I'm still a child and can't drink." Zhou Yang nodded, and then handed the wine bowl to Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin could only take it and put it in front of him. He would never drink this thing. But the next moment, Zhou Yang picked up his own wine bowl and clinked it with the wine bowl in front of Tan Wenbin. Then, Zhou Yang raised his own wine glass and drank it all. Then he turned the wine bowl upside down and pointed. Tan Wenbin took a deep breath, and when he reached out to pick up the wine bowl, he quickly pinched his little finger and thumb, and squeezed the long earthworm in the wine bowl out. "Okay, drink it, fight." When he was about to drink the wine in one gulp, Zhou Yang took it away. Tan Wenbin was overjoyed. "Yes, I am also a child, a senior high school student. My brain is very important and I cannot drink alcohol." Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang put his palm upside down on the wine bowl and shook it. When he took his hand away, there were more than a dozen earthworms crawling around in the bowl. Zhou Yang pushed the wine bowl in front of Tan Wenbin, stretched out his hand, and patted his chest again. Tan Wenbin. Chapter 47. Oh, you chose it yourself, don't regret it. How can I regret it? I won't. There was once an opportunity to leave, but I didn't cherish it. Now, Tan Wenbin really regretted it. He also realized that if he wanted Zhou Yang to speak and communicate, and wanted to find out the truth behind this matter, he couldn't do it without drinking this wine well. Tan Wenbin looked at Li Zuiyuan again, and saw that Xiao Yuan was holding chopsticks and tapping the edge of the bowl with his head down, looking like a child. He looked at Runzheng again, and Runzheng didn't avoid his sight this time, but took the initiative to look at him. In his heart, a warm current immediately emerged. After all, he was a roommate who made a bed with me at night. Xiao Yuan, Runzheng, if I have any problems after drinking it, remember to tell my dad, I'm not a coward. After the psychological preparation, Tan Wenbin grabbed the wine bowl with both hands. At this moment, Runzheng stood up and took the wine bowl in front of Tan Wenbin. Then, he waved the wine bowl in front of Zhou Yang, raised his head, and drank it directly. After finishing, he was not finished yet. The two remaining wine bowls in front of Zhou Yang were picked up and drank one by one. Tan Wenbin was so moved that tears came out. Li Zuiyuan just glanced sideways, and continued to lower his head to play with chopsticks and bowls. He didn't think Runzheng's behavior was strange. But it was also hard for Runzheng. He knew that if he could choose, Runzheng would prefer the marinated meat. The dishes on the table and the wine in the bowl were dirty, but not completely dirty. In Runzheng's eyes, the dead meat was like pork, beef, and mutton, but liking meat does not mean liking to eat offal. Runzheng's boldness soon attracted Zhou Yang's joy, and he began to pour wine for Runzheng and invite him to clink glasses. During this period, he also pointed to the dishes on the table, reminding Runzheng not to forget to use the dishes to press the wine. Runzheng also completely let go of his scruples, picking up the dishes on the table and putting them into his mouth, chewing them with a crunching sound. Then he wiped his mouth again, picked up the bowl and continued to clink glasses with Zhou Yang. That's how it is at the table, those who drink sit together, and after drinking, they don't care about anyone else. Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin were no longer forced, and the two of them could sit there quietly and pretend to be air. Finally, there were not many dishes left on the table, and the wine was drunk to their heart's content. Li Zuiyuan stuck the pair of chopsticks in his hand into the rice bowl. Runzheng put down the wine bowl and knocked on the table. Zhou Yang also put down the wine bowl and returned to the original sitting position. His mouth began to open and close quickly, and the sound he made was similar to the sound of the chanting of the funeral team at the fasting ceremony, with the tune, but the words were not clear. This tune made Li Zuiyuan a little sleepy. He couldn't help but yawn, forcibly driving away the sleepiness, and then looked at Zhou Yang with some dissatisfaction. He felt that Zhou Yang was not communicating sincerely. But when he turned his head, he found that Runzheng and Tan Wenbin on his left and right sides had closed their eyes at this moment, and their bodies began to sway slightly from side to side. This was a dream. Obviously, Zhou Yang was communicating with them. And the sleepiness he just felt was actually an invitation from Zhou Yang. This invitation was rejected by his instinct. Li Zuiyuan suspected that it was because he had been frequently going to the yin recently that he had developed drug resistance. But sometimes, the vicious cycle is unavoidable, just like now. With his left elbow supporting the table and his left hand supporting his chin, Li Zuiyuan closed his eyelids slightly, picked up a chopstick with his right hand, and knocked it against the edge of the bowl. Ding! The yin was successful. He came in, but it seemed that he didn't come in. Because in his sight, there appeared a picture of Runzheng, Tan Wenbin and Zhou Yang talking, but there was a layer of flowing colloid between this picture and himself. Li Zuiyuan tried to reach out and touch it, and felt a resistance. When he continued to exert force to push it open and go in, Runzheng and Tan Wenbin both showed painful expressions in the distorted picture. Seeing this, Li Zuiyuan could only choose to give up. Although he had mastered the yin walking skill quite well, he did not know how to actively enter the dream that others had formed. Ali knew how to do it. This made Li Zuiyuan mistakenly believe that he should also know how to do it, or in other words, he did not think that this would become a problem. It can only be attributed to the disadvantages of self-study. However, Li Zuiyuan did not choose to wake up. Since this situation had occurred and he could not attend the meeting, he might as well take the opportunity to observe it carefully. He stood up and left his seat. The table was now self-contained, and the invisible colloid wrapped the three of them together. Li Zuiyuan circled around the table. He felt that there should be a specific way to let himself blend in. For example, the second step of controlling the dead fall in Wei Zhendao's black book, you only need to adjust your consciousness fluctuations to the same frequency as the dead fall, and you can enter. But there is more than one Zhou Yang here, there are also Runzheng and Tan Wenbin, one dead plus two living people. How to adjust the frequency? Or are they actually mixed into one frequency now? Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and gently patted the gelatin in front of him. In the distorted picture, Runzheng and Tan Wenbin looked uncomfortable again. Forget it, it is not suitable to do specific experiments at this time. Suddenly, Li Zuiyuan felt a hand gently pulling him. He lowered his head and saw the girl. The girl squatted on the ground, her shoulders shrugged, she was crying. When he just entered the house and sat down, he walked through the shadow once, but the girl and her mother were in the kitchen at that time, not in the living room. In the current perspective, the white rice grains on the girl's body began to wriggle. No, these are not rice grains, but dense white maggots drilling in and out of her body. The girl raised her head and looked at Li Zuiyuan. She opened her mouth, as if she was screaming silently, and the white maggots covering her eye sockets quickly dispersed, and blood and tears oozed out of her dark eye sockets. She was telling herself that she was in pain, she was in agony, and she wanted to be free. Black Cat once told Li Zuiyuan that as a dead body, the more thinking ability it has, the heavier the torment it endures. The dead body itself is a collection of resentment, and what supports them to resist torment is deeper resentment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But what if there is someone who does not have such resentment? At the same time, you have to maintain clear thinking ability. That is equivalent to directly placing yourself in a sea of fire and simply torturing and burning. The boy did not feel any resentment in the girl, only extremely strong pain. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhou Yang in the gelatinous package. Some things, even if there is no verbal communication, can be known by looking. The girl was clearly forced to stay, and the one who wanted to keep her, or the one who had great resentment because of her departure, could only be Zhou Yang. In the kitchen, the fire was still flickering. According to the custom of the table, the last dish should be soup. Li Zuiyuan walked into the kitchen and didn't see the woman. He walked to the pot and saw the black soup boiling inside. At this time, the bellows sounded again. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and saw a hand stretched out from behind the stove, grabbing the handle of the bellows and pulling it. Continue to walk back, come to the back of the stove, follow the hand, but don't see the figure of the woman sitting behind the stove. Because the arm is stretched out from the inside of the stove. Li Zuiyuan squatted down, flush with the mouth of the stove. The woman inside also raised her head and smiled at Li Zuiyuan. This stove is not burning firewood, but the woman herself. She got into the narrow stove, the flames burned on her body, feeding the soup in the pot to boil continuously. But a comfortable look appeared on her face. Perhaps, by being burned in this way, she can relieve the terrible pain that already exists in her. Li Zuiyuan had committed self-harm not long ago, and he knew this feeling very well. Zhou Yang wanted to continue to maintain the integrity of this family, so, he dragged his wife and daughter into hell together. Maybe at the beginning, Zhou Yang didn't know that things would develop like this. But now, it's a bit outrageous to say that he didn't know. He knew, but he chose to deceive himself selfishly. However, one thing is certain, the person who taught Zhou Yang this method must have known the consequences of doing so, so what was his purpose in doing so? At first, it can be assumed that he is a kind person who feels sorry for Zhou Yang who lost his wife and daughter, and uses this method to help him. At present, this assumption is not true. People who can do such things have nothing to do with kindness in nature. Walking to the kitchen door, seeing that the conversation over there has not ended, Li Zuiyuan's eyes fell on the girl again and waved to her. The girl crawled over. When eating before, she had been forced to play the role of a daughter, and the woman was also forced to play the role of a wife. Strictly speaking, they are actually Zhou Yang's accomplices. However, Zhou Yang does not have that kind of strength. He is completely incomparable to the Tai Sui Saidao that Li Zuiyuan met in the cemetery last time. The copper coin is still buried in the cemetery, and Li Zuiyuan still dares not to take it. The girl crawled in front of Li Zuiyuan. She was trapped here and had been enduring pain and torture, and the boy in front of her was the only outsider who appeared here recently. What supported her to get close to the boy was the instinct of wanting to die. Li Zuiyuan put his hand on the girl's head. He could feel the dense wriggling sensation coming from under her hair. He knew what was underneath. But at this time, he had to ignore it first. According to the method in the Black Book, he began to adjust his consciousness fluctuations. He wanted to borrow the girl's perspective to see what the person who helped Zhou Yang arrange all this looked like. It was very simple and successful, because the girl not only did not resist, but actively cooperated. A blue mosquito net appeared in Li Zuiyuan's field of vision. He lay on the small bed and could only weakly twist his head gently. She, didn't even have the strength to sit up now. Someone was crying. She turned her head and saw that the person crying beside the big bed was Zhou Yang. There was a woman lying on the big bed. She was dead. Zhou Yang grabbed his wife's hand and cried very sadly. After crying for a while, he began to pound the ground and cursed. The general content was why life and fate treated him like this, why they were so cruel to him. At this moment, a voice came. I can reunite your family. The person who spoke was not inside the house, but outside, and he used the window to transmit the voice. What surprised Li Zuiyuan was that the tone of voice seemed familiar. No, it should be very intimate, as if it was someone around him. But for a moment, even if he counted his network of relationships, he couldn't find someone who matched this voice. Zhou Yang raised his head blankly, and he rushed towards the window, as if he wanted to ask who was talking. Next, there should be exchanges and development. For example, how the owner of that voice made Zhou Yang believe, and how Zhou Yang asked Zhou Yang to donate the bridge according to his instructions. However, Li Zhanyuan failed to see the follow-up. Because the girl was too weak, she closed her eyes. If her father was crying too much before, she would not wake up at all. Long darkness. Li Zhanyuan was waiting patiently. He hoped that before the girl died, there would be pictures. Sure enough, the darkness began to loosen. Light began to re-enter. When the girl opened her eyes again, Zhou Yang was standing beside the bed. At this time, Zhou Yang had no pain on his face, but revealed a kind of joy from the heart. Don't be afraid of Lingling. Dad has found a way to allow our family to continue to live together. Don't be afraid, Dad and Mom will always be with you. The girl closed her eyes. Next, there should be gone, she should die. However, when Li Zhanyuan was preparing to get rid of, he suddenly felt unable to breathe, and then felt a fire in the lungs. What's going on? If you are lying on the bed and die, you should not have such a violent situation. Li Zhanyuan felt terrible suffocation. He experienced this feeling when he encountered a small yellow warbler when he fell into the water for the first time. At this time, he didn't want to experience the second time. He broke away from contact. However, the contact is separated, but the girl's pain is still, and it is getting more and more erupting, as if she has gradually become her, and she is also accepting all emotions from her. This is a type of literal feel the same. Her suffering, her grievances, and her despair, all in her heart, like the kettle lid that was pushed up after boiling water. Li Zhanyuan thought of the it in the fish pond, and it was full of dead faces. Unexpectedly, the method taught by the black paper actually appeared such a strong side effect when he was successful for the first time. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help wondering, are you a fool? Wei Zhendao taught you this method. This happened when you first used it. Do you actually use this method to control the death? Is it that you believe in Wei Zhendao too much, or your own greed and rigidity, think you are a special one? Can you find a way to resolve this side effect? If the hidden dangers appear slowly afterwards, it can be explained and understandable, but the symptoms are so clear and straightforward. He. You are really not qualified to hate Wei Zhendao. No matter how large the flames, if they do not continue to send fuel, they will quickly extinguish. The fuel here is your own emotions. Unfortunately, Li Zhanyuan did not. The fire extinguished. Li Zhanyuan felt a little sad and uncomfortable. Because this is equivalent to being torn in the scar in person, and pointed at your nose again to tell you that you are a monster in human skin. Yes, his side effects are this. He will not leave so many faces to himself like the it in the fish pond. However, this also opened a new idea for Li Zhanyuan. The little girl doesn't work. But if you change a stronger death? If it is controlled and properly controlled, can you leave the real emotion that will not be extinguished? Unfortunately, it is not time to think about this, but you still have to finish the business. In the sight, the girl was still on the ground, sobbing very painfully. Li Zhanyuan retracted his hand, and the girl in front of him seemed not to die, but, he killed. Looking at Zhou Yang again, did you kill it? Zhou Yang did have this motivation. He got the method so that his daughter died early to facilitate him to implement this method. However, there is no possibility. Unfortunately, the girl's perspective information is too little, and he needs more perspective now. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. After Li Zhanyuan walked to the stove, he squatted down again, and looked at the woman who was roasted in the flame. He knew that after the woman died, the talent contacted Zhou Yang for the first time. In the perspective of a woman, the person must not be seen. But he just wanted to see if a woman was really sick. After watching, start frequency adjustment. Like girls, women did not stop, but they took the initiative to cooperate, which undoubtedly reduced the difficulty. Li Zhanyuan's sight changed again, similar to the previous, larger bed, larger blue mosquito net. In the irrelevant perspective, Li Zhanyuan began to pass the initiative, but in the process of passing, Li Zhanyuan had a little doubt. That is, according to her current sensory experience, women seem to die from death, and there is a long distance. Is the condition suddenly deteriorated? Or, whether a woman's death is not normal? If it appears abnormal here, it will definitely have nothing to do with Zhou Yang. During this period of time, Zhou Yang was desperately trying to restore his wife and daughter's life. At this moment, Li Zhanyuan heard a special footsteps. He immediately stopped and passed by, and began to be fully devoted to perception. This footstep was not made by cloth shoes, but more like the friction of some plastic soles. The footsteps were not heavy and the friction was short, which meant that the owner of the footsteps should not have long soles. A child? The woman opened her eyes and seemed to want to turn her head to look, but she was lying here and her limbs could not obey her at all. She should have a genetic disease like her daughter. Just like me and Li Lan. A hand holding a white towel appeared in sight. This hand was very white and tender, and very small. It was indeed a child's hand. The towel covered the woman's mouth and nose, and the feeling of suffocation began to become stronger. Then, a face came into sight. Li Zuiyuan was stunned because this face was his own. I was staring at the woman with an indifferent face. Because he was in the perspective of the woman, it was equivalent to looking at myself now. In an instant, Li Zuiyuan recalled the voice he heard from the window in the girl's perspective before, and why the tone was so familiar. Because the voice I hear when I speak is different from the voice I hear in the recorder. I was in the dark, and I matched the voice to everyone, but I didn't think it might be myself. But it was indeed the tone of my usual speech. Now, the self in front of me also spoke. You die too slowly, slowing down my practice rhythm. This sentence was like an introduction. As soon as the voice fell, a strong sense of distortion came over me. At this moment, my cognition began to be stripped away, and I fell directly into the vortex of who am I. But this scene was very familiar to Li Zuiyuan, because every time he had an attack, he would have this kind of self-cognition loss, and his heart was filled with coldness. It's just that before, this feeling came from his heart, but this time, it came from the outside world, and the effect was much weaker. After a long illness, he didn't even have to repeat the names of many people. He only needed to call A Li over and over again and think about Ali's appearance to deal with it. Of course, during this period, he also silently chanted Grandpa twice. Then, the feeling slowly dissipated. It was really a very mild attack, and it was quite uncomfortable that it ended before I even sweated. The vision was completely dark because the woman was dead. Li Zuiyuan broke away from the contact, and he was still squatting in front of the stove, and the woman in the stove was still burning. The firelight reflected Li Zuiyuan's face, making his face light and dark. In fact, Li Zuiyuan's face was indeed very gloomy now. Because he felt that he was offended. It was definitely not the girl and woman he killed, nor was it the method he taught Zhou Yang. There was no self-doubt, and there was no confusion. He knew that it was not himself, because this was a trap. The feng shui layout on the stone bridge, the mirror flowers and water moon on the small dam. Although this series of methods were beautifully done, they were a bit low-level in Li Zuiyuan's eyes. But in this low-level method, a pit was dug. This feeling is like walking in a thorn bush. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not a complicated and difficult thing to push with a pole. But who knows, when you are almost at the end, you will find a landmine. Putting aside the extremely small probability that the person behind is so evil, it is very likely that after that person helped Zhou Yang arrange all this, another person with sophisticated means took action and set a trap. A trap prepared for colleagues. Although the person is not himself, what he said should be true. He mentioned practice rhythm. Coincidentally, Li Zuiyuan himself is now in the trainee stage. A person who has just entered this field is practicing feng shui layout. There is an elder or teacher beside him. He is afraid that the matter will be leaked, so he has done a finishing touch in this practice assignment. Zhou Yang, who is selfish and ignores the pain of his wife and daughter, may still be grateful to the person who taught him the method, but he doesn't know that his whole family is just a practice material for that person. Li Zuiyuan slowly raised his head and murmured, "Okay, is this how we want to play?" But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that the other party could not know the method in Wei Zhendao's black book, and did not know that he was reading memories. Therefore, the previous distortion of self-awareness was not deliberately left to target him. Was it aimed at this woman? No, not really. She and her daughter were only accomplices. Their existence was all maintained by Zhou Yang. So, this trap of identity cognition distortion was aimed at Zhou Yang. Not good. Runs Hung and Tan Wenbin are in danger. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and slapped his right face directly. Pa! He woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Runs Hung and Tan Wenbin were still in a dream. But Zhou Yang had already stood up, put his face in front of Tan Wenbin, and kept breathing. A wisp of white air overflowed from Tan Wenbin's nostrils and mouth and was inhaled by Zhou Yang. Tan Wenbin had been sucked so hard that his face turned blue. Li Zuiyuan's eye-opening startled Zhou Yang. He turned his head very slowly and looked at Li Zuiyuan. Originally, his eyes were full of white mucus, but now, the mucus disappeared, replaced by a touch of blood red. The foreshadowing that person had buried was here. The previous Zhou Yang was indeed the real Zhou Yang. He was very selfish, but not crazy about outsiders. At least, his selfishness was only directed at his wife, daughter, and family, not at killing outsiders. Otherwise, he would have attacked the villagers who saw him long ago, and would not have accepted the communication conditions from Li Zuiyuan. He really wanted to bring the guests into his home and entertain them with good wine and good food. Because in this way, it can reflect the feeling that his family is still reunited, which is what he longs to show. And facing such a deadfall, which does not hurt people, is easy to communicate with, and is willing to take you home to explain the situation, basically most people will feel sympathy and understanding, and thus remove their guard. But at the critical period of his narration, the trap left behind will be triggered, the filth in Zhou Yang's eyes will fade, and his cognition will be distorted, revealing the most primitive and instinctive side of the deadfall. This trap is very exquisite, not only in terms of technique, but also incorporating the control of people's hearts into it. If Li Zuiyuan had been successfully pulled into the dream to have a heart-to-heart chat, now the three of them would be sitting there, waiting to be sucked dry one by one. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhou Yang is far worse than that Tai Sui. His main strength needs to be put on maintaining that dream so that Runzheng and Tan Wenbin will not wake up. The little bit left can urge him in reality to start killing people. That's why his movements are so slow, and it is precisely because of this slowness that Li Zuiyuan has time to react. Li Zuiyuan moved. He didn't rush to save Tan Wenbin, who was in a critical moment, but directly picked up the bowl in front of him and smashed it at Runzheng's face. Pa! The bowl broke, and blood came out of Runzheng's forehead, but Runzheng also opened his eyes because of this. He immediately saw the situation in front of him clearly, picked up the yellow river shovel that he deliberately placed at his feet when eating, and hit Zhou Yang's head directly. Bang! Zhou Yang was beaten to the ground. The dream he was maintaining collapsed. Tan Wenbin fell face down on the table with a thump. Li Zuiyuan went forward to check and breathed a sigh of relief. He was not dead and still breathing. The grandfather agreed to bring Tan Wenbin with him, thinking that there would be more people and more helpers. Fortunately, he brought Tan Wenbin with him this time, because this gave Zhou Yang another target to suck. Binbin entered the game with his body and delayed time for everyone. If the first person to be sucked was himself or Runzheng, the situation would be really difficult to deal with. The fight between Runzheng and Zhou Yang continued. In theory, the dead are very strong, but Zhou Yang himself relies on going down to the river every day to absorb the evil spirit from the Feng Shui Bureau, and then returns home to create the illusion of a reunion with his own strength. Moreover, he also created a dream to pull the two of them today. Although he absorbed some from Tan Wenbin to replenish it, he is still in a state of loss. And Runzheng, no matter how the previous meal was, he ate. At this time, Runzheng pressed Zhou Yang under him, and no matter how Zhou Yang struggled, he could not get up. However, the yellow river shovel was grabbed by Zhou Yang with both hands and could not be used to continue attacking. Runzheng had no choice but to hold the shovel with his left hand and fight with him. He pulled out his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched Zhou Yang's chest again and again. Bang! 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 Each punch was hit hard, and every time it hit, a black gas would overflow from Zhou Yang's body. Li Zuiyuan walked to the sack, took out the black canvas, reached into his pocket to open the ink box, pressed quickly with 5 fingers, and then took it out and drew 5 long red marks on the black canvas. The last practice proved that the black canvas is the most lethal to death among all the tools at present. The one in his hand now is newly repaired, and it must be more powerful, because the wooden flower roll inside was carved by A Li using his own tablet. However, just as Li Zuiyuan was about to step forward to help Zhou Yang suppress him with the black canvas, Zhou Yang suddenly opened his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Two shadows, one large and one small, quickly rushed out. One was a girl and the other was a woman. They all pounced on Runzheng. The woman scratched Runzheng's back with her nails, leaving bloody cuts, and the girl bit Runzheng's neck and hung her whole body on it. Hiss! Under this attack, Runzheng suddenly lost his strength. Not only did he fall off Zhou Yang, but he was also pressed down by the mother and daughter on the left and right. After Zhou Yang stood up, he immediately pressed back on Runzheng. The bloody red in his eyes revealed his ferocity at the moment. Just as Li Zuiyuan was about to make a move with the black canvas, Zhou Yang and the mother and daughter raised their heads at the same time and stared at him. This made Li Zuiyuan unable to take the next step, because the black canvas was powerful, but the conditions for its use were very limited. It was usually used to control the death and then finish the attack. If I throw it in front of them, they will hide, and even if they are covered, they will throw away or even tear the black canvas in pain. The three of them seem to be suppressing Runzheng together, but as long as I dare to get close or make other moves, one of them will rush towards me. Xiao Yuan, go quickly, don't worry about Binbin. No matter how fierce Runzheng is, he can't fight three alone. He has made a decision now, desperately holding back these three and creating a chance for Xiao Yuan to escape. Li Zuiyuan didn't leave, but half closed his eyes, his eyelashes began to tremble rapidly, and his body trembled with it. Listen to me, I can help you get rid of the pain. Listen to me, I can help you end the torture. Listen to me, I can help you get rid of his restraints. Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes suddenly, raised his hand, and pointed at Zhou Yang. Almost at the same time, the girl and the woman let go of Runzheng, and turned to pounce on Zhou Yang, knocking Zhou Yang to the ground. And Runzheng, who was just being beaten 3-1, suddenly enjoyed the joy of 3-1. He didn't delay, after jumping up, he picked up the yellow river shovel, stuck Zhou Yang's neck, and completely suppressed him. While doing this, Runzheng's eyes were full of shock. No wonder his grandfather kept telling him to listen to Xiao Yuan, and he repeated it to himself during the day. Xiao Yuan is really amazing. Now even death listens to him. Li Zuiyuan came over with a black canvas. He was still in control. He was a little unbalanced when he walked, as if he was drunk. This point is very similar to Zhou Yang before. While maintaining the dream, his movements in reality became very slow. Finally, Li Zuiyuan came to Zhou Yang, squatted down, and put the black canvas on Zhou Yang's face. Ah! The screams came, but there was no need to worry about disturbing others. First, Zhou Yang's house was relatively remote in the village, and second, the arrangement of the mirror flower and water moon outside was still there. This time, the power of the black canvas was indeed several times stronger than last time, and the surging fog was like a breach in the dam. This forced Li Zuiyuan to take the black canvas away. At this moment, Zhou Yang's breath was weak, and his struggle became very weak. Moreover, the blood color in his eyes faded and was covered with white mucus again, which meant that the effect of the trap was broken and he turned back to his original self. Runzheng was puzzled by this. Why didn't Xiao Yuan continue to cover him with the black canvas to kill him completely? Previously, everyone said that as long as they communicated well and revealed the person behind the scenes, then everyone would go their own way and live in peace. But it was obvious that the one who broke the rules was this guy, so there was no need to worry about anything on his side, just kill him directly. Soon, Runzheng seemed to understand, and his eyes showed excitement. Xiao Yuan, thank you, I will eat him well. Just as Runzheng opened his mouth and wanted to bite it, he heard a cold voice. Brother Runzheng, don't eat him, since someone has calculated us first. Runzheng raised his head and saw Xiao Yuan in front of him smiling, but this smile was not as warm and gentle as before, but reminded him of the boy squatting by the stream after answering the phone that night. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and looked at Zhou Yang below, stretched out his hand, and gently patted Zhou Yang's bumpy and disgusting face. Then I will give him a big one. Chapter 48. Li Zuiyuan sat on the ground, rubbing his temples gently with both hands. He was a little tired after the first control of death, and needed to relax as soon as possible, because he still had a lot of things to do next. If nothing unexpected happens, he will usher in his biggest overdraft. This overdraft will most likely cause serious damage to his body. He knew it clearly, but he still decided to do it. Because he was angry. An emotion that was very precious to him. At this time, the girl and the woman knelt down in front of him. Seeing this, Li Zuiyuan waved his hand, but it had no effect. He had already released the control over them. Logically, they should stand still now, or one went back to the rice jar and the other went back to the bed. Li Zuiyuan stood up helplessly, and the mother and daughter also stood up. Li Zuiyuan walked to the table and sat down in his original position. The girl and the woman also stood up and followed, and then sat down on the right side of Li Zuiyuan. Originally, Tan Wenbin was sleeping there. Now, he was sandwiched between the left and the right. In this regard, Li Zuiyuan was too lazy to adjust it, so that at least Binbin, who was sleeping soundly, would not fall. However, the expressions and movements on their faces began to distort slightly when they sat down, which seemed to indicate some kind of loss of control. Although Li Zuiyuan did not understand the principle, he roughly knew how to deal with it. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Now, please be patient for a while. Zhou Yang is just a knife that is instructed by others. You don't want to let go of the culprit who really caused you to suffer this torture, right? The girl and the woman were quiet again when they heard this. Brother Runzheng, control Zhou Yang first, call me when you are done, I will take a nap first. Okay, don't worry, Xiao Yuan. At this time, Zhou Yang was stuck in the corner by Runzheng, and the yellow river shovel was fixed on the other's neck, trapping him physically. Now he is very weak. Although he is still trying to push the shovel away with his hands, he is too weak to resist. Runzheng walked to the sack, took out the soul-returning basket and the homecoming net, and spread them on the ground. He took out his own box of ink, pressed his 10 fingers in sequence, and then made gestures according to specific steps, grabbing each position of the homecoming net in turn. Finally, he clasped the net rope with his 10 fingers, put his hands together, and slapped it hard. In this way, the homecoming net was evenly and symmetrically smeared with red marks, and the effect could be guaranteed. The whole process was very smooth, very ritualistic, and very ornamental, but lacked practicality. After all, not every dead person can stand there motionless, giving you enough time to prepare the utensils. Of course, Runzheng also wanted to be like Xiao Yuan, with a touch of red mud on his fingertips and a casual application on it, and the utensils could be opened. He tried it, but failed. Xiaowen's simplicity and casualness were based on calculations. Xiao Yuan knew where to apply and how much to apply, and Xiao Yuan also taught him, but he couldn't calculate it. After completing the preparations on the soul-returning basket and the home-returning net, Runzheng put the soul-returning basket on Zhou Yang's head, pulled it down, and then wrapped it with the home-returning net, wrapping Zhou Yang like a zongzi. Finally, Runzheng took out the talisman paper drawn by Xiao Yuan himself and pasted it on Zhou Yang's head. Each time it was pasted, it changed color. After tearing it off and pasting a new one, it continued to change color. After tearing and pasting 7 pieces in a row, Runzheng stopped, and it was considered to have completed the last step of the ceremony. For this action, even Zhou Yang's turbid eyes seemed to reveal some confusion and doubt. Li Zuiyuan told Runzheng that the talisman paper he drew was useless, but Runzheng didn't believe it. He thought Xiao Yuan was being modest. After packing, Runzheng turned his back and carried Zhou Yang on his back in the way of carrying a corpse. At this time, Tan Wenbin woke up. He felt so tired, as if his body was hollowed out. He raised his head in a daze, opened his eyes, looked at the girl on his left, then turned his head and looked at the woman on his right. He felt that he had not woken up yet and was still in a dream, so he closed his eyes and fell back. Soon, he opened his eyes again, looked to the left, and then to the right. He swallowed his saliva. He sat up suddenly, and just as he was about to scream, his mouth was covered by Runzheng's hand. Woo woo woo. SHH. Tan Wenbin nodded. Runzheng took his hand away. Tan Wenbin turned his head and looked, and at this time Runzheng leaned sideways to push Li Zuiyuan gently, and Zhou Yang on his back was face to face with Tan Wenbin. Li Zuiyuan woke up and saw that Runzheng was ready, so he stood up too. However, he still asked with concern. Brother Binbin, are you okay? What's wrong with me? Oh, I'm fine, just a little tired. Go back to Uncle Shan's house and sleep. No, I'm still okay, I can still help. Tan Wenbin stood up tremblingly, finally freed from the restraints, then bent down and began to breathe heavily. Brother Binbin, eat more good food recently to replenish yourself. Well, I will. I didn't expect that my body was so weak before. Brother Runzheng, let's go. The three of them left the house and walked down the small dam. Then, there was a sound of locking the door in the house, and then the lights were turned off. Under the moonlight, a figure flashed in the kitchen and the bedroom. Because Zhou Yang left the scope of the house, the girl and the woman could only return to their previous positions and wait for Zhou Yang to come home. This is the life Zhou Yang wants to maintain. Li Zuiyuan turned back and stared at the well on the dam. Brother Runzheng, you stay here. Okay. Brother Binbin, do you still have strength? Tan Wenbin nodded vigorously, yes. Thank you for your hard work. Brother Xiao Yuan, it's okay, believe me. Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin walked back to the small dam. Because Runzheng was still outside with Zhou Yang on his back, the girl and woman in the house were not pulled up to move. Li Zuiyuan lifted the bamboo hat on the well cover, picked up the rope on the bucket next to him, tied it around himself, and threw the other end of the rope to Tan Wenbin. Hold it tightly. Okay. To be on the safe side, Tan Wenbin also wrapped the rope around himself twice and made a done gesture. Li Zuiyuan held a flashlight in his left hand and his smaller yellow river shovel in his right hand, went down the well, and lowered himself little by little until he was half a meter away from the water surface. At the mouth of the well, Tan Wenbin stuck himself there. His arms were weak now, so he could only use his body as a slot. Under the illumination of the flashlight, Li Zuiyuan saw the patterns carved on the wall of the well. There was movement in the water below his feet. When the flashlight was shown downward, he could see a thick water snake swimming under the water. Li Zuiyuan was not worried about the snake because it was trapped underwater and could not get out of the water. Picking up the yellow river shovel, Li Zuiyuan began to change the patterns here. It was very cold in the well, but he began to sweat from the heat. It was much more difficult to modify the patterns left by others than to rearrange them by himself, and the deduction amount was also greater. But there was no way. First, time did not allow it, and second, it was difficult for Li Zuiyuan to gather the materials for arranging these. The most important thing was that it was easier to trap and kill the other party on the premise of retaining the layout of others. An hour later, Li Zuiyuan pulled the rope. Above, although his body was painfully strangled, Tan Wenbin, who had rested for a while, began to pull the rope out slowly. Li Zuiyuan, who was gradually rising, looked down at the water surface under his feet. The water snake was still there, but it was not as lively as before, and under the illumination of the flashlight, the snake body under the water surface showed bright and diverse colors. A smile appeared on Li Zuiyuan's face. This is right. Things like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water are still too low level. Coming out of the well and breathing fresh air, Li Zuiyuan wiped the sweat on his face. He felt a sticky feeling on the back of his hand. The flashlight shone it and it was red. Xiao Yuan, you have a nosebleed. Tan Wenbin began to look for paper on his body. Yet, Li Zuiyuan raised his head, took the paper ball and stuffed it into his nose, and then he untied the rope on his body. Xiao Yuan, are you too tired? Fortunately, it's okay. Li Zuiyuan didn't care. He just went to where he was. After carefully checking that there were no blood stains on the ground, he put the hat back on the wellhead and restored the place. After walking down the small dam, Li Zuiyuan signaled Runzheng that he could go. When he came to the river, Li Zuiyuan walked in front with a compass in his hand, silently reciting Liu's Qi watching secret while pointing out the points that needed to be dug and raised to Runzheng. When he reached the bridge, Li Zuiyuan slumped on the ground, tilted his neck and asked, "Brother Runzheng, did you remember everything just now?" "Don't worry, Xiao Yuan, I remember everything. Hurry up and start working." Yet, Runzheng put Zhou Yang down from his back, picked up the yellow river shovel and started digging and paving. "Brother Xiao Yuan, can I help?" "No need, Brother Binbin, you stay and help me deal with the nosebleed, it's a little unstoppable." "Oh. Okay." Runzheng is strong, and the yellow river shovel is suitable for this environment. He will be more efficient and less likely to make mistakes if he works alone. On this side, Tan Wenbin finally stopped Xiaowen's nosebleed again, and asked with concern. "Xiao Yuan, are you really okay?" "No." "So, what are we doing here? Someone tricked us and almost killed us all. Now I am planning a counterattack." "Okay, I understand." On the ground behind, Zhou Yang was still squirming. Tan Wenbin looked at him, a little frightened. Even though they had sat at the same table before, he was still afraid of death. "Brother Binbin, when we go back this time, I will teach you some ways to deal with death." "Really? That's great." Then, the two said in unison. "Keep it a secret from your dad." "Keep it a secret from my dad." After that, they both laughed. Runzheng can't do the work of two people alone, and he really needs another helper. The previous situation is very much like a game of leading sheep and wolves across the river. One of him and Runzheng must stay there to watch Zhou Yang to prevent accidents. Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes and began to rest. He was very sleepy. Just when he was sleeping soundly, he was woken up. "Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan." Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes, which were full of bloodshot. Runzheng felt a little distressed, but did not speak to dissuade him. Instead, he asked, "I just did everything you said, what should I do next?" Li Zuiyuan stood up and walked under the bridge with a compass. Runzheng protected him and went down together, fearing that the boy would fall and be washed away by the river if he was not careful. Li Zuiyuan began to talk about the places under the bridge that needed to be modified. There was no need to use a major project. It was still a small modification on the original basis. Runzheng could do it alone with tools. In addition, Li Zuiyuan also found that although Runzheng was not good at calculation, he had a good memory. He could remember everything he said clearly and did it without any mistakes. "Did you remember it clearly, Runzheng?" "I remember it clearly." "Yes." Li Zuiyuan responded and fell forward. Runzheng was quick and picked him up and returned to the shore. After telling Tan Wenbin to take good care of Xiao Yuan, he took the tools and climbed up the bridge from the side. Tan Wenbin had prepared clean water and paper balls, but this time Li Zuiyuan, who was in a semi-comatose state, did not have a nosebleed again, but blood was flowing out of the corners of his eyes. He first used water to help clean it, but found that the blood in the corners of his eyes soon flowed out again after wiping it clean, but this eye is not a nostril, and he didn't know how to stop the bleeding. He could only put Li Zuiyuan's head on his legs and help massage the boy's temples with both hands, hoping to relieve his fatigue. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. Li Zuiyuan was woken up again, and after opening his eyes, he asked. Brother Runzheng, why are you covered in blood? Xiao Yuan, I'm fine, it's your eyes that are bleeding. Oh. Li Zuiyuan then realized that his vision was bloody red. He stood up with difficulty, squatted down to the river, scooped up water and began to wash his eyes. Although he could still see blood dripping, his vision was much clearer. Looking back, he saw that Runzheng was covered in mud and lime, and his hands and feet were all worn out and bleeding. Xiao Yuan, check it out. Yes. Come on, I'll carry you down the river. Runzheng carried Li Zuiyuan on his back and walked into the river. Li Zuiyuan raised his head. He did not check the construction details, but directly checked the feng shui pattern. After wiping his eyes 3 times to remove the blood stains, he confirmed that the feng shui pattern here had been changed by himself. Brother Runzheng, you did a great job. What do you need me to do next? Brother Runzheng, you can rest now. Then let's go back to my uncle's house to sleep. I think you really can't hold on any longer. No, I have one last and most important thing to do. Let me do it. Li Zuiyuan was silent. Runzheng understood. Then can you hold on? You have to hold on even if you can't. We don't have much time. They will come tomorrow night at the earliest. There are 2 types of feng shui patterns, one is natural and the other is man-made. Natural patterns are long-lasting. Unless there is a sudden large-scale change in the terrain, the only thing that can change this natural pattern is the vicissitudes of life. Therefore, the ancients usually chose to bury their graves here, relying on the long-lasting natural patterns. Man-made patterns are like cutting a net in a river to raise fish by yourself. If you don't maintain and repair it regularly, after a period of time, the fishing net will inevitably be broken, and the fish inside will return to the stream. The layout of this small river basin is very simple and fragile. When checking during the day, Li Zuiyuan found that there was a deviation, and it was time for the other party to repair it. Of course, the other party can also not come to repair it, but at least they have to come to check the results of the exercise questions. So, Zhou Yang was actually deceived. What he thought was long-lasting actually had a staged shelf life. If the other party did not come to maintain it, he would soon rot in the river or at home, along with his wife and daughter. In short, this matter cannot be delayed. Before dawn, I must complete all the arrangements, and then have a good rest, recover from my injuries. Back to the shore, Li Zuiyuan sat down in front of Zhou Yang. Enter the yin. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin beside him disappeared, leaving only Zhou Yang, who is now very weak, like a fish that has been on the shore for a long time. This is good, because Li Zuiyuan is also very tired now. The weak frequencies of both parties are now well matched, and soon, they have achieved the same frequency. This also made Li Zuiyuan have a new discovery, that is, when the dead fall is beaten to the point of death, it is easier to complete the steps in the Black Book and control it. But there is a paradox here. If the dead fall can be easily solved by other means, then why bother to control it? At present, it is very difficult to maintain a dead fall. You have to create a suitable living environment for it and maintain it regularly, and you have to be on guard against the other party's betrayal at all times. The existence of the dead fall is destined to make it rebel. The mother and daughter before, when I did not directly kill Zhou Yang, quickly showed signs of losing control. The only exception now is the little yellow warbler. But the little yellow warbler was able to exist longer because of the it in the fish pond, and at present, Li Zuiyuan did not know where the little yellow warbler went. Perhaps, it had been taken underground with that it. Wei Zhendao also said in the Black Book that this was a powerful means to deal with the dead fall, not the taming manual. Because you can't expect a thing that is always in torment to be loyal to you for a long time. Wei Zhendao saw this very clearly, but Wei Zhendao's friend didn't. He succeeded in raising the animal, but the price was that he also became a dead animal. That's why Li Zuiyuan thought that guy was very stupid. Which animal trainer trains animals for the purpose of locking himself in a cage? Come on, Zhou Yang, let me see your memory. Li Zuiyuan put his hand on Zhou Yang's forehead. He was very tired now, so he had no intention of savoring the tragic and sad scenes of Zhou Yang after his wife and daughter fell ill. He quickly skipped these and only stayed at a few key points. The first one was the words coming from outside the window when Zhou Yang was lying on the bed crying for his deceased wife. Zhou Yang ran out, but he didn't find anyone. That person only left a letter. The letter said that he could help him keep his wife and daughter by his side. After his daughter died, the voice appeared again. Zhou Yang went out again, but still didn't find anyone. It was another letter with exactly the same content. One night after his wife and daughter died, Zhou Yang sat in the house drinking alone. The voice appeared again, but he still didn't see anyone. After picking up the letter outside the house and opening it, he found that the letter described the specific method. Li Zuiyuan sighed. He had to say that the other party was very clean. Obviously doing bad things, but leaving no traces or footsteps. This kind of behavior logic is very similar to Grandma Lu and others. This is not to say that Lu Yumei is also bad, but these two groups of people have always been taboo about something, fearing that they will be involved. For example, this group of people is obviously doing extremely disgusting bad things, but they have not really dirty their hands. Even if it is very likely that they killed the girls and women, for them who have been bedridden for a long time, death at that time is a kind of relief, similar to euthanasia in the West. When they kill them, they will not have resentment, but will be grateful in their hearts. Of course, this is because they don't know what is waiting for them after death. In fact, if I hadn't told them, their hatred would only be focused on Zhou Yang. Hands and feet, too clean. Is this the awe of that taboo? This is why, when I proposed a plan to Black Cat was very surprised. Can you righteous people really do this? It turns out that there is indeed such a righteous rule. However, Li Zuiyuan did not think of retreating because of this. For him, the worst that could happen is that after the work is done, he can go home and hug his grandfather more. This Zhou Yang is really interesting. Just based on 3 letters, he really took out all his family's wealth to build the bridge. But thinking of the portrait of Jesus in his house, it is understandable. This man is superstitious about such things and is a fool who is easy to fool. He would rather live a tight life at home than give money to those swindlers who dance the gods. He also thinks that he is very smart and wise, and thinks that everyone else is drunk and he is the only one who is sober. Li Zuiyuan forced himself to cheer up and said from Zhou Yang's perspective. Now, let me tell you, you come and see, I will tell you, the truth. The third step of Wei Zhendao's Black Book, cheat. Zhou Yang's perspective was readjusted to the time before Zhou Yang came home from playing cards and found his wife dead. As soon as Zhou Yang approached his own dam, he heard a conversation from behind the house. Okay, I've killed his wife. It's better to kill her. It's really a waste of time if she doesn't die. This way, when he comes back and sees it, he will be heartbroken, and it will be convenient for us to carry out the next plan. Is the letter ready? Okay, but don't you want to leave the specific operation now? No, his daughter is not dead yet. Li Zuiyuan forced himself to stay alert and continued to adjust the perspective screen to the time before Zhou Yang found his daughter dead. The same scene, the same eavesdropping, and even just a few small changes in the dialogue. It's not that Li Zuiyuan didn't want to do the work more carefully, but he was almost unable to hold on. He knew very well that this kind of forced and rough modification of memory would cause Zhou Yang's original memory chain to become disordered. If it were a normal death, you wouldn't do this. After a person faints, they can quickly dispel and forget the wrong memory, just like a normal person's dream last night. But Li Zuiyuan believed Zhou Yang, because he was really easy to deceive. And he also adapted it based on facts, which was in line with the internal logic of the memory chain. Continue to fiddle, and return to the scene where Zhou Yang sat in the house drinking after his wife and daughter died. Outside, there was a conversation. Okay, we killed his wife and children, and now we can proceed to the next plan. Well, he's so stupid. I've thrown the letter here, and he will do what we told him to do in the letter like he's grabbing a lifeline. You throw it, he's coming out soon. Well. Li Zhuiyuan originally wanted to deepen and enrich the last conversation, but he couldn't hold it anymore. It was difficult to maintain the state of walking in the dark, and the perspective picture was also turbulent and broken. But it should be okay. Li Zhuiyuan released all his strength and closed his eyes. When he wanted to open his eyes again, he found that he couldn't open them at all, as if his eyes were blocked. He knew that his walk was over, because he heard the voices of Runzheng and Tan Wenbin. Runzheng, why can't the blood stop? It's so scary. Wipe it again, I'll get some clean water. Brother Binbin. Xiao Yuan, you're awake, don't worry, we're trying to stop the bleeding for you. Brother Binbin, take a look at Zhou Yang and tell me how he is now. He keeps shaking his head, as if he has epilepsy, but don't worry, he can't get rid of the basket and the net. Keep staring at him and tell me about his changes, I can't see it now. Runzheng walked back, and soon, Li Zhuiyuan felt a cool feeling flowing in his eyes. Now, he can open his eyes, but his vision is pitch black, and he can't see anything. Xiao Yuan, why are your eyes dull? Can you see clearly how many fingers I raised? Li Zhuiyuan shook his head. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Now, even Lu Jingxia, who suffers from cataracts, can boast of her good eyesight in front of him. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He is no different from being blind now. Xiao Yuan, will your eyes be okay? Brother Xiao Yuan, don't scare me. Don't worry, I just overdrawn. I can't see now, but I'm not really blind. I will recover slowly after resting. There is a similar record in The Righteous Way to Subdue Demons, blindness, recovery after 10 months, then no moderation. Wei Zhendao, also overdrawn like this before, but he finally recovered. It is the 10 months here that is not easy to interpret. It can refer to 1 month, 10 months, or 10 days to 1 month. Li Zhuiyuan thinks that the third interpretation is the most appropriate. If he was really blind for 10 months, Wei Zhendao would have a heavier and more fearful tone when writing this passage. It would not be just know how to control oneself, but horrified and like a new life. Xiao Yuan, the mucus in Zhou Yang's eyes faded, and his eyes turned red again. He looked very angry. Is he staring at the 3 of us? No, he didn't look at us. Well, it's done. Hatred has been transferred. Brother Runzheng, take down the net and basket, and put Zhou Yang in the water. Okay. Although this request is unreasonable, Runzheng never asks why. He brought Zhou Yang to the river, took the net and basket, and then looked at the man who was still floundering on the shore like a dead fish, raised his foot, and kicked him back into the river. As soon as he entered the water, the half-dead Zhou Yang suddenly became active and dived into the water. Xiao Yuan, let's go to the hospital. Tan Wenbin said. Brother Binbin, please take a little more effort and take me home on the tricycle. Brother Runzheng, you stay here and take care of Uncle Shan and my great-grandfather. Starting tomorrow, go to Zhou Yang's dam once in the morning and evening to check the situation. If you don't see the mother and daughter sitting on the dam and waving to you, you can come to this river to search, you should be able to catch dead fish. Xiao Yuan, is there anything else to pay attention to? Remember to recalculate the money with the village chief. Okay. Runzheng agreed and turned to look at Tan Wenbin, can you still ride a bike? No problem. Runzheng asked sincerely and concernedly, you look very tired now, do you want me to slap you to wake you up? No, I will slap myself when I ride a bike. Be safe and don't let Xiao Yuan get into trouble. Of course, don't worry. Runzheng packed up his things and carried Li Zuiyuan back home himself. Inside the house, the two drunk old men snored loudly. This time, I helped my great-grandfather solve a problem again. However, the boy didn't mind helping the grandfather to resolve these disasters. Because staying with the grandfather, he can do things more freely, and the grandfather's consistent behavioral logic is not in line with the so-called righteousness. Of course, it is also possible that the current righteousness is false and wrong, and the grandfather's style of doing things is the real defense of the righteousness. But think about it from another angle. If I hadn't come, the grandfather might not have encountered this incident. Because, without me, the grandfather couldn't find Zhou Yang's house with the compass. The dawn is beginning to appear. Completely exhausted, Li Zuiyuan, who was sitting on the tricycle and blowing the cool morning breeze, was no longer sleepy. Although he couldn't see anything in his eyes, he was in a very happy mood and even hummed a nursery rhyme, "Let's row the oars." All the previous achievements were too easy. In the subject of corpse recovery, he felt the feeling of a poor student for the first time. I am studying hard and looking forward to a little progress, but you dare to frame me and cheat. Why? Then I'll kill you. Tan Wenbin slapped himself while riding his bike, but he couldn't help laughing when he heard the singing behind him. The boy sitting behind him seemed to give him a terrifying maturity beyond his appearance age from the very beginning. Many times, he felt that his father was suppressed in front of the boy. Therefore, the brother he called was not a flattery, because the boy was smarter and more mature than himself. Now, when he heard the boy singing, he was happy for the boy in his heart. This is really the way a child looks. Are you happy, Xiao Yuan? Yes, very happy. The tricycle drove safely to the dam of his home. Tan Wenbin, who was riding the bike, was almost swollen from being slapped. When he arrived at the place, he pulled the brakes dizzily, then fell to the ground and fell asleep. He was busy all day and night. Not only was he frightened frequently, but he was also sucked out of his yang energy by death. It was a miracle for a normal person to be able to hold on until now. Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu were eating breakfast. Seeing this, they dropped their chopsticks and ran over. Li Zuiyuan was grabbed by Lu Yumei and Lu Ting on the left and right hands respectively, and then the two looked at each other. Auntie Lu let go of her hand, dragged Tan Wenbin back to the dining table on the first floor, and went back to the house to get medicine. Lu Yumei stared at Li Zuiyuan with a gloomy face and sighed. Li Zuiyuan liked this quiet atmosphere very much. There was no extra concern and inquiry, and everyone could see clearly. In fact, because he couldn't see now, no one had to manage their expressions. The world suddenly became much simpler. Until his hand was held by a pair of soft and warm hands. The monotonous world immediately became rich and full. Ali, come here, I want to tell you a secret. Ali came closer and pressed herself against the boy. Li Zuiyuan felt that his lips touched the girl's hair, and she pressed her ear against him. I'm telling you, there is a group of people who want to plot against me. I'm very angry. I have made arrangements and I will definitely kill them. Lu Yumei certainly heard this whisper. She originally thought that her granddaughter would be angry at the boy for making her look like this, but who would have thought that after the boy finished speaking, two clear dimples appeared on her granddaughter's face. Ali, I can't see now, take me back to the house. Li Zuiyuan felt that the girl was holding her hand with one hand and holding her arm with the other hand. In the past, he always led the girl in front. After entering the house, he went upstairs step by step, returned to his room, and sat on the bed. Li Zuiyuan lay down and reached out to touch the quilt, but touched nothing. But soon, the quilt was covered on his stomach, and even the folding method was what he was used to. The girl left, and Li Zuiyuan heard the door open. After a while, the door opened again, and the girl came back, and then Li Zuiyuan felt a wet towel wiping his face. Wipe for a while, fold it, and continue to wipe, just like when he wiped her in the past. It turned out that she had been learning. The door of the room opened again, and it was the footsteps of an adult. Xiao Yuan, lie still, I'll apply the medicine for you. Thank you, Aunt Lu. The ointment was applied to the eyes, and then tied around the back of the head with a cloth. A comfortable feeling rippled in the eye sockets, followed by deep fatigue. Forcing himself not to sleep, Li Zuiyuan asked, Aunt Lu, how long will it take for my eyes to heal? 10 months. Li Zuiyuan. Aunt Lu laughed, haha, a month, you can also be quiet. Li Zuiyuan also smiled. Stinky boy, how can you still laugh? A month, just to finish the summer vacation, and not delay the start of school. During the day, Li Sanjiang woke up. After learning that Xiao Yuan and Zhuang had gone back, he didn't take it seriously, but picked up his things and led Runzheng to walk around the river for several more times. Runzheng originally wanted to accompany Li Sanjiang to kill time and go through the motions. Then, he saw Li Sanjiang take out the compass. The compass pointed to the south, and he followed Li Sanjiang to the bridge. Under the bridge, Li Sanjiang untied his belt and urinated. When men urinate, they often don't like to stare down, but look around with their chests full of clouds. He saw the monument under the bridge and sighed. Runzheng Ho, is this Zhou Yang from your village? Yes, uncle. Tisk tisk, he must be very rich, donating to build a bridge by himself. I don't know the villagers very well. You don't know anyone from your village? Uncle, you know that my grandfather and I are in this business, and we rarely come into contact with villagers on weekdays. It shouldn't be, don't you have a bad relationship in the village? Who doesn't like a country boy who loses money when playing cards? Most of the time, my grandfather doesn't have money in his pocket to play cards. Oh, that's right. Runzheng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he had squeezed out all his wisdom and finally got rid of this matter. But then, a scene that made Runzheng dumbfounded appeared. Li Sanjiang took the compass and walked south to the bridge. There was a river bend in front of him, and there was no way, so he followed the compass in the opposite direction and walked north. Zhou Yang's family happened to live in the northern corner of the village. Runzheng followed Li Sanjiang and walked to the front of Zhou Yang's house, with a look of seeing a ghost. My grandfather always said that Uncle Sanjiang was incompetent. What is incompetent? Xiao Yuan spent a lot of effort to find Zhou Yang's house last night. Uncle Sanjiang found it in the time it took to pee. Ha ha ha, hello. Li Sanjiang raised his hand and waved to the mother and daughter sitting on the dam. Because Runzheng, a native of the village, happened to be standing next to him, he could see the mother and daughter. Uncle, let's not go forward. Runzheng decided that if Li Sanjiang continued to move forward, he would carry Li Sanjiang away even if he had to carry him. No, there's only the mother and daughter at home, what's the point of going? It's boring. The women are at home, and it's not appropriate for a grown man like me to get close to them. But Runzheng had another interpretation of this. Did Uncle Sanjiang know Zhou Yang wasn't at home at a glance? After wandering around until the afternoon, Li Sanjiang returned to Uncle Shan's house. The village chief was also in the yard and asked about the progress. Li Sanjiang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, they'll find him soon." After the village chief left, there were many remaining hot liquor last night, and the village chief sent some small marinated vegetables in advance. The old man sat down and continued to drink. Drinking it, he drank again. When Li Sanjiang remembered what he was doing here, he planned to get up and say that while the sky was not dark, he went around. Uncle Shan took him, let him continue to drink with himself, and then urged Runzheng to go out and then turn around. Runzheng responded, and he went out when he copied things. Xiao Yuan had ordered him to watch it sooner or later. He ran to Zhou Yangjiaba. This time, The mother and daughter on the dam did not appear again. Nympho. Night. A boy sitting on his shoulders was walking along the river. This view is a pair of father and son who came out to take a walk at night. But the conversation between them was shocking, because an adult man called the boy on his neck. Dad! Dad, Lou Blind's house, the trustee returned the money, what should we do? Go another trip to the other day, the price doubles, I don't believe she is unhappy. Okay, they're home, is it really that important? Very important, their family is really hard, especially the little granddaughter called Kui Kui. Dad, did you see her? The dwarf took a slap on the man's head, and the man screamed. You are stupid, so marry home hard, do you look forward to your dad early, right? Dad, if you didn't mean that, what did you do? What do you do? Useful, if you can climb the relationship with their family, there will be something in the future to let them carry it. They are hard and can carry things, one family and one change to one. Then why don't we just force them? Forcibly fart, I forgot how your dad, how do I teach you? The most taboo for our line is to commit white things. Even if you want to do your own abacus, you must pay attention to one way and clean up your hands and feet. Otherwise, God knows when it will fall down, and you don't know how to die. Our father and son, a dwarf, a giant disease, is not easy to live. Not only does God look at us, but even the world looks at us separately, so be careful, understand? I know, Dad. By the way, remember to go to Lou Blind's house next time, remind me to ask the boy's situation. Dad, do you remember that boy, isn't it just a child? I always think that the child has seen me through me. How is it possible, Dad, do you think too much? You are outside, everyone thinks you are my son. No wrong, the boy just looked through me. He seemed to see my inner thoughts at a glance. You were in it at the time, you don't know, the boy's eyes are too scary. Is that boy and Dad have the same illness? I don't know, so I have to check again next time I go to see you in village. It is best to go to the boy's house. Oh, by the way, the quiet woman next to the boy is really beautiful, follow people and TV are the same. I saw it too, isn't she hard? I can't see it, it should not be hard. Then be a daughter-in-law. Oh, you are your son, do you understand the rules, where can you get you first? Dad, not so dad like you. Well, don't talk nonsense, go to the ground, go down the river, call out the idiot, and see how the results you get started last time, let your dad test your results. Rest assured, Dad, no problem. The man walked down the river with a dwarf, and was about to come up with something to summon. Who knew that a bubble suddenly floated in front of him? The back was revealed, and then flipped slowly, and in the end, Joe Young's body was revealed. Dad, you see, how clever the death I raised, I don't have to summon, I came out. It's really good, son, I said, in this line, I really haven't seen anyone more talented than you. That's... Roar. Suddenly, the mucus in Joe Young's eyes faded, turned into red, and rushed directly to the man. Dad! The man screamed. The dwarf on his head took out a piece of rune paper and passed the head on Joe Young's head. Joe Young stopped the movement at once. Dad, it's terrible, what happened to it just now? Deadly falling out of control, it is also common, don't take responsibility. The bridge had set off the yin wind, and the evil spirits in the river were boiling. The rune paper on Joe Young's forehead was burned instantly. Roar! Joe Young's hands pierced the man's chest, and then bit his mouth to the man's neck. Click! Click! The sound of skeletal break is so crispy. The man was fluttered and fell into the river. How can this? How can this? No, this is impossible. The dwarf was rushing in the water. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. Why did things develop so? In the river, blood and crushing appeared, and Zhou Yang continued to fluttering to the dwarf. Damn, you return my son. The dwarf face is twisted, and it is no longer like a child. There was a stabbing rope in his hand, and his body was like a fish in the water. He rushed to Zhou Yang's back smartly, and the rope was put on Zhou Yang's neck, tightening vigorously. Ah! Zhou Yang howled, his neck was melting quickly. However, when Zhou Yang just appeared and roared, the cover of the well on his dam slipped off. The colorful water snake under the well also opened its mouth and hissed silently upwards, and then its body collapsed and turned into pus. Bang! Bang! The windows of the bedroom and kitchen of the house were directly knocked away. After two women, one big and one small, jumped out, they moved towards the river at a very fast speed. Runzheng was also running towards the river, and suddenly saw two figures passing by his side. He recognized who they were, but he didn't know why. When the mother and daughter moved now, their feet were sliding on the ground, like two fast-sliding snakes. Then, they jumped into the river together, and only two ripples appeared on the water surface. You deserve to die, you killed my son, that's my son. The dwarf used the rope in his hand to almost cut Zhou Yang's neck in half, and Zhou Yang's breath was also rapidly weakening, and the evil spirit quickly dissipated. This kind of feng shui pattern of the evil position has a short effect. But at this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly stretched out his arms and grabbed the dwarf's 2 feet. The dwarf didn't care at all, he just knew that this dead thing was about to be cut to death by him. But at this moment, he turned his head to look to his side, and there seemed to be something under the water. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed out from under the water, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed the dwarf respectively, and began to bite wildly. Their eyes were like snake eyes, and every time they bit, the blood flowing from the dwarf's wound was not red but black. Ah! The dwarf screamed, and he wanted to shake it off, but the 3 dead things swarmed him tightly at close range, leaving him no room for maneuver even if he was more flexible. In the end, he was unwilling to accept it, his face turned blue-grey poisoned, and he lost all vitality. Together with the 3 dead bodies, he slowly sank into the river. After Li Zuiyuan tampered with his memory, Zhou Yang's resentment changed from his obsession that his wife and daughter could continue to accompany him to revenge for his broken family. When the enemy died, his revenge was completed, and his resentment began to dissipate. Even if an accident occurred, there was another layer of protection, that is, the feng shui of this river was changed by Li Zuiyuan to counteract the evil spirits, and the evil spirits in this area were ignited in a short time to create a boiling effect, naturally including the dead bodies. In short, Zhou Yang completely died. As soon as he ended, his wife and daughter, who were ghosts because of him, were finally freed. After all of them sank into the water together, they slowly dispersed and floated again, only the mother and daughter were still hugging each other. When Runzheng ran to the river, he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. There were many floating corpses on the river. Xiao Yuan, you're right. Fish, so many dead fish. Chapter 49. Run Sheng swallowed several sips in a row, and he was hungry. Xiao Yuan said that this is a dead fish, does it imply that you can eat fish if you feel hungry? Run gave birth to the river. He ignored the broken corpse and the dwarf, and did not care about the mother and daughter. His goal was only one Zhou Yang. He pulled Zhou Yang in front of him, and Zhou Yang's head was left with his neck, and he seemed to be cut off at any time. The bad things that are broken in the town are not sold at the price. The solution is to eat it by itself. Runzheng lowered his head and bites up. Then he opened his mouth and pushed Zhou Yang away, climbed up ashore, kneeling on the ground, and began to read it. Really disgusting. He wondered why this is the case. Soon, he thought of the reason. He changed the feng shui pattern here according to Xiao Yuan's instructions, which caused the evil spirits of Zhou Yang to boil. Runzheng got up and returned to the river. This time he was not looking for food, but touched the dwarf corpse, and found a stabbing rope. The material was very special. He also found a few wet rune paper and some small things. He went to find the body of the corpse, but there was nothing except the wet smoke and some money there. After collecting things, Runshung left here. The village sellers were preparing to close the door, and the door panels were hung halfway. Runsheng ran over and picked up the phone to start dialing. Nympho. Tan Wenbin fell asleep throughout the day. After waking up, he found that he was swollen faster than his face. He was hungry. In the evening, Aunt Lu cooked his noodles and gave him a full of sidelines. When he took the first bite, he was a little bit embarrassed, and he deliberately glanced at the green onion prepared by the wall. After the first mouth swallowed, he was completely relieved and began to be happy. This pot of noodles was eaten cleanly, and even a little bit of meaning. He was surprised himself. When did he have so much meal? Either. Aunt Lu asked, give you another point? No, don't need it, you need to brach the belly again. He can no longer sit still, stand up, hold his stomach, and walk on the dam. Have a meal. Xiao Yuan is still sleeping. Still sleeping? Well, I'm afraid I have to sleep for a long time. My God, I'm going to sleep for so long, and right, he is really exhausted. At this time, Zhang Yan's shout came from the village road in Dacian. Zhang Yan's voice has always been very recognizable and penetrating. Often, hey hey a few sounds, the villagers in the nearby family will raise their ears. Next, Zhang Yan will call the name of which specific name. When you hear the shouting villagers, they will immediately run to their dams, and they will also say a few words hey hey, and then take a few more words, come come. No mountains can be seen in the plain area, but they can also sing mountain songs. This time Zhang Ye shouted zhuang zhuang. Lu Yumei asked a little bit in Nana, did you call wrong? Tan Wenbin ran down the dam. Aunt Lu came to a piece of side dish, put it in front of Lu Yumei, and said with a smile, Zhuang Zhuang is the new name that Uncle Sanjiang gave this child. Oh! Lu Yumei nodded, this child is good. Family teach well, decent in your bones. How about Xiao Yuan? His eyes were not good for a month. I felt that he had a long time in his heart, and it was quite open. He also said that he could not delay school. This child, what is done in everything, is crazy. It is really worrying, it is blessed to be his father and mother. If you are going to give birth, you will lose it and don't raise it yourself. It is really blessed. You can wait until he picks up peaches in adulthood. Ali is still with him. Well, that's not, wash the towel for a while and feed the spoon to feed the water. You will make some soup later, remember to dry the warmth and feed him to drink. This stinky little boy, who was crazy to blind himself, could help Ali recover his condition. Saying these words, Lu Yumei's mouth was laughing. Aunt Lu also attached to peace, these two children are really fate, just looking at Xiao Yuan, Ali is afraid of sadness and sadness. It's really not, Ali has a very good mood, you haven't seen it, you laughed out of the dimple today. I don't understand. We are old, young people have their own way of playing. Need me to inquire? Hearing this, Lu Yumei's chopsticks paused. Aunt Lu explained, I'm afraid of this child. Lu Yumei picked up jealousy and said, since he didn't speak, we should not know, don't ask more. Clear. At this time, a figure came out on the terrace on the second floor, holding a towel in his hand, and washed it at the water tank. I haven't enjoyed this treatment. Lu Yumei put the vinegar who had just picked up again, and her face was sour enough. Nympho. Tan Wenbin answered Runchen's phone and knew the development of the matter. To be honest, he was also taken aback. No wonder Xiao Yuan fought last night and had to finish all things, but no, the fish was hooked the next day. There are too many fish, not easy to handle, you have to call your dad. However, before calling his father, Tan Wenbin hesitated. According to his dad's habit, if he saw his son calling him, if he was busy, it would probably be slightly over. Even if he was not busy, he was too lazy to call back immediately. Therefore, the content he called out is, "Uncle Tan, I am Xiao Yuan, please call back." Hang the phone, popped up a cigarette, and wiped the matches, and the phone rang. Grass. Tan Wenbin returned the cigarette and answered the phone. On the other side of the phone, the voice of his father's gentle and kindness came, "Xiao Yuan, what's the matter? Don't worry, tell your uncle to help you solve it." Dad. Brute. Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin feels that it has always been difficult to maintain the relationship between father and son. If it hadn't been seen when his dad was young, it was almost engraved with his own mold. He would doubt whether he was adopted, or his parents had staged some love and hate like the bitter dramas that were now on TV. "Dad, tell you something, I play cards in Ziding Town." The phone was silent. "Otherwise, come to catch me." Continue to silence on the phone. "Dad, come to Xinan to pick me up, and then we go to Ziding to catch me gambling together." "Xiao Yuan told you to say that." Click. The phone was hung up. Tan Wenbin took out the money and paid the phone bill, and grabbed a bubble sugar. It didn't take long for him to see a motorcycle driving over. Tan Wenbin waved the initiative. The motorcycle stopped side by side and set off a dust in his face. "Oh. Go to the car." "Oh, okay." As soon as I got on the car, the speed got up, and Tan Wenbin had to grab his father's waist. "Dad, you're driving slowly. If the two of our father and son have happened, isn't it liberated my mother?" After speaking, Tan Wenbin regretted it. How could he tease the father in person? It was roughly yesterday. It was really taken by Xiao Yuan to see the world. No matter how terrible the father could not die than that nest. What surprised Tan Wenbin was that his father didn't seem to be angry, and through a motorcycle rear-view mirror, he could still see the corner of his dad's mouth hooking, as if laughing. After entering Ziding Town, Tan Wenbin pointed to the road, entered the village, and then got out of the car and entered a hall. This mouth said that his grandfather liked to lose money here. After Tan Wenbin entered, Tan Yunlong got out of the car and walked in with the helmet. He set off the gambling table and kicked his son out, and he didn't need to show his identity, and the gamblers in the mouth did not dare to really do what he did to him. Some people's aura is inherent. After smashing the mouth, the father and son came out. Tan Wenbin led his father to the door of Zhou Yang's house. At this time, Runzheng stood there. "Dad, we have entered, so now do you want to go in and deal with your fingerprints? After all, you are professional." "You have been in." It was last night, we went in." "You have been in." "Yeah, I went in, although we packed it up, but it must not be cleaned." Tan Yunlong felt that if Xiao Yuan was here, the above-mentioned nonsense would not appear. He turned his head and looked at Runzheng, where to go next. Runzheng replied, "River by the river." Tan Wenbin thought about it for a long time before finally thinking about it. Since his father said that he had passed, he went in, and even if he left any traces, it was normal. Moreover, as long as you say it, you don't need to go in now. The three came to the river. Runzheng was set off in the river, the body did not float away, and stayed there. Rao was Tan Yunlong, who had seen many criminal investigation scenes. Looking at this kind of scene, he couldn't help but frown deeply, and his face was shocked. "You, what are you doing?" "Nympho." Li Zhanyuan woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the door, and did not see the girl. Because he is blind now. Soon, his hand was held by a warm little hand. "Ali, how long have I slept?" 3 fingers were raised. "After sleeping for 3 days, it is really long enough." "Is the grandfather back?" Hands were shaken. "What about Runzheng and Binbin?" Hands were shaken again. "I want to take a bath." Speaking, Li Zhanyuan put his face beside the girl and smelled it. Lu Yumei will give all Li's clothes every time, and different styles of clothes smoke different fragrances. The taste is fading now. Prove that the girl has been with herself by bed. A Li, go to take a bath, and then sleep. A Li reached out to help him get out of bed. A Li got up and left. Li Zhanyuan sat next to the bed for a while, and then got off the bed. When he was blind, he was a little uncomfortable. Now, he feels that he is used to it, and even starts to worry about what to do if he is not used to after the rest of the Ming. There was a pattern in your room in his mind. Each step was calculated. He walked, stretched out his hand, pushed the door, and then turned right. Finally, pushed the door of the bathroom and walked in. The clean clothes were folded in advance and placed on the shelf at the door of the bathroom. It was a little difficult to pour hot water and cold water into the bucket above, but it was done carefully. After taking a bath, changing clothes, and walking outside to get some fresh air, Li Zuiyuan felt like he was alive again. He returned to the door of his room and sat down on the rattan chair. Downstairs, Lu Yumei, who was combing the hair of her granddaughter who had just taken a bath, witnessed the boy walking back and sitting down calmly. The rattan chair was on the edge of the terrace, which was very dangerous. She wanted to warn him, but she held back. The granddaughter under her wanted to get up, so she gently pressed her and said, "Ali, even if he can't see, we have to look beautiful in front of him, right?" Ali sat down again. Unable to see the scenery or read a book, Li Zuiyuan began to be in a daze. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he noticed the girl sitting next to him. Sniffing, the sweet-scented osmanthus scent should go with a bright yellow skirt. "Ari, let's play chess." The girl held his hand and pressed it hard. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand, drew a frame in front of him, and then pointed at a place in the middle. The girl held his hand and pointed at another place. The two of them played Go in front of the empty space. While playing, the sound of a tricycle came from downstairs. It was the grandfather who came back. Aunt Lu asked, "Where are Binbin and Runs Hung? Why didn't they come back with you?" "They are assisting in the investigation at the police station. This time they found 5 bodies." "Haha, it's a good job." Li Sanjiang went upstairs. He originally wanted to take a bath first, and also visit Xiaowenho. Li Zuiyuan did not hide. After all, they lived under the same roof, and it was impossible to hide the matter of his eyes from the grandfather. Seeing his great-grandson's eyes covered with cloth, Li Sanjiang was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He rushed up and hugged the boy, regardless of the terrifying A Li who was next to him. Li Zuiyuan kept holding A Li's hand to ensure that A Li would not get angry. However, he also felt that the girl's repulsion to the approach of outsiders this time was much lower than before. Aunt Lu also hurried up and explained to Li Sanjiang that Xiao Yuan had an eye disease and had applied medicine. He would be fully recovered in less than a month and there would be no sequelae. But Li Sanjiang cursed directly. "Bullshit, the boy's eyes can be a trivial matter? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" After cursing, he carried the boy downstairs and went to the village clinic. Zhang Datong shook his head after checking and asking. Li Sanjiang rode a tricycle and took Li Zuiyuan to the health center. After checking for most of the day at the health center, the doctor could not get any results, and did not even find out the specific cause of the disease. Li Sanjiang immediately took Li Zuiyuan out of the hospital and took a bus to the city hospital. After another day of examination, he still couldn't find any clues. Li Zuiyuan comforted Li Sanjiang and persuaded him to give up, repeatedly saying that his eyes would get better soon. He thought that the grandfather would give up at this point. But unexpectedly, the grandfather took him directly from Nantong to Shanghai. This was Li Zuiyuan's first time taking a ferry, and it was also his first time to come to the most prosperous city on this continent. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Most of the time, there was only the noise of engines and horns in his ears. Li Sanjiang had been to old Shanghai, but that was before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Now he is no different from an ordinary old farmer in the countryside. However, the grandfather is not shy, nor dull. He will take the initiative to ask people for directions, and he is always right. On the way, it was mostly a white-haired old man with a blindfolded and cute boy. This pairing is really too classic and too pitiful. So the driver of the motorcycle taxi took the initiative not to charge. The proprietress of the small hotel where they stayed even secretly stuffed the room fee back, and the boss of the breakfast shop at the door from Shaanxi province sent breakfast. Even when the grandfather and grandson went to the hospital at noon, they would meet an old professor who happened to be coming down the stairs while waiting for the doctor to work in the afternoon while sitting on the stairs to share the yellow steamed buns. The old professor asked them to cut in line, and invited several other departments to consult, and finally came to a conclusion that the child had a problem with the nervous system that affected his eyes, and he needed to rest and not worry. He also comforted Li Sanjiang, saying that maybe in a month or two, the child's eyes would be able to see slowly, and finally gradually recover. This kind of nervous system disease is currently a problem all over the world, and there is no surgery that can be performed in the hospital. In the end, they could only prescribe some medicine. The old professor also left his personal contact information and asked him to come directly to him if his eyes did not improve in 2 months. Li Sanjiang thanked the doctor profusely, and after leading Li Zuyuan out of the hospital and into the small alley next door, Li Sanjiang hugged the boy and burst into tears. "Little Marquis Yuan, it's all my fault that my grandfather is useless. My grandfather has no ability and can't take you abroad for medical treatment." The depression along the way completely broke out at this moment. Li Sanjiang knelt on the ground and cried like a child. Hearing this voice, Li Zuyuan also wanted to cry, but he searched his heart and couldn't find the sadness. He could cry, but now he didn't want to act. He could only hold his grandfather's head and put his face against it, while beginning to hate himself for being like this. Since then, Li Sanjiang finally stopped seeking medical treatment and started to return home with Li Zuyuan. On the way, when sitting on the bus, Li Sanjiang took a notebook and wrote and drew on it. "Xiao Yuanho, when your eyes are better, go to Shanghai again. We should at least give these people some local specialties to visit them." The grandfather kept the contact information of each person who helped them and wrote it down in a notebook. Before going to Shanghai, Li Zuyuan said that our family had no money to go to Shanghai for medical treatment in order to dispel the grandfather's idea. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1619, 1 book, 1 bar. But Li Sanjiang patted the passbook in his pocket and said that there was enough money here. Ding Dalan had already given the money for the land to the village, but only the deposit for planting trees. This scared Li Zuyuan. "You know, the person buried under the fish pond has not completely dissipated. If the peach trees are not planted for a long time, someone may have to dig up the soil again to seek an explanation." However, Li Sanjiang added that the money would be used for emergency first, and he would mortgage the house after the money for planting peach trees came back. Fortunately, because everything went smoothly and he was not hospitalized in Shanghai, he did not spend much money except for the travel and accommodation expenses. Li Sanjiang muttered, "I really can't get used to that yellow steamed bun." Before entering the hospital at noon, the grandfather and grandson actually ate a bowl of noodles outside the hospital. While complaining about the high prices in Shanghai, the grandfather did not forget to add a portion of meat for Li Zuyuan. This yellow steamed bun was a kind gift from the owner of the breakfast shop next to the hotel. He did not sell it but made it for his family. The grandfather and grandson were not used to eating this millet flour. After eating the steamed buns and soy milk, the yellow steamed bun was kept. When they were sitting on the stairs of the hospital, Li Sanjiang took out the yellow steamed bun, ate a bite himself, and then fed Li Zuyuan a bite. It was a bit like eating it as a snack, and it was also to avoid wasting food. But this scene was so tragic in the eyes of the old professor that it couldn't be more tragic. Later, I learned that the old professor's hometown was in northern Shaanxi. The town bus stopped at the entrance of the village, and Li Sanjiang took Li Zuiyuan's hand and got off the bus. The grandfather and grandson both breathed a sigh of relief, finally returning home. Li Zuiyuan himself did not expect that he would be blind the whole time on his first travel with his great-grandfather. However, he tried to do everything he could by himself so as not to make Li Sanjiang tired. But because he could not see, he did not know that every time Li Sanjiang watched him trying to get familiar with and adapt to the life of a blind person, tears would well up in his eyes, and the more he watched, the sadder he felt. The more sensible Xiao Yuanhou behaved, the more self-blame Li Sanjiang felt. He felt that he had not taken good care of the child. He had just transferred the child's household registration to his own name, and the child got such a disease. He began to doubt whether he was a jinx. "Grandpa, it's okay. Didn't the doctor say that my eyes will get better in a while, and I can go to school then?" When he heard the word school, Li Sanjiang paused and tears burst out again. However, he was also trying to calm himself down, trying to only cry without sobbing, so that the child would not hear it. "Well, my little Yuanhou's eyes will definitely get better, and he will definitely go to school, haha." On the way to seek medical treatment, every time Li Zuiyuan said that he would get better soon, he would be scolded by Li Sanjiang, who scolded him for not understanding the importance of eyes and thinking it was a trivial matter. After returning from the end of the medical treatment, when Li Zuiyuan said this again, Li Sanjiang would agree, and he would repeat this himself. "The village road in my hometown, the field is fragrant with flowers. Back home, on the dam." Li Zuiyuan's hands were soon held by another pair of small hands. This time, Li Zuiyuan felt the trembling from these hands, because Li Sanjiang was next to him, very close. Obviously, the girl's rejection of Li Sanjiang has increased significantly. Li Zuiyuan said, "Ali, be sensible, my grandfather took me to see a doctor." The girl's hands stopped shaking, she listened and suppressed it. Li Zuiyuan smiled, he was a little regretful that he couldn't see Ali's appearance now, but fortunately, he remembered a lot, thanks to Ali changing different clothes every day. The next moment, the girl hugged her neck. Li Zuiyuan reached out and patted her head gently, "But now everyone is looking here, it's a bit shameful to say such lines." The girl shook slightly, as if she was dissatisfied with the delay in the completion of the ceremony. "Forget it, anyway, I can't see now, what's there to be ashamed of? Ali, tell me what you want, I have money, I have plenty of money." The girl was satisfied, moved away, then grabbed Li Zuiyuan's hand and gently touched her eyes. This scene must be very warm in the eyes of the people around. Let a blind person touch your eyes, and normal people must think, "I am your eyes." No, not this. But Li Zuiyuan was panicked, because he knew that Ali wanted to play games with him, such as the old yin yang. He was blind because of overdrawn, but he dared not do these things before his eyes recovered, otherwise, he might be completely blind. Seeing that Li Zuiyuan disagreed, the girl held the boy's hand and drew a frame, meaning to play chess. "Wait a little longer, Ali, I want to take a bath and eat first, and then we can play together in the afternoon." The most important thing is that because the grandfather took him to see a doctor as soon as he came back, he has not had the opportunity to learn from Runzheng and Tan Wenbin how the matter developed later. "Come on, Xiao Yuan, I'll take you upstairs to take a shower." Tan Wenbin took the initiative to extend his hand and led Li Zuiyuan upstairs. "Brother Binbin, why are you still here?" "Brother Xiao Yuan, what are you talking about? Where else would I be if I wasn't here? I thought you went home. We are short of manpower here. During the time you were away, I stayed here to help with papermaking and delivery. I tell you, my papermaking skills are great now. Aunt Lu praised my paper figures. Brother Binbin, you are amazing. Hehe, Aunt Lu said that your eyes are fine, right? Well, it's okay, don't worry. Let's talk about the follow-up of that incident. Oh, Runshung called me that night, and then I called my dad. My dad went to the scene. There were 5 bodies in the river. In addition to Jo Young's family, there was also the father and son who I saw at Quick-Ui's house on Quick-Ui's birthday last time. It was the one with the father and son reversed. Is it them? Li Zuiyuan was very disgusted with the dwarf who pretended to be young. To be honest, if they were dead, I would have taken action to deal with them, and there would be no hidden danger. Unfortunately, they are human. From what I experienced when I returned to my hometown, death is really not as scary as human beings. Well, the tall one was dismembered, it should be Jo Yang who did it. The dwarf is also dead, it seems that he was bitten to death by the mother and daughter. What did the police say? A lot of skeletons were found in the yard of the dwarf's house, and they were in special postures. There were also many mysterious things in the house, and the true identity and father-son relationship of the dwarf and his son were also found out. Now it is determined that they believe in that kind of absurd religion. They killed Jo Young's family, and finally performed a ceremony in the river and sacrificed themselves. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. This isn't it the truth? Yes, it is. By the way, Runshung found some things and packed them up in the workshop. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you want to take a look? What should I take now? Puff. Sorry, brother, I couldn't help it. Brother Binbin, help me run the water, I'll take a shower first. Brother, let me rub your back. No, I'm not used to it. Okay, I'll add water for you first, and then wait for you at the door. After taking a shower, the fatigue from the journey was finally eliminated. Tan Wenbin asked impatiently, Brother Xiao Yuan, what you promised me? Did Brother Runshung teach you how to use those tools? Ah? No, he taught me papermaking. Let Brother Runshung teach you how to use those tools first, and then I'll try to teach you some other things, but they're more difficult. Haha, no matter how difficult it is it harder than taking an exam? Then, Tan Wenbin came to his senses. Brother, I'm talking nonsense, stop it, don't say anything more. Brother Binbin, learn the basics first, and I'll give you my set of tools. Really, Brother Xiao Yuan, that's great. He had been eyeing that set of equipment for a long time, but Runchen's set was too big and too heavy, and Xiaowen's set was just right for him. The reason why Li Zuiyuan planned to give his set of tools to Tan Wenbin temporarily was because he had a hard time using them with his current body, and now he had mastered the contents of the Black Book and had a powerful method to face death. As for what to do if there is a lack of equipment around? This is not a problem, because he will not face death alone without Runshung and Tan Wenbin. The boy returned to the most familiar rattan chair and sat down. Ali had been waiting there for a long time. He stretched out his hand, and Ali's hand came over. The two began to play chess in the air. Because they were used to playing fast chess, in the eyes of outsiders, they were just two children holding hands and pointing at the air. Tan Wenbin, who returned downstairs, was puzzled. What are they doing? It's not dark yet, and they are counting stars. Runshung looked up and said, let's play chess. Tan Wenbin said unhappily, are you treating me like a fool? Runshung was too lazy to explain. Brother Xiao Yuan said you have to teach me how to use those things. Okay. Then, when will you teach me? Finish this batch of paper-made things first, they are in a hurry. Why do you have to make so many at once? All 3 new families have ordered them. 1 family, 3 vegetarian ceremonies. People from all 3 families have died, 3 brothers and sisters. We should leave together, this is really a deep brother-sister relationship. Runshung smiled when he heard this. Tan Wenbin immediately realized something was wrong and asked, did I miss something again? Work first, I'll teach you how to use things in the evening. Okay. In order to welcome the grandfather and grandson, Aunt Lu prepared a sumptuous dinner. After Li Zuiyuan sat down, Tan Wenbin wanted to come over. Xiao Yuan, let me pick up some food for you. Hey, hey. Ali looked over with an indifferent look. Tan Wenbin was so scared that he retreated and sat back in his seat. He had thought that the girl was not easy to mess with before, but he should have been braver after seeing the death, but he was more afraid of the girl. Li Zuiyuan picked up the chopsticks. He had learned to eat blindly when he went to seek medical treatment with his grandfather recently. He only needed to find out the position of the dish and the dishes in advance, and then be more sensitive when using chopsticks. However, when Li Zuiyuan picked up the bowl, he felt that there was food on the bowl. After Li Zhanyuan picked up the two, he was caught on it again. The girl was holding food for herself. Hey hey, he he he. Li Sanjiang took a sip of wine and looked at this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. When he looked at Lu Yumei sitting at the small round table in the distance, he lowered his head, and his face was rare to please. I used to take the house and took the ground again. The natural waste was hard. Now my grandson's eyes are blind. I am not sure if it can be good. Facing the old lady in this city, she naturally keeps humble. No matter how good the conditions, they can't resist disability, especially this eye disease. According to the atmosphere in the village, the bad eyes are about to get married in the future, and they are also looking for the same eyes. Alas, although this girl is a bit strange, she can't speak, but at least her eyes are normal. Moreover, it is really beautiful, but unfortunately, Xiao Yuanho can't see it. Li Zhanyuan only cares about eating, but at all, he did not expect that his grandfather had broken his heart for his future marriage. Not only that, Li Sanjiang has prepared a gift after dinner to visit Lu Jingxia, and he intends to pave the way for great-grandson in advance. After dinner, put down the chopsticks, Li Zhanyuan sat there, and the girl picked up the pazi to wipe him carefully. This time, he didn't wait for the girl to go back to the house to sleep. The girl pulled him upstairs first. After he entered the room, she left. Li Sanjiang mentioned some cakes and sugar, and was ready to go out to Lu Blin's house. Before leaving, watching Lu Yumei who was still chewing slowly, he took the initiative to ask. Yo, I have a good appetite today, good health. After speaking, I left. Aunt Lu doubted Lu Yumei Shangtang, what happened to Uncle Sanjiang, it feels a bit strange. Lu Yumei snorted coldly, spit out the fishbone, and cursed. Old things are worried that my great-grandson can't marry a daughter-in-law. He he he. Aunt Lu couldn't help but laughed. Lu Yumei was still cold at first, and she was finally led to show a smile. Don't say, Uncle Sanjiang is really interesting. At this time, A Li came downstairs and walked into the east house herself. Lu Yumei took a sip of rice wine and was relieved. A Li, it's really getting better and better. Nympho. At night, Li Zhanyuan sat in front of the desk and turned on the table lamp. Then he turned off the lights again. Spread his book and picked up his pen. He agreed to Tan Wenbin that he would teach him, and he would definitely teach. Although invisible, it does not affect writing. I have seen Sister Ying's high school textbooks and the papers of Tan Wenbin, and Li Zhanyuan wrote a math problem of Tan Wenbin based on the knowledge points and test sites of high school. After the question, he stretched his waist and rubbed some sour shoulders. This book will be given to Tan Wenbin tomorrow. Li Zhanyuan did not deliberately embarrass him, because according to his experience in learning and mathematics, it is a necessary foundation. The use of appliances needs to be used in physics. For materials, chemistry needs to be used. Even those books they read, Tan Wenbin wants to understand, and needs to use Chinese. Runzheng is a genius that is different and envious. He and Bin Bin can only take the ordinary poor student route. However, if Tan Wenbin can really learn, he can solve the problem of the college entrance examination by the way. Meow, meow, meow. The cat comes from the outside. It was a bit far away, and he didn't go to the dam, but since Li Zhanyuan's blindness, he listening has become much better. Li Zhanyuan recognized who was here. He habitually picked up his pen and was ready to knock on the cup next to him. Fortunately, he stopped. When he got up and left the table, Li Zhanyuan slowly walked downstairs. On the two round tables on the first floor, Runzheng and Tan Wenbin slept right. Li Zhanyuan walked down the dam, came to the field, squatted down, and stretched out his hand. Soon, the furry touch came from the palm, and the black cat was rushing with his head intentionally. Li Zhanyuan simply sat on the ground, and the black cat jumped into his arms. He held it with one hand and stroked it gently on it. Unlike the previous contact, at this time it was warm. "Are you dead?" "Meow." "It's good, you can finally get rid of it." "Meow." Black cats began to use their paws and gently picked their faces. "I have something wrong with my eyes, and I can only go well in a while. I can't go through now. Let's say goodbye." "Meow." "If you are still a cat in your next life, find a good master." "Meow." "Oh, sorry, you already have the best owner in the world." The black cat's body began to dissipate, and the resentment on it was gone, so it was no longer black gas, but a piece of crystal clear. Under the moonlight, the boy was sitting on the field, holding a group of stars in his arms. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 50. There was no sun in the afternoon, the sky was a little cloudy, the wind started to blow, and the rain was still in the stage of falling but not falling. In the long hot summer season, this time is a rare and comfortable interval. Li Sanjiang leaned on the rattan chair, holding a cigarette in his left hand and a teacup in his right hand. The old radio wrapped in a wooden box on the wall was broadcasting the news. Li Zhuiyuan sat next to him, lowering his head to eat watermelon. The news was broadcasting the situation in the Middle East. Li Sanjiang sat up, stuffed the cigarette butt into the Jianlibao can filled with water, and then picked up the can and shook it. "Grandpa, eat the melon." "You eat it, Grandpa is not greedy. The melon is not sweet." "Oh, okay." Li Sanjiang picked up a piece of melon with a smile, thinking that his great-grandson deliberately tricked him into eating it. As a result, after taking a bite, he immediately cursed. He has no conscience. I asked him to choose a good one for me, but he kept knocking, and actually chose a bad one for me. Well, the rest of these, give them to Runzheng later. Brother Runzheng has them. No matter how much they have, it's not enough for them. In the past, only Runzheng ate a lot, and now Zhuang's appetite has also increased. Brother Binbin has been thinking lately. That morning, when he handed a whole math book to Tan Wenbin, although he couldn't see it, he could feel that the air was stagnant for half a minute. Tan Wenbin wanted to say something many times, but he finally held it back. However, he left the math book there at the beginning and didn't even look at it. When he started to learn the tools with Runzheng, and Li Zhuiyuan also took time to talk about the basics of physiognomy and fortune-telling, Tan Wenbin realized. Some things you want to avoid will always be waiting for you on the road of life. He originally thought that he had opened a brand new door, but when he really entered, he found that this door was shared with the college entrance examination. In the past, he would never have thought that he would have to pass the math, physics, and chemistry before studying for a living. However, the indoctrination of long lectures is indeed not as good as a meal at a guest's house. He finally picked up the math problem book and started to do it. His academic performance was mediocre, and the problem was difficult, so he did it very slowly, but at least he didn't give up. This also led to a surge in his appetite recently. He was very happy and felt that he was growing smarter. By the way, why are they still fighting over there? Li Sanjiang picked up the handkerchief next to him and wiped his hands. I remember that they were fighting when the country was just founded. At that time, the village hung banners with big characters to support them and oppose imperialism. Well, it seems to have been fighting for a long time. The news broadcast ended and the next program began. The male and female hosts began to chat and talked about reading. The male host gave an example, saying that there is a nation that respects knowledge very much. Adults will smear honey on books, and children will feel that knowledge is sweet when they turn the pages of books. He also said that respecting knowledge and science is the reason why this nation has been wandering for 2,000 years and is still vibrant. The female host echoed with emotion, praising it as the world's recognized smartest nation. Li Sanjiang scratched his neck with the handle of a palm leaf fan and said, "Isn't it right? Ah! Xiao Yuanho, how can a smartest nation still wander for 2,000 years? Grandpa, you are right." At this time, A Li came up from the stairs with a big bowl in his hand. Smelling the Chinese medicine, Li Zuiyuan knew that he should drink the medicine. He took it from A Li, put it in front of him, picked up the spoon, and began to drink it mouthful by mouthful. Earlier, when he was just bleeding from the nose, the medicine that Aunt Lu boiled for him was relatively mild. Since he became blind, the medicinal properties of this medicine have become much stronger, and even the taste is bitter and numbing. Li Zuiyuan could only comfort himself while drinking, good medicine tastes bitter. Li Sanjiang looked at the girl with a smile and nodded continuously. After drinking the medicine, Li Zuiyuan said hello to Li Sanjiang, and led A Li back to his room. He went in first and took out 3 bottles of milk. Li Sanjiang made a lot of money recently, and the 3 families of the Niu family invited him to sit in the fasting ceremony when they had funerals. Originally, when he heard that the 3 brothers and sisters of the Niu family died at almost the same time, he was a little worried, always thinking that it was because he didn't do a good job of his last death birthday. But firstly, these 3 brothers and sisters had a bad reputation in the village, and secondly, the families of the 3 brothers and sisters knew best how they died. Before people died, they thought about killing them so that they could get rid of them quickly, but after they died, they, the younger generation, became afraid, fearing that they would follow in their footsteps. So they hurriedly invited Li Sanjiang to sit in the fasting ceremony, and the red envelopes were also very generous. Li Sanjiang went there, and the vegetarian ceremony was held on the same day. He worked for 3 families in one day. The money he earned was very comfortable. Then, he immediately bought a lot of food and drinks for his great-grandson. In Li Zuiyuan's room, snacks were placed in cabinets and drinks were placed in boxes. If he hadn't stopped it in time and said enough, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for him to compete with Aunt Zhang in the village to open a small store. Li Zuiyuan didn't like this milk. It just had a little milk flavor, and the main flavor was saccharin. However, Ali's first collection box was already full of Jianlibao. Now that the second box had just been opened, it was natural to put some new things in it. The boy and the girl each took a drink and sat on the rattan chair. They had played chess in the morning, so they didn't play in the afternoon. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and faced the empty small table and read a book. He still couldn't see, but he could still read. After reading the book, it was all stored in his mind. Now he could just turn it out and ruminate. Ali should know what the boy was doing, and like him as before. Every time Li Zhanyuan turned the page in her heart, she habitually looked to her, and she would look up and look back. Seeing the dusk like this, the sky was getting darker. Aunt Lu shouted, "Dinner!" Li Zhanyuan got up and gently stretched out a lazy waist. Such a reading method is also very good. Don't worry about not to hurt the eyes. After going downstairs for dinner, Lu Yumei said, "Ming Erna Ting will take A Li out." When Li Sanjiang heard this, the chopsticks just picked up directly. Strive to come back the night after night. Li Sanjiang picked up his chopsticks, wiped it on his cuffs, and relieved his breath. Runzheng said, "It's okay, I'll cook." Li Sanjiang cursed, "Let us all follow you with incense?" In the past 2 days, cooking porridge will be together with pickles, just to clear the stomach. After a meal, A Li entered the house to take a bath, and Lu Yumei beckoned Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan did not respond. Lu Yumei then reacted and shouted, Xiao Yuan, come here. Here, Grandma. Did you drink tea? Grandma, just after eating and drinking tea is not good for the stomach. It's nothing more than looking for a reason. Then you say. Theoretically, I shouldn't take a Li away here now, but Ming Er has a special life, and I have to take this trip. Grandma, this is your family affairs, and Ali should really go. You guess what we are going to do? How is it possible? Hehe, if it wasn't for your eyes, you should have taken you out to go around, but it is estimated that you should not have this mood now. Grandma, don't worry about me. Okay, that's it, A Ting will fry the medicine in the next day in advance. Remember to eat it on time. Well, I will. Li Zhanyuan walked back, and stopped by Runzheng and Tan Wenbin. Runzheng sent a small bench to Li Zhanyuan, and Tan Wenbin helped him sit down. The TV series Chen Zhen is in the TV, starring Liang Xiaolong. Run Sheng was looking at paper while looking at paper, and Tan Wenbin was doing the question. Li Zhanyuan heard the sound of on the calculation paper. He couldn't help but say, Brother Binbin, you will go to my room later to take down the lamp and use it. Okay. Tan Wenbin nodded and was polite. Anyway, Xiao Yuan couldn't use it anyway. In the evening, Runzheng likes to move the TV on the outside of the house, and watch it while doing it. This is easy to clean. There is a pole outside the house, and a light bulb is hanging out of the house. The brightness is enough, but the angle is not good enough. Runzheng asked, what do they go out tomorrow? I don't know, it should be something. In fact, Li Zhanyuan probably guessed that Lu Yumei should go to sweep the grave for Ali's parents. He saw it very early that Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu were not Ali's biological parents, but just hung a name. Xiao Yuan, then you will be empty tomorrow. I didn't start school, one day I didn't have time. Tan Wenbin whispered, you have time when you start school. I passed the town episode when I went to send paper during the day, and found that someone was put on a small stage to comment. The people listened below were not young. I asked, Minger, Xiao Yuan, I will take you with you. Let's listen. Okay. Li Zhanyuan didn't want to wipe out the kindness of Runzheng, and he was trying to find fun for the invisible himself. In the early morning of the next day, Li Zhanyuan went up very early, but when he went downstairs to the east house, he touched the lock on the door. Lu Yumei should leave in the early morning. Walking early is to get back early. Li Zhanyuan simply touched a bench and sat on the dam. Ah, Xiao Yuan, you're awake early. Runzheng rubbed his table now, I'll make breakfast. Brother Runzheng, let's go to the town to eat. That Cheng, I go to put the instant noodle stove, so that the uncle can cook noodles by himself. Run Sheng ran out quickly after walking into the kitchen. Wake up Tan Wenbin, urged him, get up and wash, let's go to the town. Tan Wenbin yawned, but nodded although he didn't sleep. After simply sorting, Runzheng rode 3 rounds and carried Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin to Shinan town. There were a lot of tables at the door of the breakfast shop. The 3 specially chose the most different table because Runzheng wanted to smoke cigarettes. Li Zhanyuan asked for 3 bowls of small ravioli, 3 drawers. Originally, Li Zhanyuan had to call more, but was stopped by Runzheng. When the back of the ravioli and the small buns came up, Li Zhanyuan asked, Runzheng, do you eat so full? Xiao Yuan, see what this is. Li Zhanyuan was stuffed with a dry and hard piece in his hand, and he could perceive rough and small holes when exploring. Steamed buns. Well. Runzheng shook the bag in his hand. Hey, I brought a large bag, just to make it in the soup. Brother Runzheng. Xiao Yuan, you eat you, just try your best, you don't know how large I have meals, how can I let go of the outside shop and eat, isn't it a prodigal? Give me some. Tan Wenbin reached out and grabbed it. He put it over, and he probably said boldly to say I eat me, I invite me. Li Zuiyuan bit a piece of dry steamed bread hard, but couldn't bite it, so he put it in the bowl to soak. Next to him, Runzheng bit it and it was crunchy. During this time, he and Tan Wenbin asked the boss for another bowl of soup. Hey, comfortable. Verb. After the two big-bellied men finished eating, they patted their stomachs. They must have rolled up their shirts because the sound was very muffled. Hey, is there more? Give me one too. Li Zuiyuan's ears moved slightly. It was the first time he heard the Nanchang dialect in the broadcast tone. There are two more. Runzheng took it and handed it to him. Okay, that's enough. The man sat down at the same table with a bowl of noodles or wontons, and then twisted off a lid. The air was soon filled with the smell of fermented bean curd, and it was also a little spicy. Tan Wenbin sniffed his nose and asked, "Why is your fermented bean curd this color?" "This is Sichuan-style fermented bean curd, with chili peppers." Another Sichuan dialect in the broadcast tone. "Hey, you are the storyteller on the stage yesterday." Runzheng slapped his forehead, "You are not wearing your long robe, I can't recognize you." "Hey, are you here to listen to storytelling today?" "Of course, I came here specially." "Oh, you are a distinguished guest. It's still early for the show. If you are willing to order me a cup of tea, I will start telling stories for you three after I have breakfast." "Okay." Li Zuiyuan agreed. The man finished his breakfast and said, "Please." The three followed him to the stage. The stage was very rough. It was a small stage made of a few cabinets with two sails hanging at the back. Runzheng went to a small shop to buy a bottle of mineral water. When he came back, he saw Li Zuiyuan took out money and handed it to the storyteller, who took it with a smile. Runzheng realized that ordering a cup of tea meant giving a tip, not stupidly buying a bottle of water. This money is actually not much, just the price of 2 cans of Jian Lai Bao. The storyteller did not go on stage, but sat on a wooden bench he had placed below, facing Li Zuiyuan and the other two. He first made a simple opening speech, introducing himself as a wandering wanderer who makes a living. His surname is Yu and his name is Shu. He has just arrived in Gai Bao, and he is here to make friends, gain knowledge, and make a living. Next, he began to tell a story about how Qin Wang Li Shimin defeated Do Jiande at Holao Pass. Because the audience was 3 young people, he did not use non-Tuong dialect but Mandarin, and the story was ups and downs, brilliant, and he also performed ventriloquism. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin were fascinated by the story and clapped from time to time. Li Zuiyuan applauded and wondered in his heart, which master is this wandering wanderer to experience life? This person is obviously not from the local area, but he can learn the local dialect immediately when he arrives in a new place, and his eloquence is really solid. Although the current traditional cultural market is experiencing severe shrinkage and depression, it is impossible to let such a person wander around the world. The climax of the story is when Li Shimin led the Suanjia army to repeatedly attack Do Jiande's central army, and the ending is when Li Shimin returned to the court victoriously and was awarded the title of Tian's general. The story is wonderful and the performance is exquisite. In the hot summer, it feels like eating a large piece of iced sweet watermelon, refreshing from head to toe. Although it can't be seen, it gives the ears a real enjoyment, and it is a small private show face to face. The money is worth it. Li Zuiyuan reached into his pocket again. Farewell, the tea has been given. We are all out of work to earn money, so how can we accept your reward? Besides, haven't I already rewarded 2 steamed buns? It's a great story. Li Zuiyuan said sincerely. Thank you, kid, is your eye okay? It will be fine. That's good, what's your name? Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan, Li Zuiyuan, has your surname always been Li? What else? Tan Wenbin asked with a lingering feeling, can you tell me another story? I can't tell you any more. I have to save it for the main show at noon. Tan Wenbin nodded, then we'll wait. Well, that's not necessary. I told you the same story at noon, but I added some more water. I talked about Li Yuan and Li Jiancheng in the Li Tang court, and then talked about Wang Shisheng in Luoyang city. You don't have to listen to it. That's a pity. What about tonight? It's the same story, but with more water. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one post, one content. Tan Wenbin. I'm here to make a living, so I only have so much to eat. How can I eat it all at once? Besides, few people here can listen to several shows a day. Those who have the time usually don't have money. Li Zuiyuan asked curiously, Master Yu, where are you from? Child, are you asking about my hometown? Yes. I can't really say where I'm from. My parents passed away early, and I've been walking along the Yangtze River since I was a child, from the mountain city to Jingchu and then to the estuary, all year round. According to this, my hometown should be on this river. Li Zuiyuan smiled, as if he heard a very interesting answer, but his heart sank silently, because he had heard a similar answer from Lu Yumei. It's still early, so I'll tell you another scary story. Okay, okay. Runzheng applauded. I like to hear this. Tan Wenbin clenched his fist excitedly. Yu Shu began to talk. As soon as he got up, Li Zhanyuan heard something wrong. The background was in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. It is a mother-in-law. Without waiting for the other party to continue talking, Li Zhanyuan covered his eyes and took a cold breath. Brother Runzheng, Brother Binbin, my eyes hurt, take me back to drink medicine. If other things, the two of them will definitely not go now, but when they involve Xiao Yuan's eyes, the two will not dare to delay. After saying goodbye with Nau, they will immediately take Xiao Yuan on the three-wheeled car to rush to the house. On the way back, in the face of concern of Runzheng and Tan Wenbin, Li Zhanyuan chose to say his concerns. Brother, my eyes don't hurt, I doubt that person's identity. It has been mentioned that Bai's mother-in-law will definitely die, and then Runzheng and Tan Wenbin's complexion will change and be seen by the other party. This is why Li Zhanyuan pretended to leave the field in advance. After listening to Li Zhanyuan's telling, Runzheng, a bicycle, made a sense, this is a peer. Tan Wenbin stunned for a while and puzzled, are we all so versatile? Run Sheng said back, you also have talent, you will tie paper. Tan Wenbin rolled his eyes, I thank you. Although Runzheng and Tan Wenbin were surprised, they were not scared. One was that they had not experienced the Bai family's mother, and the other was that they did not know Lu Yumei's true identity. The former involves Liang Liang's personal privacy, and the latter involves the secrets of Qin Lu. Li Zuyuan is not convenient to say it without authorization. After returning home, I found that the grandfather was not there. The instant noodles on the stove were eaten by it. It should be going out. The three continued to do their own things. Li Zhanyuan continued to read the book, Runzheng watched TV, and did the question. During lunch, the grandfather didn't return, and Runzheng cooked the porridge. During dinner, the grandfather still didn't return, and Run Sheng cooked porridge again. Although eating porridge is also very good, but from the days when the extravagance of extravagance, the day when Aunt Lu is not there, everyone's quality of life has severely declined. Moreover, Aunt Liu's voice was early, middle and night, and Li Zhanyuan felt that his biological clock was a little disordered. When porridging porridge at night, Tan Wenbin suspected, hey, Uncle Li proposed to drink porridge, and Uncle Li who did not come back to fight tooth sacrifice. Tai Ye didn't go home, everyone didn't worry about it, because Li Sanjiang was often left behind for dinner and drinking. On the quiet summer night, Runzheng and Tan Wenbin continued to chase Chen Zhen. Li Zhanyuan was sitting next to him, doing the health exercises before bedtime, and when the temple wheels were scraped by the temple wheel. On the village road in the distance, the sound of car and motorcycles came from the distance. Tan Wenbin seemed to be hit by electric, a turn, sitting from the front of the TV to a small table in front of his homework, slap, turned on the table lamp, and immediately switched to meditation and tried to do the question. Runzheng looked back, glanced at him, and asked, "Are you wrong?" Li Zhanyuan guess, "Brother Bin Bin, Uncle Tan is here." He recognized his father's motorcycle sound, and when he was at home to peek at TV, he immediately turned off TV to do his homework when he heard the sound. "It's just that, wait, I haven't seen the motorcycle driving, and I have not seen anyone walking on the dam." Run Sheng doubted, "Do you want you? Your dad doesn't want you anymore." "My dad doesn't want me anymore." "Well, you cheat." Suddenly, Tan Wenbin made up, "I'm sorry." Run Sheng laughed, "He he he." Tan Wenbin stood up, "My dad is not here for me, Xiao Yuan, Runzheng, who wants to see it, maybe the village may have a case again." Run Sheng shook his head, "No, after the advertisement, it will continue immediately. I'll accompany you, Brother Binbin." "Okay, let's go, Xiao Yuan." Tan Wenbin led Li Che-yuan's hand and walked out. After passing the small sales department of Zhongyan, Tan Wenbin asked where the car motorcycle he had passed before. Zhongyan was raising the seeds of melon, glanced at the northwest, and said, "I went towards the bearded house." On the way to the beard's house, Tan Wenbin asked a little worried, "Xiao Yuan, what do you say, where do they go there?" "I don't know." Li Zhanyuan shook his head. "If you want to get a horse, you should also be exposed by the water monkey who died in the car." Several police cars and motorcycles stopped outside the bearded house. The policeman was shining with a flashlight. "But now it should not be taken, the fish pond has been filled, and the large piece of land above has been planted with sapling." "Well, Xiao Yuan, I saw Uncle Li, he was on the dam." "I'm okay, right?" "It's okay, I haven't been warned by it, Uncle Li is still smoking." "Binbin? Is it Binbin?" "It's me, Uncle Zhao." "Oh, why are you here?" "My relative's house is here, I live in his house." "Okay, I'll call your dad." "Uncle Zhao, helped me tell me, Xiao Yuan came with me." "Oh." After a while, Tan Yunlong came over. "Dad." Tan Wenbin waved enthusiastically. "Go on the side." Tan Yunlong ignored his son and came to Li Zhanyuan and whispered, "A person came on, and in the morning, our police station went to pick up you, dinner together at noon, and went to a few in the afternoon. Local, Ziding Town, Shigong, all of which are you who have passed the corpse." "Uncle, who is this person?" "I don't know, but he shouldn't be a criminal investigator." "Is my great-grandfather busy?" "No, I just came to understand the situation and act as a guide." "Tell me what happened at that time." "This house and the surrounding land are also under your great-grandfather's name, right?" "Yes." "Don't worry, it's nothing. We're almost done." "Thank you, uncle." "What are you thanking me for?" "This is not a case, and it doesn't involve any confidentiality regulations." A familiar voice came from not far away, "Okay, thank you for accompanying me for a day." Then, Li Zuiyuan heard the conversation between his great-grandfather and the man, "Uncle, you've worked so hard today." It's my duty, I'm cooperating with the work." "You should go back and rest early." "You too, haha." The voice was Yushu. "Hey, kid, why are you here too?" Yushu found Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan asked back, "Hey, Mr. Storyteller, why are you here?" "No one came to listen to the lunch show, so I closed the stall and came out to do part-time work." Yushu squatted down in front of Li Zuiyuan and touched Li Zuiyuan's head. "Little boy, is your home here?" Li Sanjiang came over after smoking a cigarette and saw this scene. He immediately said, "This is my great-grandson, haha, this house will belong to him in the future." "Your great-grandson?" Yu Shu seemed very surprised. Dear one. Of course, his name is written in my will. Oh, really, a smart child, I like him very much. Then yes, my little Yuanho is smart. Okay, Uncle Li, I'm leaving now. I'll invite you to drink again when I have the chance. Okay, okay. Tan Yunlong took the initiative to walk towards Yu Shu and asked, Are there any plans for tomorrow? No, there's nothing to do here. It's very clean. I'll leave tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Tan. I'm just following orders. The police at the big bearded man's house had already dispersed. Li Sanjiang took the two of them home. On the way, Li Sanjiang kept complaining about how strange it was today. In the morning, he was asked to go to the police station by a police car. In the afternoon, he went to several places in a row, and finally came to the village. However, it was not completely fruitless. The man even gave him a cigarette. While listening, Li Zuiyuan was thinking about the identity of the storyteller. Obviously, the storyteller was his part-time job. It was rare that he could play his part-time job to such a high level. However, even if we take a step back, since the other party can work with the police, he must not be a bad person. There is no need to worry about him here. Back at home on the dam, Runzheng was still making paper and watching TV. Li Sanjiang walked over and hit him with a chestnut, and Runzheng just smiled. Tan Wenbin sat down, picked up the rattan and started making paper very skillfully, and regretted, I should have taken my homework book with me. Li Zuiyuan was about to go upstairs, his ears moved, and he whispered, Brother Binbin, go back and do your homework. Hey! He was still making doubtful sounds in his mouth, but his body dropped the work in his hands due to inertia, and turned sideways again, sitting in front of the small desk, picked up a pen, and performed thinking. Soon, Tan Yunlong walked onto the dam. Tan Wenbin heard the familiar footsteps, and the corners of his mouth curled up silently. Who knew that Tan Yunlong came over, slapped him on the back of his head, and scolded, You are fooling around. Tan Wenbin felt wronged, thinking, Dad, I study so hard, how can you still misunderstand me? Snap! The next moment, Tan Yunlong pressed the switch and the desk lamp lit up. Tan Wenbin. Runzheng moved the TV outside to watch, and the light from the TV was enough for him to work. Tan Wenbin was used to doing homework with Runzheng, but because Xiao Yuan lent him the desk lamp, he no longer turned on the light bulb on the pole above. So, from his father's perspective, he was doing his homework in almost complete darkness. Tan Yunlong brought a bag of things and put it down. They were some folk remedies that his wife had specially brought. He carefully selected them and found them to be non-toxic. Xiao Yuan, I forgot to give these to you just now. You can eat them as you see fit. Well, thank you Uncle Tan. My eyes are almost healed. When the time comes, I will ask Uncle Tan to take me to register for school. Of course, we will go when your eyes are healed. The school over there also said that you can go anytime, depending on your mood. Well, okay, Uncle Tan. Tan Yunlong turned around and was about to leave, but he stopped in front of his son, picked up the homework book on the small desk, opened it, and the problem-solving process was densely written on it. Dad, this is the question Xiao Yuan gave me. Well, study hard. Tan Yunlong put down the notebook, touched his son's head, and left. Runzheng would watch the TV after get off work every night. After the color-fixed screen appeared on the TV, he turned off the TV and turned back to see that Tan Wenbin was still doing the questions. Are you still not asleep? You go to sleep first, I'll do it for a while. Oh. Runzheng washed up and went to bed. When he woke up in the morning, he found that there was no one at the round table next to him. He turned his head and found that Tan Wenbin was sleeping soundly on the small desk with a pen in his hand. Runzheng walked to the puppy cage and touched its head. The little black dog opened his eyes and looked at him, then continued to turn over and sleep. Runzheng muttered, "It's useless." After Li Zuiyuan woke up, he sat on the second-floor terrace except for eating porridge. He had been reading Liu's Qi watching secret and Qin's flood watching method for several days in a row. He thought that he might be able to have a new understanding of Feng Shui without seeing. As it turned out, he thought too much. After these days of rumination, he figured out two things. One is that those blind fortune tellers are generally unreliable, the other is that you must protect your eyes. Tonight, Li Zuiyuan waited outside for a long time, but did not wait for Lu Yumei and the others to come back. Hearing the beep sound of the TV set of Runzheng downstairs, Li Zuiyuan also walked into the room, did an eye exercise, and lay down to sleep. When he woke up, he opened his eyes again out of habit and looked sideways. He saw a girl in a white dress and a hairpin, sitting there very dignifiedly. The first reaction was that she was still so beautiful. Then it was, "Oh! My eyes are better." Chapter 51, End of this volume. The boy closed his eyes, sat up, and his hands moved forward, pretending that he could not see him. After a while, the warm fingertips touched their eyes, and then gently opened their eyes. The girl's face, just in front of the corner of the mouth, although the corner of the mouth is slight, but it is more obvious than in the past. Obviously, just a glance she woke up before, she knew that the boy could see it. Because he is her balcony, even if the curtain of the balcony only shows a little gap, in her, there is a somewhere. When I got out of bed and moved towards the basin rack, it was just a short distance in this room. He had to stop, fearing that he would wrestling. I used to worry about it that my eyes would not adapt when I could see it one day, and now I am worried that it will come true. Li Zhanyuan knew that his learning ability was very strong, which made him excessively develop and depend on the memory picture a while ago. Right now, there is a conflict between perception. Close your eyes, everything can be used, but after all, you still have to live with your eyes. He calmed down his mood. Li Zhanyuan rejected Ali's support, holding the wash basin with his left hand, and holding the wall with his right hand. When you come to the water tank, put down the pot, look at it, the plain countryside of the early morning is like a vast ink painting. I haven't seen it for a long time, it's really beautiful. Li Zhanyuan suddenly wanted to learn to paint. Except for the subjects related to corpse, I really have no confidence. Learning others, he is still confident. Moreover, there is an excellent Chinese painting teacher around him. After washing, breakfast was still early, and Li Zhanyuan played chess with Ali as usual. Still did not put a chessboard, the two poked them with their fingers, but this time, Ali didn't have to grab Li Cheiyuan's fingers to click. Being underneath, I still felt that there was still no effort to be distracted and unable to devote themselves. Ali, let's open another plate. Girl nodded. Just open the air, just open it. In the original game, the number of roads that walk steadily, and the newly opened market was directly rushing. It feels okay, the boy feels very interesting, and the girl's side is not very difficult. In the end, the form changed but the result did not change. The boy lost 4 sets of chess at higher efficiency. Eat breakfast. Aunt Liu's voice was really beautiful. Going downstairs to eat, a bowl of porridge and a salted duck egg went down. Li Zhanyuan quickly ate it. He came down early, and then others slowly got up. Aunt Lu took a bag of apples and said it was bought on the road. Li Zhanyuan picked up the knife and sat there to take the apple there. Tan Wenbin and Run Sheng didn't see anything wrong at all. After good morning, they sat on their own positions. Li Sanjiang came down. After sitting down, he picked up chopsticks and saw his great-grandson cutting apples, and his eyelids immediately jumped. Although his great-grandchildren did not abandon himself after being blind, he still hugged his life. In his eyes, those blind men who had been blind for 10 years did not have his own great-grandson daily life. No matter what, it is not so dangerous and detailed. Xiao Yuanho, you. Master, My eyes are good, I can see it. The simple statement made Li Sanjiang sit in place for a long time. However, Tan Wenbin and Runzheng returned to God first, and immediately came over to check, but they knew and believed that Xiao Yuan's eyes would be good, so now they are just expressing congratulations after the first illness. Li Sanjiang didn't come over, but just looked at Xiao Yuan's interaction with others. In the interaction, he looked more. He squeezed the tears at the corner of his eyes with his hands, bowed his head, and began to pick up porridge. Some people's emotions are dams, and they are remitted bit by bit in life, habitual depression and disobedience. Only after they are full to a certain degree, they will break the embankment. Li Zhanyuan split apples and came to Lu Yumei. Eyes. Well, okay. Grandma, are you going out this trip? Successfully, that is, when I meet a few old friends, I can't open my face, I have dinner together, and it's late. Successfully. Pay attention to your eyes. Lu Yumei stretched his waist. I am still young, anxious to practice, and I will regret it in the future. I know, Grandma. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Li Sanjiang. Grandpa, eat apples. Xiao Yuanho, Grandpa takes you to the hospital for inspection. No, Master, didn't the professor in Shanghai say, this disease, it is okay, there is no way to do it, I pay attention to rest in the future. Well, remember that the professor also said, you can't be too hard, that, when you go to school in the future, you are slow, don't use it too much, your body is the first place, and the academic performance is almost indifferent. Tan Wenbin, who was drinking porridge next to him, suddenly felt the cheeks hurt. Okay, Grandpa, I will contact Uncle Tan, and let him take me to the school for enrollment in the near future. Well, Police Officer Tan is a good person. Li Sanjiang lit a cigarette for himself, then shouted Zhuang Zhuang, and lost a cigarette. Master, do they know with my grandparents before going to school? Do you think Hanho and Gui Yinghao don't know yet? Have you already known? On the next day, I went to the house to find them to say something. Gui Yinghao cried well. Hanho didn't cry, but he was also sad. Li Zuiyuan then realized that after the household registration was moved, the frequency of Li Vihan and Kui Guiying visiting him suddenly decreased. They only came once a while ago. At that time, he was still blind, and he was afraid that they would worry, so he covered his eyes and pretended to play the catch the ghost game. Now it seems that the grandparents were afraid of coming here to see him, and one of them couldn't control his tears. Your grandparents also need to take it easy. This incident has dealt the biggest blow to them. Don't blame them. Although they have many grandchildren, they are biased towards you. Grandpa, I know. They wanted to give me all the money your mother had sent them before, saying that they would pay for your tuition or something, but I scolded them back, haha. I said, since you are now registered in my household, I will take care of you. Anyway, He Henho will not suffer any loss. He will take care of me in my old age and see me to the end of my life. My family foundation will be given to his grandchildren. Grandpa can live to be 120 years old. Haha, that's enough. Your eyes are better now. After you are confirmed to enroll in school, I will call your grandparents to have dinner together. You will still live with me in the future. At this time, Li Zuiyuan moved his ears and turned his head to look outside the dam. He saw the part-time storyteller from yesterday, Yu Shu. I remembered that he told Tan Yunlong yesterday that he would leave today. Unexpectedly, he came here early in the morning. Although he knew that this person was not dangerous, his presence and activities still made Li Zuiyuan feel uncomfortable, because there was a certain probability that the other party would pry open the things he had done. Aunt Lu stood up first with the bowl of porridge, walked to the steps of the dam, looked at the person coming, and asked, "Did you take the wrong path?" Yu Shu smiled, took out a folding fan and shook it, and replied, "No, I came here specially to ask for food." Aunt Lu said impatiently, there are only home-cooked meals here. A hard-working artist who travels around the world eats home-cooked meals, how can he have the qualifications to sit in a restaurant every day? Li Sanjiang heard the noise, bit an apple in his mouth and stood up to look. When he saw the person coming, he immediately smiled and walked over. Rare guest, come, sit on the dam, sit on the dam. Although Li Sanjiang didn't know the specific identity of this person, he was either a criminal or a nobleman to be surrounded by the police. Yu Shu shook hands with Li Sanjiang, but stood still. At this time, Lu Yumei, who was sitting on the dam drinking tea, asked, Ting, who's here? Yu Shu took the initiative to answer, a wandering storyteller. Then tell me a story. Okay, please be patient. Yu Shu turned around and walked back. After a while, he came over with a small cart loaded with his own tools. Li Sanjiang was a little confused and asked curiously, what's going on? What's going on? Yu Shu smiled as he set up the stage and responded, if you want to make a living, you have to sell your skills. It's just a meal, don't be so troublesome. Wouldn't that make you a beggar? That's right. Li Sanjiang understood what the other party meant and turned around and shouted, Runzheng, Zhuang, come and help. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin had already seen the person coming, but they remembered that Xiao Yuan said yesterday that the other party might be a colleague, so they all looked at Li Zuyuan at this time. Brother Runzheng, Brother Binbin, help. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin stepped forward to help set up the stage and hang the sail. Yu Shu did not sit facing north, but west. He faced Lu Yumei who was sitting there drinking tea in the east room. Li Sanjiang asked, how about I just book the whole place for you? I'll go to the village and call some people to come, so you won't be left out. Yu Shu shook his head and refused, saying, the price has been agreed upon. It's just a meal. Besides, there are a lot of people here, so it's lively. Then, Yu Shu's eyes fell on Li Zuyuan, and he couldn't help but smile and said, are your eyes better? Yes, they are better. The next moment, Yu Shu opened the palm leaf fan and fanned himself, but his fingertips were tapping irregularly on the fan. Eyes are the spring of physiognomy. When the eyes are better and can see things, the spring is considered to be active again. The boy knew that he was calculating his own physiognomy. Yesterday he asked himself if his surname was always Li, and asked his grandfather if he was his great-grandson. Li Zuyuan decided to calculate back and make a hedge. Just as he was about to do so, Lu Yumei's voice came, Xiao Yuan, come and make tea for Grandma. I'm here, Grandma. Li Zuyuan turned around and went to make tea. Yu Shu was obviously stunned when he saw this, then he put away his fan and knocked on his forehead 3 times, knocking hard, his forehead turned red. Next, he began to tell a story. Today's story is still about the Tang dynasty and Li Shimin, but it is more of a joke than a historical story. It tells the story of Li Shimin being rescued by Shaolin monks when he was in danger, and finally defeating his opponent with the help of monks and people from all walks of life. He was alone, with a table, a chair, a fan, and a ruler. Not only did he tell the story vividly and attractively, but he also used ventriloquism to once again present the momentum of fighting on the battlefield. Li Sanjiang was fascinated. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin were fascinated for a while and woke up from time to time, but they were fascinated again after a short wake-up. Li Zuyuan sat beside Lu Yumei and drank tea with her. This speech lasted for 2 hours without stopping. After the speech, Yu Shu clapped his fan and bowed. Good. Good. Li Sanjiang led the applause. Runzheng and Tan Wenbin also clapped vigorously, but turned back to look at Xiao Yuan. Li Sanjiang said to Aunt Lu, Ting Ho, make something delicious for lunch, so that Mr. Yu and I can have a good meal. Lu Yumei said, Ting, give him something to eat. Ah! Aunt Lu entered the kitchen and seemed to have prepared it long ago. She quickly brought out a bowl of cold porridge left over from the morning and a plate of pickled vegetables. There were only these two things, not even a salted duck egg. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Sanjiang said dissatisfiedly, how can this be possible? We are not without food at home. Who knew that Yushu took the bowl on his own initiative, poured the pickled vegetables in the plate into the porridge, picked up the chopsticks, sat on the ground, and ate with big mouthfuls. While eating, he praised, "It's great. It's so comfortable to eat cold porridge in the hot weather." Li Sanjiang frowned and wanted to persuade him again, but he ate a big bowl of porridge in a blink of an eye. He could only say, "Wait for Mr. Yu to digest the food, we will eat later." "Uncle Li, I've eaten." Yushu stood up, handed the bowl and chopsticks back to Aunt Lu, and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Uncle Li, it stands to reason that to enter the performing arts, you must first pray for the ancestors of the host family. Do you have any at home?" "There are no ancestral tablets, but there are quite a few portraits of immortals." "Then please take me to worship." "Please." Li Sanjiang took Yushu into the small room next to the kitchen, which was full of portraits of immortals. The richness of this place surprised Yushu. Li Sanjiang began to introduce gods and Buddhas to him one by one, and Yushu bowed to them one by one. When he heard Li Sanjiang introduce the portrait of Confucius as Yuanshi Tianzun, Yushu couldn't help twitching his eyes. He even lost his way for a while, not knowing whether to perform the Taoist or Confucian ritual. In the end, he had no choice but to kowtow twice. After coming out, Yushu went straight to Lu Yumei and said, "According to the rules, you have to kowtow once." Lu Yumei shook her head helplessly and said to Li Zuiyuan, "You shouldn't have eaten that meal." Yushu lowered his waist, "You should kowtow once." Lu Yumei finally nodded, "Go." Yushu pushed open the door of the east room and walked in. Li Zuiyuan left his seat and looked at Grandma Lu. Seeing that she lowered her head and didn't express anything, the boy moved a few steps to the door of the house, just in time to see Yushu kneeling in front of the altar in the house. In fact, even if people kowtow now, there are all kinds of strange ways. Most of them just do their best to go through the process and don't pursue any standards. Yushu performed the standard ceremony. At first, his expression was solemn. After 3 kowtows, his face was sad and tears flowed. After the worship ceremony, Yushu did not rush out, but wiped his tears and adjusted his mood. He knew that the boy was watching at the door, but he did not hide it at all. In some specific places, people will take the initiative to take off their disguises and make themselves appear open and clean. Finally, Yushu rubbed his face hard and forced a smile. He walked out and came to Lu Yumei again. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lu Yumei. "Let's go after the worship." "Yes." Yushu responded, packed up his things and loaded them into the car, and then pushed the car away. Li Sanjiang personally sent him to the village entrance. Lu Yumei sighed, stood up with a lonely look, walked into the house, sat down in front of the altar, and glanced at the new and old tablets on it. "They all still remember you." After a pause, she said with resentment. "But who of you remembers A Li?" Tan Wenbin went home the day before yesterday, and cried bitterly when he left, as if he was parting forever. Li Sanjiang couldn't help but tease, "Okay, you have talent. If someone wants to cry at a funeral in the future, they can ask you. You will definitely cry to the satisfaction of the host family." After hugging Runzheng and Li Sanjiang, Tan Wenbin wanted to hug Li Zuiyuan. Until the boy handed him 3 more books, one for mathematics, one for physics, and one for chemistry. Tan Wenbin didn't hug him, but cried even louder. When he left, it was thundering and raining. It was Runzheng who took him back on a tricycle. Although both of them were wearing raincoats, they were still soaked. Today, the sun was shining brightly. Tan Yunlong took a special leave and drove a Santana to pick up Li Zuiyuan to school. Li Zuiyuan said something to his family members one by one, and Li Sanjiang followed his advice with great comfort. "Little Yuanho, remember what the grandfather said, just listen casually in class, don't be too distracted, eyes are important, understand? Tan Yunlong stood by and heard this, and couldn't help but touch his cheek. Li Sanjiang also took out a bag filled with candies and biscuits. Here, take this and share it with your classmates. Li Zuiyuan took it. Don't be afraid. If someone bullies you at school, come back and tell your grandfather. He will support you and go to the school to find him. Tan Yunlong couldn't help but interrupt and said, don't worry, Uncle Li, no one will bully Xiao Yuan. Besides, Binbin is here. Li Sanjiang retorted, Zhuang is in high school, not elementary school. Tan Yunlong could only nod and stop talking. Runzheng took out a fountain pen and handed it over. He worked for Li Sanjiang and farmed. He just got his first month's salary the day before yesterday and used it all to buy this fountain pen. After buying the fountain pen, he found that he had no money to buy ink. In the end, Li Sanjiang found out and took him to the store to ask for an explanation, forcing the boss to give him another bottle of ink. Lu Yumei gave a red envelope, but this time she didn't put a stack of money in it. It was very thin, just one, just for the sake of it. Li Zuiyuan accepted it. Ali hadn't prepared anything, and she seemed to realize this. She was very anxious, but she didn't know how to express. This emotion was too complicated to her, not happy nor angry. The boy walked in front of the girl and said, Ali, wait for me to come back from school, you help me write homework. The girl's eyes lighted up. When the family finally waved farewell, Li Zhanyuan shouted to Li Sanjiang, Grandpa, I'm going to high school, I will take the college next year. Okay, my family is the most powerful. He he he. Lu Yumei laughed beside him. Obviously, his hometown didn't listen at all, thinking that it was Tongjian. Following Tan Yunlong out of the trail to the village road, after entering the car, he found that there was a driver in it. The driver is not young, it is very old, and the head is also unable to support the central area. Tan Yunlong asked with a smile, you don't believe you want to go to high school? Well, just look at the school procedures for him. By the way, Uncle Tan, this car. I don't have a bus privately, this is a car in the school. Cough. Keek. The driver began to cough. Tan Yunlong pointed out the driver and said, Xiao Yuan, introduce you, this is President Wu. The driver's master immediately turned his head back, reached out to Li Zhanyuan, and held it. Wu Xinhan, Li Zhanyuan, welcome to study this school. Grandpa, the principal, you have worked hard. It's okay, you can call me Grandpa, no need to add the principal. Then you call me Xiao Yuan. Hey, good. At first, when Tan Yunlong called for the first time to ask about enrollment, the school leadership circle was just a small bomb. Someone knows the juvenile class, but these days, the news channels are blocked, and the information circulation is not well developed. Essence. Fortunately, the middle time was abundant, and Li Zhanyuan was afraid of delaying admission because of the blindness in the middle. For the sake of insurance, Tan Yunlong gave Li Zhanyuan's student status information first to the school. The school launched its own relationship network to understand, and 2 physical education teachers were sent to Beijing by train. The 2 teachers were very angry. When they really found the place, when they asked the name information, they learned that this was called Li students who are chasing far away are going to go to high school, and they are chased by a group of highly ethical professors. The physical education teacher was sent to the physical education teacher. But the specific situation was finally back to the founding, and then the office was completely blown up. Although it is not clear why such a student will inexplicably run to the township to go to high school, it doesn't matter, because this is simply the champion of the college entrance examination for the school. If it weren't for Tan Yunlong's death, he would warn the school not to disturb. Wu Xinhan would have brought people over. The car entered the school and stopped in front of the office building. A group of teachers ran out immediately, looking forward to and curious. They were the kind of utilitarian heart without school leaders. They were purely planted for half a lifetime radish. They wanted to see what the golden pupa growing in the ground looked like. There are Pansy and Lazy Eye in the crowd. The two guys were shouted by the head teacher because they did not write the summer vacation homework. I thought it was a long-lasting battle. Who knew that the criticism of criticism was just beginning, and the teachers in the office shouted come, and then the head teacher asked them to go to the classroom. The brother is quite fortunate, staying in place, and want to see which one came to solve them. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Pansy Eye, the principal drove, and the principal went to the back door. Lazy Eye, which leader came to inspect? Pansy Eye, not to inform us in advance. Then they saw Li Zhanyuan, who came down from the car. This child is a bit familiar. Yeah, I seem to have seen it. Brother Pansy Eye, brother Lazy Eye. Li Zhanyuan greeted them. For a moment, the eyes of the teacher and the school leader looked at the two, including the head teacher. This psychological pressure was too great. Pansy Eye and Lazy Eye dared to say hello and ran down to the classroom directly. Li Zhanyuan was a little puzzled. The boy was very early, but he was not familiar with the traditional campus life. He thought that Pansy Eye and Lazy Eye were waiting here for himself. Do you know? President Wu asked lovingly. They are my cousin. Well, okay. President Wu remembered that he intends to ask their class teacher how to achieve their academic performance later. After all, if there is a blood relationship, it should be able to drive the point. It will not be a big family, and the brain will grow alone. Li Zhanyuan was brought in, the small conference hall. It should have been taken to the principal's office, but the office is too small to accommodate so many people. Along the way, the teachers around him began to stir. Are you so young? Be young, called a prodigy. Is it really or fake? I don't know, there are tests anyway, look at the results. Who goes to school? As soon as this problem came out, the batch of senior high school head teachers in the crowd turned cold when they looked at each other. Especially those who are older in their qualifications have revealed who is the momentum of me. They are about to retire. The teachers at this stage are really fearless, even if they dare to shoot the table in front of the principal. Those young class teachers were open-minded and knew that they had no share. Especially one of the class teachers, Sun Qing, who taught Chinese and led a regular class. Tan Wenbin was in her class. Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Director Lu from the Education Bureau, and this is... Wu Zhenhan led Li Zuiyuan to introduce them one by one. Li Zuiyuan was not afraid of the stage and took the initiative to call people. He was highly valued by the old professors when he was in the junior class. First, he was comprehensive. Even if he could not be the first in every subject, he was among the best in every subject, unlike other students who had obvious bias in subjects. Second, he was very normal. When communicating with him, he was like a completely normal child. After going through the whole process, it was the last key step. Xiao Yuan, this is the test paper made by our school teacher. Take a look and choose one to do. This was said very tactfully and politely, but everyone present subconsciously held their breath. Seeing is believing. After making such a big scene, it is finally necessary to see the truth on this, which is also the purpose of the school. These papers were all newly compiled by teachers of each subject group. There is no possibility of leakage, so the results are absolutely true and valid. Li Zuiyuan sat down, picked up a pen, and started answering questions. Originally, the school leaders and bureau leaders thought that they would go out to smoke a cigarette after looking at them for a while. After all, even if they chose to write papers of so many subjects, they didn't know how long it would take. But soon, everyone was stunned. The first set of papers Li Zuiyuan did was mathematics. He almost didn't need to think. He wrote the answers as soon as he glanced at them. Moreover, there was a strange scene that his hand was still writing the previous question, but the light had already moved down to the next question. There were no illiterate people present, but who had seen the hand speed restrict the speed of answering questions when answering math papers. In fact, Li Zuiyuan did it on purpose. He knew that he had to do well enough to make his subsequent study life easier and unconstrained, and not delay himself to death because of things like learning. After finishing the math paper, Li Zuiyuan continued to do the physics paper. Wu Xinhan expressed the thoughts of the onlookers. Quick, mark it. The math teachers began marking the papers, and they quickly put red ticks on the papers. The onlookers were expecting the times to appear, but it never did. The math teachers who were marking the papers were also shocked. They knew that although the paper format imitated the college entrance examination questions, the difficulty was actually far beyond the ordinary college entrance examination questions, because the college entrance examination questions were divided into grades, and there would be free points, basic questions, and points-pulling questions. This set of papers cannot be copied for the senior high school students to take the exam, because it is easy to make students lose their mentality. The head of the math group looked at the school leaders and the bureau leaders and said, "All correct. In fact, there is a little problem. For example, 2 of the solution questions used methods that are not suitable for high school, which may result in deductions when marking the papers, but this flaw is not worth mentioning at this time. Just remind them to pay attention, just as simple as reminding students not to forget to write solutions during exams on weekdays." Wu Xinhan and other school leaders smiled with relief and shook hands with the bureau leaders. Now, the stone in their hearts finally fell. The teachers kept gasping for air. Although they only did 1 set of math papers, practitioners knew what it meant. A young teacher couldn't help but joked, "If I teach him, will it be boring to teach other students in the future?" Some teachers laughed, and some teachers couldn't help but say back, "Do you still need to teach?" After quickly answering the physics and chemistry papers, Li Zuiyuan continued to answer other papers. No one interrupted and dissuaded him. Since he was willing to do all of them, everyone was happy to see all the results. He also worked hard on the Chinese paper. According to the requirements of the topic, he also wrote a formulaic composition with beautiful words and rigorous structure. In short, make sure you don't have a bias in any subject, and you can take leave for any class at will. The only thing that was skipped was the English listening test. This was not something Li Zuiyuan wanted to skip. The English teachers took the initiative to skip it after seeing Li Zuiyuan's answering speed. After all, they didn't want to delay the time of so many people present because of playing the listening test. After finishing all the work, Li Zuiyuan put down his pen and kneaded his wrist. Seeing this, Wu Xinhan, who was standing next to him, reached out to help knead it. Doing these questions does not require brains, but hands. This amount of calculation is far less than looking at the feng shui weather yourself. The papers were quickly graded. Even for the composition, the Chinese teacher could not find any mistakes. Although it was written quickly, the handwriting was really beautiful. Many teachers took off their glasses and began to wipe them. Today, everyone deeply experienced what it means to be a real child prodigy. Tan Yunlong was the calmest person in the audience. He was not worried about the boy's entrance examination. After all, this boy had shocked him several times with murder cases. Principal Wu bent down and asked with a smile, "Come on, Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you to several excellent head teachers in our senior year. Such students must be handed over to qualified and experienced head teachers." Well, although Principal Wu did not know what use qualifications and experience would be for the boy in front of him, Li Zuiyuan turned back to look at Tan Yunlong and asked, "Uncle Tan, which class is Brother Binbin in?" Tan Yunlong wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Then he looked at his son's head teacher, Sun Qing, an old acquaintance. Other parents wish they could only see the head teacher once a school year at the parent-teacher meeting, but thanks to his son's strong recommendation, he wished he could see her every month. Sometimes I am afraid that if I see too much, there will be gossip, and I have to take turns with my wife. Xiao Yuan, let's choose a class. Li Zuiyuan stood up and walked to the young Sun Qing before Principal Wu finished speaking. Hello, teacher, I will trouble you to teach me in the future. After that, Li Zuiyuan bowed to Sun Qing. Teacher, what is your last name? Tan Yunlong replied, Sun Qing, Teacher Sunday. Sun Qing looked at Tan Yunlong with gratitude. Teacher Sun, let's go back to class. Li Zuiyuan reached out and held Teacher Sun's hand. He didn't think it was a big deal. This was a privilege he had won with his ability. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. The senior class teachers were still in the stage of shock. Wu Zhenhan reacted first and smiled, Teacher Sun, Xiao Yuan is the baby of our school. This is the task assigned to you by the school. You have to take good care of him. Principal, please rest assured, I will. Sun Qing walked out with Li Zuiyuan. She was a little stressed and didn't dare to stay any longer. As soon as they walked out of the small conference room, they heard a fierce quarrel. Tan Yunlong also ran out and said, Xiao Yuan, uncle will pick you up from school tonight to have dinner at home. No need, uncle, I'll go home to eat. Okay then. Tan Yunlong patted the boy on the shoulder and walked towards the school gate. Entered the teaching building and went up the stairs. Li Zuiyuan noticed that Sun Qing's palms were very hot and still sweating. In fact, Sun Qing's mind is still dizzy now. This high school is a big high school with more than a dozen classes in one grade. When she and her husband fell asleep in bed a few nights ago, she imagined that it would be great if this child could enter her class, but she really didn't expect that the longevity peach would actually be placed in front of her. Because she was restless, Sun Qing stepped on the air when she went up the stairs. Fortunately, she stabilized herself with her hands in time, otherwise the prodigy who had just been handed over to her by the principal would have fallen down the stairs with her. Sun Qing's eyes were wet with fear immediately. Teacher Sun, let's sit at the same table with Binbin and Tan Wenbin. Okay. After agreeing, Sun Qing frowned, as if something was wrong, but she couldn't remember what it was. When they really walked to the door of class 13 of grade 3, Sun Qing realized what was wrong, and Li Zuiyuan also knew it. Because he saw that Tan Wenbin's seat was independent of the class and close to the teacher's podium. Because he had his back to the classroom door, Tan Wenbin didn't know Li Zuiyuan was here at first, and he was concentrating on doing his homework. The teachers all went to watch the fun, and almost the entire grade 3 class was spent on self-study. After noticing the strange atmosphere in the class, Tan Wenbin turned around and saw the head teacher first, then Li Zuiyuan. Then, he smiled happily, not caring about whether the age was appropriate or not, and not caring about whether he would make a fool of himself. He waved his hand and shouted, Brother Xiao Yuan. Sun Qing habitually glared at Tan Wenbin. This student was not bad by nature, but he would cause trouble and was too extroverted. But after glaring for a while, his eyes softened. After all, he was still benefiting from him today. Classmates, let me introduce the new classmate in our class. Li Zuiyuan walked up to the podium and showed a standard shy smile. Hello, classmates, my name is Li Zuiyuan, please take care of me in the future. Sun Qing pointed to the first row by the door, Tan Wenbin, put your table here, you and Xiao Yuan will be the same table. Okay, teacher. Tan Wenbin moved the table to the position. Because he was tall, he sat inside against the wall, and Li Zuiyuan sat outside. In fact, Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to sit in the corner of the last row, where feng shui was good. But he knew it was impossible. Tan Wenbin, come out and help Xiao Yuan get the books. Okay, teacher. Next, it was the plain class time. The teacher was teaching in the front, and Li Zuiyuan sat below and flipped through the books. He needed to go over the high school curriculum again. During class, other teachers would pretend to pass by here and look at him. After class, students from other classes who heard the news would also gather here. However, Li Zuiyuan just flipped through his books silently, without showing any extroversion. With Tan Wenbin around, no one could disturb him. At lunch, Tan Wenbin said that the school cafeteria was too bad, so he took him to a snack bar outside, and brought an extra person, Zhang Yang, who was bullied last time. His parents are both seamen and are not at home all year round, so he seems very introverted. At dinner, Tan Wenbin said that the head teacher and the principal had talked to him and asked him to take good care of Xiao Yuan. After lunch, we returned to the classroom for what was nominally a noon self-study class, but in fact it was a Chinese class, followed by a 25-minute nap, and then continued with the class. The teachers gave Li Zuiyuan a lot of freedom. For example, during English class, Li Zuiyuan flipped through the physics textbook under her nose, and she pretended not to see it. At the end of the second class in the afternoon, Li Zuiyuan had finished flipping through the textbook. He decided to bring Wei Zhendao's book to the classroom to read from tomorrow. The third and fourth classes were both math classes, and Li Zuiyuan lay on the table and began to sleep. He didn't disrespect the teacher, but he knew that if he really performed vividly, he would be very tired, so it would be better for everyone to form a tacit understanding from the beginning and relax. At first, the students thought there would be a good show to watch. After all, their math teacher Yan was notoriously irritable. But the math teacher found out that the little student sitting in the first row had fallen asleep, so he covered him with his coat. At the same time, a loving smile appeared on his face. Halfway through the fourth class, Teacher Yan wrote 3 questions on the blackboard and asked the students to answer them. He walked down and gently woke Li Zuiyuan up. Li Zuiyuan sat up, looked at the questions on the blackboard, picked up the pen, and wrote down the answers. Seeing this, Teacher Yan swallowed his saliva, rubbed his hands, and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Yuan, are you interested in participating in the mathematical Olympiad?" "Okay, teacher, I will participate." Teacher Yan was so excited that he said thank you to the students several times. After the fourth class, we can have dinner, and then it's evening self-study. Li Zuiyuan looked at Tan Wenbin, "Brother Binbin, I'm going home." Tan Wenbin was stunned for a moment and asked, "No, you won't go to the evening self-study on the first day yet?" What I mean is, don't you want to experience a full day of high school life?" "Not really, I asked Brother Runshung to pick me up at this time." Books and stationery can be placed on the desk, and Li Zuiyuan walked out of the classroom empty-handed. On the way, many students were looking at him, and they felt like a primary school student mixed in the high school circle. Li Zuiyuan had a similar feeling. When he walked out of the teaching building, Li Zuiyuan remembered that he forgot to say hello to Pan Xing, Zai Lei and their classrooms. "Forget it, I'll go tomorrow." "Brother Xiao Yuan, wait for me." Li Zuiyuan stopped, turned around, and saw Tan Wenbin running towards him with a school bag on his back. "Brother Binbin, I'm going home." "I'm going home too. I'm going to my great-grandfather's house." "I'm going to Zhuang's house." "You skipped classes, aren't you afraid that Uncle Tan will beat you up?" Li Zuiyuan looked at the class schedule. The morning and evening self-study classes were marked with class times, and they were actually regular classes with teachers. "It's okay, my dad can't wait for me to stick with you." "Have you reported to Uncle Tan?" "I'll go to Aunt Zhang's canteen and call him after I go back." "Oh." Li Zuiyuan responded and continued to walk towards the school gate. Tan Wenbin followed behind, with a smile on his face, especially when he saw those classmates who had to go back to class after dinner. He smiled even more happily and unrestrainedly. After leaving the school gate, Li Zuiyuan began to look for the location of Runchen's tricycle, but he couldn't find it. Hey, did Runsheng forget to pick you up? Tan Wenbin also tiptoed and looked around. Brother Runsheng should be parked far away, let's cross the road first. Is he sick? Why doesn't he pick you up at the school gate? There are too many people at the school gate. There are too many people. What kind of excuse is that? Walking across the road, avoiding the crowd of students and vendors at this time, Li Zuiyuan saw Runsheng jumping and waving his arms outside the alley in the northwest corner. When he walked over, Tan Wenbin couldn't help but scolded, "Why don't you just park at the entrance of Uncle Li's dam to pick us up?" Then, Tan Wenbin shut up. Because behind the tricycle parked in the alley, there was a girl in a red skirt. Although this place is remote, it is only compared to the school gate, and people still pass by from time to time. The girl sat on the bench of the tricycle, like a frightened deer, and you can see her strength and reluctance. Li Zuiyuan got on the car, and the girl immediately reached out and took the boy's hand, and then she was completely calm. Tan Wenbin stood beside the car, not knowing whether to get on or not. Runsheng still remembered the previous taunting, glanced at him, and said, "You are redundant. I will ask my dad to send me the bicycle tomorrow." "Brother Binbin, get in the car." Li Zuiyuan has already discovered that Ali's resistance to people familiar with the family is no longer that strong. "Okay, brother Xiaoyuan." Tan Wenbin got on the car and sat at the edge. "Go home." Runsheng pedaled the tricycle, drove out of the alley, and headed west towards home. In the car, the boys and girls were full of youth, envy red sunset, and flaunted the setting sun. End of this volume. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.